I get a call. He's like, yo, you want to come to Hawaii? And I'm like, to do what? He's like, just for the vibes, man. It's so ill. It's so peaceful. Just come and hang for a week. I'm like, all right. I don't know what's going to come of it, but I have to do this. I go to Hawaii and I witnessed the process for a week. During the 5 nights that I was there, the dude never slept in his own bed once. Kanye would literally work until he fell asleep in the chair sitting up. And I remember there was one night, it's now 4:30 in the morning, everyone has cleared out, but me and Steven were with Kanye. He's completely snoring. I'm like, yo, do you think we should get a cab? He's like, yo, we gotta be quiet though. Close the laptop. And the sofa creaks and Kanye's like, what? Yo, what y'all doing? Y'all aren't leaving, right? I'm still working. And we're like, oh no, I was just going to the bathroom.
This is Noah Callahan-Bever. He was the editor-in-chief of Complex for over 12 years and helped create shows like Hot Ones, Sneaker Shopping, and Everyday Struggle. He now has his own show, Idea Generation, which is amazing. He's been in the music industry his entire life and has some of the most amazing hip-hop stories I've ever heard. Today, he tells me what it's like being in the room while Kanye and Jay-Z made Watch the Throne, the time him and Eminem ran around LA before he was famous, and how he gave Kim Kardashian her first big break. This is a long one, people, but an amazing conversation nonetheless. So without further ado, enjoy Noah. Welcome to camp. I'm actually curious. Is this something no one has brought up? I listened to a bunch of interviews with you. This is natural?
Yes.
Bro.
Yeah, when I was 15, I was wearing a hat backwards and, with the open joint, a friend of mine was like, yo, you got white hair, B? And I was like, no, I don't. That's crazy. I look in the mirror and I was like, holy shit, I have white hair.
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm very grateful to whoever has placed it there.
Yeah.
Could be in a worse spot on my head. But
bro, I mean, you're like a supervillain. It's insane. This is some Batman shit.
You're not the first person to call me a supervillain.
Bro, you're trying to destroy Gotham or something. That is crazy. You got just the one perfect swoop. That's legendary. And you play into it too. You know what I'm saying? I see you with the slick back.
I mean, how could you not?
Yeah, exactly, dude. That's sick. That's what I actually really like about your stories. It seems like you were always gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? At least from the outside, it's easy for me to say, retroactively looking at your timeline, you were just hustling. I think you have all the guys I met from New York, because you grew up in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah.
All the guys I knew that grew up in New York that have the combination of intellect, but also New York hustle, are always gonna figure it out. You know what I mean? There's very much a culture here where it's just I'm not gonna settle for sort of this B+ life. I'm gonna go get it. And I don't know, it just from the way your story kind of pans out.
I mean, I think the thing is you grow up in New York and you have access, and you see this in the conversations that people have about representation and whatnot now. It's when you're growing up in Lower Manhattan, you see everything.
Yeah.
You see people making millions of dollars on Wall Street. You see rappers walking through the streets, in Soho. My whole story was I got an internship. I called Nervous Records when I was 16. I just loved Black Moon and Smith & Wesson. And I saw that they, I looked them up in the phone book. I saw that they had an office on 42nd Street. I called random, just the, whatever the main number was. And I got an internship. And I was cutting stickers and calling retail and just getting information to give to the different promo and, marketing people. And, again, I run into Buckshot Shorty and Drew Ha when they get into a huge argument with the owner of Nervous Records.
Yeah.
This is funny actually. So they get into this huge argument with the owner of Nervous, and my boss, Chris Thomas, kind of excuses me and is like, yo, bro, it might get a little hectic in here. I think you should bounce. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I bounce out to the elevator bank, and it's one of these old school New York buildings where there's 2 elevators and there's 60 floors.
Yeah, of course. And it takes hella long for it to go up and down.
So I hit the button and I'm just waiting for 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm just listening to my Walkman, not thinking anything. And irate Buckshot Shorty and Drew Ha come storming out of the office, and now we're standing awkwardly next to each other waiting for the elevator together. And Buckshot's like, yo, you're an intern in there? And I'm like, yeah, I am. He's like, you fuck with Black Moon? And I'm like, yeah, it's one of my favorite, that's why I'm there. And he gives me a Boot Camp Click shirt. And I was like, holy shit, this is a prized possession. This is not something you can buy in a store. This is a promo item. They had just done their deal at Priority. That summer, I'm walking down the street wearing my Boot Camp Click shirt on 18th Street between 6th and 7th Avenue. And a dude named James Azor is walking by getting his lunch. And he's like, yo, where'd you get that shirt? And I'm like, oh, I ran into Buckshot in the elevator at Nervous.
After a big blowout.
I was an intern there. And he's like, yo, do you want to intern at Priority? Our office is right here. And I'm like, sure. So then he has me up there again, calling retail, going to the Palladium, handing out flyers, and I'm watching. Boot Camp ran their whole operation. Duck Down was like out of that office, and I'm trying to think who else. Like Razkaz came by the office, Organized Confusion came by the office, and again, so like seeing all of this happening at 16, 17 years old, you're like, yeah, this. Okay, I think there's space.
Yeah,
here
it's possible.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like my biggest downside, like growing up in Florida.
Okay.
I grew up in Orlando. I didn't know anyone that made any money doing anything creative. Literally.
Really?
Like anyone that made money was like, oh, I'm like a real estate tycoon, or like I like have a nice car shop or something. Like no one was doing anything like, I don't want to say like these were people that were like making it based off of what they could do, and people were doing well. But no one was like, oh, I'm going to like be an artist or a producer or an A&R and make money in like entertainment. I couldn't fathom that. So I kind of went a similar route as you, where like from a young age, I was like, I'm just going to intern everywhere. And I'm curious, your mom is like Wall Street, busy, serious, like, hardworking lady.
Yes.
Your dad is working in video games.
Yeah.
Was he more creative?
Yeah. So my dad, they both were history PhDs, but my dad was sort of like, didn't really want to get into academia. He was really big at like in the 60s and 70s on board games. Loved like, sort of like not Risk, but like
Settlers of Catan.
Whatever like the next level of Risk was. So, when the 80s happened, there was like a wave of historical simulators. And he was like, well, I have the depth of history knowledge and I love sort of like game mechanics. So let me see if I can take what I loved about playing these games in the 70s and turn this into a computer game.
Oh, that's cool.
So he made a game about Vietnam called Conflict in Vietnam. He made one where you're sort of like, where you're running the Allies in World War II. And I also had to play all the games to like play test them for bugs and all that kind of stuff.
So you were gaming as a kid, just like, hey, test out this Vietnam thing.
Yes.
And you're just like in the trenches, just like in a jungle somewhere. So 12 years old.
I found this the other day. My first professional credit, which somehow has managed to be immortalized on the internet, is playtesting for a game called Airborne Ranger in 1987.
Wow.
Yes.
Dude, that's sick. Did you like the game?
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, that was just like 87. So I'm in like first grade. I remember this pretty clearly. Like I go down to Baltimore to spend spring break with him. And of course, he, at the time, game developers are not high earning people. So there wasn't like a lot of childcare situation going on.
Yeah.
And so he just brings me to work for the 2 weeks. And of course, it's like, what am I going to do with you? All right, cool. I'm going to park you by this station here and just like put in all the new games that we're working on and just play them and try to find bugs.
I mean, that's like a dream.
Yes. I mean,
right?
play video games for 8 hours straight.
Yeah, as a kid, and like you're getting paid for it, you're getting credits for it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know that I was going to get credits. I think he thought that was like a funny thing to put me in like the booklets and stuff. Because then when I did see them, I was like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, that's sick. And were you guys playing board games a lot as a kid?
Oh yeah. And my dad was notorious for knowing the rules way better than me or my stepmom. And so he would do the thing where he would like always pull out the weird random rule that nobody else knew in the last moment, and then like would beat us both. And
of course. And you'd be like, Dad, that's not true. And he's like, well, I invented the game. So actually it is. And you're like, God damn it, dude. He got us again.
But yeah, that was, we did a lot of those.
That's cool. There's something like romantic about that. Though, like, I feel like kids kind of lose now. It's just like, yo, game night.
Yes.
Like disconnecting, even like not even a video game, but just like, yo, like let's just sit around and like we're playing Monopoly. Like my family would do it all the time. We'd like play Monopoly or like Clue or shit like that.
No, yeah. I mean, me and the kids, we play Uno damn near every night.
Maybe the all-time greatest game ever invented.
It is. It's so simple because like that she's 5 now, but when she was 4, my 4-year-old could beat me and my wife at Uno on a random night and like feel total satisfaction out of it. But it's like a nice mix of like strategy, but also random luck.
Exactly. No, it's like perfect. But I always keep the collect 4 wild card in my pocket.
Yes.
If I ever play with my little nieces and nephews, no way you're going to beat me. Because I got that little wild card in here before the game starts.
Oh, you have that like tucked.
Yeah, I'm cheating. Yeah,
okay.
I'm a cheater. And so we'll play, only if my little nephew's going to beat me. He's 7 years old. Like
that can't stand.
Yeah, no, of course. Like, what is that going to do to his perception of me as a man, right? Like, we're in the middle of it. He's about to drop a green reverse card on me and win. Skirt. Flipped under the table. Collect 4. Gotcha.
If you're playing a 2-person game with the +2, can you double up on the +2?
Yeah, I stack them.
Okay.
I stack them. Are you guys not stacking at the
So-
Bever household?
My 8-year-old is adamant that is a legal rule. I have seen, according to the Uno Twitter, that is not a legal rule.
Stacking is not legal?
Not legal.
Oh my God.
They had a viral tweet about this like a year and a half ago.
I got to return all my trophies.
Yeah, man. You've been juicing the whole time.
Yeah, I know, dude. I was like, no, you double it up. You got to, now it's you now. Oh, damn. What about, you can do double reverse though. That's fine.
If
you red reverse on me, I can green reverse back to you.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. Whew. You're about to blow my mind here. We got to get your dad in here and like settle all
Let me
the
tell you about
rules.
Santa Claus.
I feel like I was late when I figured that out on my own though. My parents never told me.
Really?
Yeah, I figured out Santa Claus. Because my dad would always dress up as Santa Claus. And I'd be like, yo, Santa and my dad have the same glasses. Like, and my dad would always have like giant red frames. Like he like worked in France a little bit. So like would always have like these like gaudy glasses. And I'd be like, bro, Santa doesn't have the Hugo Boss red frames.
I feel like my 8-year-old is onto it, but she actually is kind of leaning into the mythology and doesn't want to burst her own bubble. So she's like, kind of like, because also my wife keeps it real vague. She'll be like, oh, Santa's as real as you think he is, or something like. She'll like hit her with a riddle when she asks, like, hey, kids in school were saying Santa's not real. And she's like, well.
That's a very esoteric answer.
Yes.
Your kids are just like on mushrooms basically now. They're like, what? It says real. Nothing is real. Everything's real. What's going on? We're all connected. Who am I? That's wild. Okay. So now that was the other thing I was curious about. Your parents split and that's why your name's hyphenated?
Yeah. Well, no, my name's hyphenated because my mother was a liberated woman in the 70s.
Oh, fire.
Also, my dad was her third husband. So she probably had a good idea that might not be the end of the line.
Gotta keep the Callahan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. And so I'm curious, do you hyphenate with your kids?
No, this was a whole...
I don't want to ruin your marriage right now.
No. She was like, well, how about this? I would be comfortable being a Callahan because Callahan and Maloney are like kind of essentially interchangeable. And I was like, well, I don't know how my dad's going to feel about that, but I feel like he opened Pandora's box when he allowed the,
yeah, when that dash got in there.
Yeah, so it's like, once you do that, hey, everything's on the table.
Yeah. That's
so
cool.
The kids are Callahans.
Okay, got you. And I feel like now I'm kind of understanding like the soup of you, where it's like, okay, you're growing up in this extremely multicultural place, maybe the most multicultural, diverse place on the planet. Like
certainly among them.
Yeah, like Manhattan in like, this is like 90s. And so you're getting influenced by all these different cultures. You have a very like focused, hardworking, analytical mom, kind of like a creative, fun dad that's like kind of doing a passion project. And then you're around people that are like chasing their dreams and you're like, okay, this is cool. And then where did the interest in like the hook for music come from? Like, why are you even reaching out to Ego Trip?
I mean, it was just one of those things. Like my dad was always a big music guy. Allman Brothers are that's like his number one.
Yeah.
But so music was always around the house. I can remember him like introducing me to the Beatles. When I'm 7, I get chickenpox. We like watch all the Beatles movies. That was like how we occupied ourselves for the 8 days.
Yeah.
And so music was always like super important. And also interesting. So he was on that wave, and my mom, being in New York, was like much more trying to stay relevant in her 30s. So it was a lot of like Tears for Fears and like even had the Beastie Boys and like whatever was popping.
Depeche Mode and shit.
Yes. Yeah. In 84, 85, 86, like she was still doing that. My dad will always concede, I think Sports by Huey Lewis, that was his last album that he bought that was like a contemporary buy.
Yeah.
And he kind of was like, I'm 33.
Isn't that funny? You just like hit an age and you're like, well, this is what I like.
Yeah.
Anything else doesn't matter. Like Biggie's dropping bangers and he's just like, nah.
I don't need to know about it. Although I will say I did give him some Diggable Planets and some Tribe in the early 90s, and he definitely got very into those.
Tribe seems like a good like missing link. You know what I mean? Between like that old gen and the new gen. Like
I think he started to see like the connections of like how sampling worked, because those samples were like close enough to loops that he could
it's break beats that he knows. And
yes.
He's like, oh, I remember this.
Exactly. And then he really liked the second Diggable Planets album. He was like they like got radicalized and like on their black nationalist shit, and he just found that to be like way more compelling than the first one, which is like more like beat poetry.
Right. Yeah. The passion.
Yes.
Yeah, they're fighting for something, and everyone can get on board with that.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, cool, that's sick. And then so then that was kind of like, music was always like omnipresent in the household. And then so my first like rap experience was
My friend Kenny Birch, his older sister, was probably like 6 or 7 years older than us. She gave us a tape that had License to Ill on one side and Criminal Minded on the other side, because this is 87 and these were the most popping albums. She's in high school and we're in second grade or whatever.
Nice.
And I actually didn't even understand at that point that these were two separate groups. So I thought, like, I grew up and then I heard like KRS samples like years later and was like, wait, that's a different, oh. And then I got Criminal Minded probably when I was like 12 and was like, oh, okay, now I get this.
That's hilarious. I remember doing that, like getting like Byrne CDs, and it would just be like 12 random tracks. Yep. And it would just be like a bunch of dudes. I'm like, yo, this guy's amazing. Like it was like literally like 50 Cent, Eminem, like Jay-Z, all on one CD. And I was like, this guy's good. Like he sounds very different in every track, but he's talented.
Well, yeah, I mean, because when you're a kid, you don't even like, you don't process guest features or like, I was recently, you know, with the passing of Trugoy from De La Soul, like revisiting their catalog now that it's all streaming again, and like realizing like, oh, like It's So Easy was like a Trugoy solo song. Like, oh, as a 16-year-old, I didn't even like, it was just a De La Soul song. Like, I knew who the members of the group were. I knew they had different voices, but like, I wasn't thinking like, oh, this is the solo work. This is...
And so you're in New York when like New York rap is like really getting a foothold. I mean, like obviously like it starts here, but then you have like West Coast and like Bay Area guys that are like popping off. But like you're in the time when like Mobb Deep and Biggie are all of a sudden like blowing up. Was that weird for you? Was it cool to like be that close to it?
It was crazy. I mean, like stuff like I remember in '94, a kid I went to high school with who was a graph writer that I went out a couple nights with, got a throw up in the background of the Gravediggers Nowhere to Run video. And like, again, just being like, holy shit, Bit, there he is, like in a rap video.
It's so close.
Yeah.
So then you go to NYU.
Yes.
Drop out.
Yes.
That's crazy. Knowing your background, you're like a smart dude, analytical guy. I'm sure you're probably a good student, like coming up, right?
I was good. I was like the student who was like working towards efficiency, not necessarily grades. It was like, what's the best grade I can get with the least amount of work?
Got you.
And I was always like, I'm fine with a B plus. That works for me if I don't have to do any homework.
Yeah, like 0 work for B plus is pretty good, rather than like 5 hours for an A. It's like
I don't have that ambition.
Yeah. So if you're not going to school, what are you doing like in the meantime, like growing up in high school and shit? Are you like playing ball? Or are you like?
No, I'm just hanging out with my friends. You know, being a fake graffiti writer, listening to a shitload of rap music, watching my friends DJ in my bedroom. You know.
And so coming back to you dropping out.
Okay.
What was the impetus for that?
So I'm going to NYU. The summer between freshman and sophomore year, I get Vibe launches a hip hop magazine called Blaze. I'm an editorial assistant for the first issue, which we get out right around Labor Day. They put me on sort of retainer as a writer at large. So I'm getting paid, you know, $1,000 a month to like write 1,000 words. And then during the fall of '99, a gentleman named Dante Ross reaches out to me out of the blue. And Dante, you have to understand, is a bit of a legend. Even saying a bit of a legend is an understatement. You know, he A&R'd the first De La Soul album. He A&R'd Queen Latifah album. He A&R'd, he signed Leaders of the New School, KMD, you know, God level shit.
Yeah.
And also some of the most iconic and important records for me, regardless of whether or not, you know, for me and my friends, that was like the shit we listened to religiously. And he calls me out of the blue and is like, yo, I've been hearing about you from a bunch of different people. You know, people are telling me that you're like a young me. I need an A&R at my label called Stimulated that I have through Loud Records. We just started, you know, putting out independent 12 inches. Do you want to be an A&R?
That's amazing. And you're like 20 years old at the time?
Yes, 20.
I mean, and can you explain like the role of the A&R at that time? Like, I think a lot of kids nowadays are just like, what even is that?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, this is totally like pre-data. So it's really just like, are you plugged enough that you're on the like relative bleeding edge of what's going on in music? And are you 9 to 14 months in front of what's being made commercially available? I remember I saw Mos Def perform with De La Soul in May of '96 at Tramps. and was like, holy shit, I don't know who that dude is, but like he is going to be a fucking superstar. He's amazing. So, you know, I was like at that point living to be like, you know, a music discovery guy. And also that became my role at Vibe and, you know, at Blaze. Like I actually got the Blaze job because during the summer of 97, I used to go to Fat Beats every Saturday.
What is Fat Beats?
It was like the independent record, like hip hop record store.
Okay.
It was over on 8th Street. And my friend Alina was like, worked the register there. And so I would meet her on Saturday mornings. We would go have lunch together and I would just kick it in the store, hang out and listen to records and talk to people and whatever. I got the Lord Tariq and Peter Gunn's song, you know, the Uptown Baby. It was a like independent 12-inch with a red sticker that just said Deja Vu on it. And I heard it and I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. Like, and I knew the sample instantly because my dad's a Steely Dan fan. And I brought it to Blaze that summer and gave it to Jesse Washington, who was the managing editor, who I knew was kind of like a amateur DJ on the side. And I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. You need this. And he listened to it and was like, yo. And so, of course, that ends up becoming a huge smash a summer later. But he taps me and is like, I always will remember you're the one that gave me that Lord Tariq and Peter Gunn's record like a year before it became a hit.
So you're accidentally becoming an A&R before you're an A&R. Like you're just so tapped in with what's happening and you have a great intuition, it seems like. I mean, that we'll learn later. Like,
I mean, I would like to think so.
I mean, I feel like you got a pretty good track record of being like, yo, like we're going to put this guy on the first cover, this guy on the first cover. Like I don't want to say found, but like you have like discovered these guys right as they're about to blow.
I think I have like a good sense of knowing both like my own taste and like the taste of people broadly, and being able to like both discern the difference between the two and also know where the overlap lies. And I think like with Complex, it was about mining that overlap because all these editors are like in their late 20s, early 30s. You know, they love music and they're like way better writers than I am.
But it's happening fast.
And like they're inundated with like free advances and free promo items and all this shit. You know, the things that happen when you are part of the industry, and I'm still chasing it. So
right. And that clouds your judgment when people are just like delivering stuff to you. Because now you're not on the bleeding edge, you're on like the kind of fabricated version of what's happening.
And you're getting pitches, right?
Yeah.
It's not what you're organically like. I'm going to Fat Beats and I'm like, what are all the records that are coming out? Bring them over to Max Glazer, the DJ. Can you play them all for me? I want to like, okay, this one I'm going to buy, that I'm not going to buy. This I'm going to buy.
Right. And you were just obsessed?
Yeah, you
weren't doing this for money. You weren't doing this because you're like, oh, I'm going to do this and then I'm going to get here. Like you were just like, I fucking love this.
No, I mean, that's, you know, I think as part of it is the culture of hip hop is about leaning forward. And so like me and my friends from being like 11 years old, it was like, who's the one that gets the tape first, you know, that puts everybody else up on Far Side? Who's the one that gets the, you know, oh, I got the Outkast tape. Oh, you don't even know about that shit. These guys are from Atlanta. They're ill. Yo, but they sound like they're from Native Tongues, but they're from Atlanta. And my friends being like, you know.
And so the A&R is basically bringing hot shit into the label. And then I guess the magazine, like if you're an editor-in-chief, you're not bringing the hot shit to the people. Is that like a fair, like that's the connection between the two?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like in a very simple version.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of a curator.
Right. So the connection between A&R and like editor-in-chief is like pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, because you're sort of overseeing a creative product. And honestly, so that was the thing for me. So I had this sort of like micro career in media for 3 years or whatever. Then I go work with Dante for a year and a half or so. And for me, it was like a revelation that I was like, oh, I don't like this because I'm not a musician, so I don't feel like I'm in a position of authority to dictate to an artist what they should or shouldn't do. Whereas with making magazines, I can take a piece of copy or I can look at a layout and like, you know, like when I was at Ego Trip, I was like both writing and doing assistant stuff for the editors, but also assisting Brent Rollins, the art director, and like doing all the scanning, cleaning up the images, turning them into like bitmaps and all this kind of stuff, and like then he eventually had me like laying out the record review sections and stuff. So like I know how to use Quark Express and like.
Right. So your lack of musical expertise kind of made you insecure to be like, yo, change this shit. But you have copywriting expertise, and that's much more in your wheelhouse.
Yes.
So you're like, yo, I can make the perfect copy and the perfect article, but I can't necessarily tell you how to mix the song to make it better.
That's the thing. Yeah. So it was like I can coach a young writer, or I can look at a layout and see what's wrong aesthetically. I can look at a cover and be like, the logo's got to be in this color, no, shift the crop, let's pull in on it, or no, change the image entirely. The typefaces need to go in this direction.
And this goes back to your aesthetic thing. Like you have a good design aesthetic. And so you're able to use that and pull from that little, back in the soup and then bring it into this. And all of a sudden you're like, yeah, you can make a cool thing.
And I love magazines too. Like I also
can you explain like the importance of magazines at that time?
There was so little national television coverage of hip hop. Like, I mean, I grew up in an era where like me and my friends had a like 2-hour VHS tape that we used to record every time hip hop was on TV.
Oh, like 2 Live Crews making the news. So you're like, we gotta get it.
Because there's no media coverage of this in that way. So then The Source comes along, and The Source is like, oh, this is written by real rap aficionados, people that know way more about the shit than I do. And so that became like the Bible. This is like, I lived in New York when Hot 97 was a dance station, right? Like it didn't become a hip hop station until like maybe 93.
Yeah, that's wild.
So like other than Funkmaster Flex having like, I don't know, like the Saturday night mix show, like you didn't have even consistent rap on the radio. So there was no way to gauge like what is popular.
It's hard for me to fathom, because I was born in 96. So it's hard for me to fathom that rap and hip hop was not the forefront of American culture. Like I never really existed in a time when it wasn't. Like when I was like, I don't know, 8, 10, I would turn on the radio and be like, what's hot? Lil Wayne.
It's also just crazy to think that like there were artists who were going gold and going platinum without any of that infrastructure. Like NWA, think about the phenomena that they were in 88. Like how did I find out about it? NWA? I don't know. But like I knew that this was like the edgiest shit, and it like I knew it was fucked up, but I also knew it was like totally magnetic, and like I had to listen to it.
Yeah.
In 1988, and this is with records that never got played on the radio. Eventually
it was just getting passed through like record shops kind of thing.
And then, someone's older brother, older sister tells you this is the shit, and you're like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, literally just play it, and it's just like, fuck the police. We're coming straight from the underground. You're like, these guys are crazy.
Yeah.
These guys got attitude.
I don't want my parents to hear this, but goddamn, this is the only thing I want to listen to.
Oh, wild. Yeah, it's just insane that was able to permeate culture so much, even without mainstream radio play, that it was getting to the fabric of even like a kid from New York in such an intimate way. Yeah. And so then basically you go from A&R shit back to now editing with magazines. Yeah,
well, I took a little pit stop. I went and worked at MTV for a year or two, and I wrote a show called Direct Effect that was like, basically, this is funny because they realized that hip hop, they had killed Yo MTV Raps, I think, in like 96, 95.
That was just like another popular show.
That was the defining national like forum for hip hop in that period, and I don't really know why they got rid of it, but it ended, and then there was this vacuum for years on MTV where they didn't really have any dedicated programming to rap music.
Then they're still a music station at this point. Like it's still like
they still have like and then they had like MTV Jams, which are sort of like R&B and hip hop together. And in 2000, TRL becomes this, or really it was like 98 to 2000 becomes like this phenomenon.
Can you explain TRL?
Okay, Total Request Live. Carson Daly's the host. It was a live daily show at 3 p.m. or 3:30 every day, where they would count down the 10 biggest songs in America, and kids would call in to basically like vote for their favorite songs. And this was like basically they broke the Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, NSYNC, all that kind of music. Which there had been like I want to say like 6-year pause on pop music as being like a cool thing. Like you had New Kids on the Block in like 89, 90, and like Paula Abdul and all that stuff. And then alt rock was like the dominant thing.
This is like Nirvana comes in around
Smashing
that time.
Pumpkins, Red Hot Chili Peppers, yeah, all that shit. And then that simultaneously with Bone Thugs and Harmony, Tupac, all the Death Row stuff. and then eventually Bad Boy. And so for the whole middle of the 90s, those are the two sort of like dominant forms of music. And then Lou Pearlman and the Jive Records guys hit a lick, and I don't really know if it was the chicken or the egg, but TRL becomes a platform for these pop groups, and they just captivate like a generation of 13-year-old girls for the most part. And for 2 years, that just, I mean, they were crushing it.
Is there an analog to that now? Like, to contextualize this, like if you have the #1 track on TikTok or some shit, like.
I mean, yes, that's basically what it's like to be trending on TikTok.
Yeah, you are the #1 song in America on TikTok today. It's basically like the TRL.
And it was a battle, and the fans became super engaged. And so there's like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of kids calling in every day to like vote their favorite shit up and down or whatever.
Yeah, but TRL is not on MTV.
It was.
Oh, it was?
Yes, this is on MTV. And so MTV then in 2000 decides that they need to like figure out how to get into the hip hop space, because they've realized that this is like, you know, they've sort of abandoned this. And so they, from 7 to 8, they decide they're going to have a live daily hip hop show that's shot in the same studio as TRL. And their hope is to like create the same sort of momentum where people stand outside or whatever. They end up tapping me to write the show. And, you know, and then I become sort of like the hip hop guy that can sort of explain to the more senior executives who are dudes like in their 40s. I'm like, hip hop isn't about being a fan. It's like about being in the VIP. So like, that's why there's nobody standing outside like waving signs. Cause like, this is a different culture.
Yeah.
Like that's not cool to be on the outside looking in. Whereas for pop music, that's like,
that's the nature of it. It's like there's this star, and I'm a 15-year-old girl, and I'm trying to touch the star, and I'm okay being on the outside.
Yes.
Hip hop is the exact opposite.
Yes. So I go there and I do that.
Is that when you met Sway?
Yeah. It's funny. Sway and I started the same day. So, you know, we had a very like instant connection and bond.
For anyone that doesn't know, Sway is, you know, Sway in the Morning, legendary radio host, AKA How Sway, You Don't Have the Answers. Yes. From the infamous Kanye interview. What was he like back in the day? Was he
same as he is now? Just like super thoughtful, very like kind, caring dude. Like he's everything that he portrays on camera is exactly
really authentic.
Yes.
That's cool. And you guys immediately just like kind of click up. And
you're we're like, oh, okay, cool. Like two authentic rap guys in the same building, like dealing with all this crazy corporate shit. Like neither of us have ever been around, you know, this is MTV in 2000 is like at its apex. This is like the fall that Jackass comes out. Like this is the biggest that station has ever been, will ever be.
So this would be crazy exciting for you at the time. You're like,
oh, it was amazing. I mean, you know, and you're just like there's a rotating door of stars and meeting everybody. I just wrote a little anecdote about this the other day on Instagram, but like, you know, I'm at my desk one afternoon and Fred Jordan, rest in peace, who was the sort of head of urban talent, who, you know, sort of was the liaison with all the talent and the labels. So one day he comes down and he's like, yo, do you want to hear the new Jay-Z album? And I'm like, yes, I do, of course. He's like, yo, come up to 27. So we like walk up the stairs to 27 to his office. He opens the door and Jay-Z is sitting in his office. And then Jay's like, okay, I got the album. It's on a DAT and it's a digital audio tape. Fred is like, oh shit, okay, I know we have a DAT player in the building. Let me go find it. Noah, entertain Jay. And I'm just like, okay, you know, and as like socially awkward as I am today, you can only imagine what I was like when I was 21.
Around Jay-Z, I mean, at this point, he had already dropped Blueprint. Like
this is pre-Blueprint, but this is he's about to play us the Dynasty album.
Okay.
So but he's already done Hard Knock Life. He's the biggest rapper in the world. We have a very funny, awkward exchange.
What's the combo?
He's just like, so Fred tells me, you're the rap guy, huh? And then he does like his weird like Hove laugh where you're like, yeah, like, I don't know if you're making fun of me or, okay. I'm like, you know, I work on direct effect. I'm the writer. And he's like, so, you know, what's your #1 Rakim verse and what's your #1 Big Daddy Kane verse? And I'm like, well, Kane is obviously raw. Rakim is a little tougher, but I'm gonna go with the first verse of Juice. And he's like, you're correct on Kane. You are wrong on Rakim. And I'm like, oh, I thought this was just like a subjective thing. And then he's like, no. It's my melody. It's the 7MC theory. And he performs the 7MC line from Rakim to me. And I'm I'm just like, well, okay, you make a compelling case. Fred is still not coming back, so he's like, pauses for a second, and then it's like, all right, top 5 albums. And he's like, you don't have to put Reasonable Doubt in there, but you don't have to not put Reasonable Doubt in there just because I'm here. And I'm like, well, full confession, I wasn't going to, but it's good. It's like, you know, it's like right there, but it's, for me, top 5, and I list my top 5, and then we compare notes. And I would say we were aligned on like 3 out of the 5. I think mine was like the first Slick Rick album, Nation of Millions, Low End Theory, Chronic, and Illmatic. And he was Biggie, Chronic, Reasonable Doubt, Purple Tape, and then maybe Slick Rick also.
There's something amazing about him putting Reasonable Doubt third. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yes, he was, he's a confident.
Yeah, but there's also something beautiful about it. Like I feel like you'd ask rappers now and they'd be like, no, my shit's the best. Like, I'm the hottest in the game, whatever. But he was like, no, I respect where I'm at this moment. He was,
yeah, I mean, I think he knew that his best work was still ahead of him also, frankly. And I think Blueprint is clearly that.
Right. There's a beautiful confidence in that. Like, where you don't have to inflate your own work to like impress someone, but at the same time, like, you're confident enough to put it in the top 5. That's really cool.
Yeah. So then, thank God, Fred finally came back.
Meanwhile, you're just so sweaty, just like covered in sweat.
I'm just covered in sweat.
You're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You're like, oh God.
I'm just like, what am I going to say next? We've almost run out of topics.
So then he comes back, and then you're just like, bro, I just hung out with Jay-Z. That's crazy.
Yeah, and then he plays us the Dynasty album, which is like fucking awesome. And
what is the right reaction when you're listening? Jay is still in the room when you're playing it?
Oh yeah, which is, there is no more awkward thing than that. And what's weird, especially, is coming at it from being a journalist and a critic, like, you don't want to like fanboy out, but you know, you want to have authentic reactions to it. And also you want to respect, like, this is an artist who's made this body of work, and like, they've put innumerable hours into like creating this thing. And so you also don't want to sort of like stone face them, you know, in an effort to like try to be unbiased, because you're like, I just respect you as a human being, and like, you put a lot of effort into this, and so like,
yeah,
let me try to just absorb it. And you know, and it's also tough because like, and I'm sure you've experienced this with albums, but like, sometimes you listen to something the first time and you're like, oh, it's cool, and then like 4 months later, in the right context, you throw it on and you're just like, oh, this is fucking amazing.
Yes, that's like almost, I don't want to say every, but like most Drake albums for me. The first run through, I'm like, it's good. And then all of a sudden, like the third, I'm like, bro, this is, how did he do this? This is insane. And like, yeah, that's kind of the thing I want to ask you, is like critiquing art like that. And a lot of these guys, some of them put, you know, some of them are just kind of like drunk in the studio, just like saying whatever. But other guys are like pouring their life and their energy and all their creative efforts into creating this album for critics just to be like, nah, this one sucked. This song about his dead friend, trash. This song about his mom, awful. Like, how do you balance being an authentic critic while also still respecting that someone poured their life into something?
I mean, that I think I am really grateful for that opportunity to work under Dante and like spend that time mixing records and like seeing how deliberated every creative decision was, like particularly, you know, being in the studio with him and Everlast while they're making that record. Like, they're sweating every kick drum. You know, I could see him and Gamble there. John Gamble, rest in peace, was Dante's partner in production, and like, he was really like the technical one. And like, I watched Gamble EQ a snare for like 2 hours, just like tap, 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 tap. You get to understand that there's such a minutia to what ultimately you as a consumer experience. You know, if you go back and like read my writing, like everything I wrote from 97 to like 99, I was kind of like a little prick. And then from 2000 on, I was much more deliberate and thoughtful about what I was saying, because I really was like, no, like every consumer has their opinion, and that is valid because you are creating a product that the world is going to either enjoy or not enjoy, and that is their authentic lived experience with it. However, as a music critic, my job is not to be flip or try to score points with like funny little digs, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like my job is to contextualize this and try to frame it within both the artist's catalog and also sort of the larger landscape that they're creating in. I can have a qualitative opinion about the music, but again, like this, I'm not the 16-year-old dickhead that I was. That's like, you know, because me and my friends, like we had like we didn't have money to buy every album, right? So there was like a very like hard and fast sort of hierarchy where like one person buys the tape and then dubs the tape for the 3 other friends, and then if the album is really good, and obviously in the process is something that happened in a bygone era before you were alive, but each dub would degrade the quality. And so then you would have to decide, you know, reasonable doubt. My one friend bought the tape and was like, yo, this Jay-Z album. Now you have to remember, Jay-Z did not come out with like a huge amount of, he wasn't like the anointed one like Nas. It was like a damn near independent record that then got picked up by Priority, actually the summer of '96 while I was working there. And even working in the Priority office, it was like an afterthought for the people that I was working for.
Interesting.
And my one friend Justin buys the tape, and like a month later is like, yo, you should really listen to the tape. I'll let you borrow it, you know. I was like, that's cool, just make me a dub, whatever. Makes me a dub. I live with it. I'm like, this is cool, but like I now need to own the like liner notes, and like I have to like know who produced everything, whatever. So then I would go buy the tape.
Get the legit thing.
Yes. So like, and then this was like further complicated by the fact that we had Walkmans, right? And so we had tapes with Walkmans, so you had battery life. And so anytime you had to skip a song, you were wasting battery.
Crazy. And
batteries are expensive, especially when you're 16 and you like work at a comic store one day a week. You know, I got to think about the 16-year-old that has $8, you know, $7.99, and there's 4 tapes that are dropping this week, and he's got to pick one. So, but again, there's a way to be able to convey that information without being an absolute shithead about it.
Yeah. So that's what you would say is the justification of the critic.
Yeah.
Like you have an obligation to the consumer to say, hey, you have a couple bucks in your pocket, you're a kid, you're going to buy something. What are you going to buy?
Yeah. Which I think, and again, like that's like all radically changed during my career because now everything's on streaming. So
there's no cost really to checking out an album or checking out a track. Like what is your thought on the current state of music criticism, like the Fantanos and Needle Drops, things like that?
I mean, I think that they serve a purpose. But again, like the purpose becomes not necessarily to tell you like good, bad, but more to be like, how does this fit into the larger context of this artist's work? What are the sort of things that they are playing with, you know, in terms of like thematically or intellectually? And then also, how does this fit into the landscape of, you know, sort of like their peers and their competitive set?
Yeah.
And, you know, and then I think there's just like, there are a subset of people like myself who like enjoy good criticism. Like, you know, when you think about like the New Yorker back in the day, they would write like 10,000 word book reviews. You know, it's damn near a book in and of itself about the book.
Right.
And that adds a lot of value and context. And they're, you know, were a subset of people who would like lived and died for those like New Yorker reviews.
Yeah.
Artists create art, and that can be interpreted in so many different ways, and some of which the artist is cognizant of and, you know, creating with a sense of purpose. Some of which are, you know, sort of like projected onto the work by the audience. And so like a good cultural critic can like sort of parse all of that.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, people? We're going to take a break really quick because I got to talk to you about the good people at Morgan & Morgan. Imagine this, if you can. You're driving down the street. All of a sudden you get rear-ended. Your neck hurts. Your back hurts. Your pussy and your crack hurts. And now imagine you're trying to get compensation for your injuries. You go on the internet, you're looking up all these attorneys. You're like, I don't know who to pick. I don't know any of these people. This guy seems shady. This guy, yada, yada. His last name's McCreary. His first name's Miles. You're like, I don't want to get an attorney that's an Irish peasant. I need a real attorney. But you don't know who to go to. You know what you could do? You could go to forthepeople.com and check out my friends at Morgan & Morgan. That's right. If you wanted to, you could go check them out. And here's why. Submitting a claim to Morgan & Morgan is as easy as like ordering food on Uber Eats. It's literally 8 clicks or less, and you could submit a claim and get checked out if you wanted to. You could go to the website, submit a claim, 8 clicks or less. And then here's the cool thing. They don't charge you a penny, not even $1, unless they win your case. It's a pretty good deal. They want nothing of you unless they win your case. That's how confident they are. They say, hey, we're going to win your case. We're going to get you paid out. They have over $15 billion recovered for their clients. I mean, that seems like a pretty proven track record of getting their clients fair and complete compensation. So if you're ever injured, you can check them out at forthepeople.com/Gagnon. That's correct. For the people, forthepeople.com/Gagnon, Gagnon. Or you can dial pound law. That's pound 529 from your cell phone. If you're ever injured, you could check them out at forthepeople.com/Gagnon or dial pound law from your cell phone. Now let's get back to the show.
Yeah, I understand so much the function of the creative, right? Like the creative, and as a creative, I'm like, yeah, I understand what the value is to the marketplace. I understand the value of the curator. It's like, look, I'm going to collect all the best creatives and put them onto the people and like amplify them. It does a service to the people and to the creative. And the critic is the part that I don't associate with the most, where I sometimes give people like passes, or like I try to see the best in what they're doing, where I'm like, oh, you know, like they're trying to go for this and maybe they didn't hit it exactly right, but like they still poured themselves into it. And so long as like and again, I'm not a critic, but like so long as I see the effort and the intention and the daringness in the work, I'll kind of look over even like the quality, because I'm like, yo, you tried something, like, and I really respect that. Like even like Drake's new dance album.
Yeah.
Honestly, never mind. I was like, a lot of people were like trashing it, but I was like, he's trying a new thing and he's like trying to push the form, and like some tracks hit and some didn't, but I don't know. I sometimes feel bad just like trashing what someone does.
Well, I don't know. So people are going to like what they're going to like. And so like as a critic, my job is not to tell people what they're going to like. It's more to just kind of like try to put context around the body of work, and you know, that will hopefully enliven the discourse and the conversation around the work, and like make people think about it a little differently. And yeah, you know, like this became sort of like my default setting when people would like just try to dispute my taste on Twitter. And it's just like, I'm really happy that this album makes you happy, full stop.
Yeah,
like that's great. That's the beautiful part about music.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think it's a good approach to criticism. Like, I mean, I guess on like a micro scale, we do that just all the time. Like you have a great rap education and you came up in like this time where like you really are qualified to speak on music. And if I listen to an album, like art is supposed to curate conversation and emotion and feeling. So it follows to reason that something comes out and all of a sudden I'm going to call up my buddy that I know is like a huge, you know, hip hop head and be like, yo, what'd you think of this? And we'll discuss it. And I think that's the nature. Like movies, we do that with. We do that with like meals. We do it with every type of like creative endeavor. Like, hey, conversation, and that's the purpose of it. So I guess if you can wrap the idea of like a critic is just having that conversation with a big audience.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're just trying to like keep the dialogue interesting and like, you know, try to add on to the discourse and like create a conversation around, you know, either an album or an artist or a movement.
But a bad critic is someone that's just like good, bad.
When we were writing about music in the 90s and early 2000s, it's like in the 90s, it would be like, Elliot, the music editor of The Source, hits me on a Thursday night and is like, hey, here's the new whatever album. I need a review by Monday morning. And so like I have 48 hours to live with a record.
Yeah, that someone put their life into.
Yes, that someone put two years of their life.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, I have 48 hours. Or even worse, then in the late 90s and early 2000s, once stuff starts getting bootlegged, you don't even get advances. It's like, come to Columbia and sit and listen to the Ghostface Killer album in a fucking shitty conference room by yourself.
One listen through. What do you think?
One listen. And then it's like...
That's not fair to anyone.
And then you have to turn around this review very, very quickly off one listen. And then you have to do all the writing without the music present.
And that's the shitty part of like the commercialized corporate critique landscape, is that it's like, hey, we need this out by this time. It's going to print this day. We need to have your feedback within this timeline. And I feel like that probably even happens on like the internet now, where some guys like, the album dropped, I got to have a reaction. The first one with the reaction might get the most clicks and most views.
No, I mean,
they also might be doing the worst service to the work.
I lived through that, you know, towards the tail end of my Complex time where it was like, yeah, it was like, all right, this album's coming out, like David, Ernest, Rob, whoever, like it drops at midnight. Like, I hope you don't have any plans, you know, please listen to it immediately and like, let's get something up by noon, you know? And yeah, so then it's like, they basically can listen to it 1 or 2 times, go to sleep, wake up at 8 in the morning, and then hammer out some copy in 5 hours, and then we get something up.
Yeah, of course. So as like a creative, like I haven't put out a ton of stand-up. Like I'm both, I mean, stand-up is a kind of a different thing than music, where like if it really requires lived experience, like there's no really like prodigious writers or comedians because it requires a life in order to talk about, and perspective and time and the reps and all that shit. Whereas like music is a little different. Like you can you're able to talk about your lived experience, I think, a little earlier with music. And then on top of that, music, I think, is a much more like natural human experience that like someone could just have insane flow when they're 16. Like, I look at like Kodak Black and I'm like, yeah, it's just awesome music when he's 15 years old. Like, that's insane. Comedy doesn't really function that way. So I am kind of slow to put out material just because, one, I want it to be good for the audience and like service like the people that fuck with me. But at the same time, like there is a fear of criticism. And I do have sort of an anxiety of like, yo, some comedy critic or whatever the fuck is going to be like, this guy sucks, you know, Schultz's opener, Schultz's boy, like it's trash. And it kind of plays in my head a little and like makes me anxious. So I'm curious, like from your perspective, eventually I'm going to put out a special and it's going to get reviewed and it's going to be critiqued and there's going to be online discourse, but also like professional discourse. What is the best advice for me in terms of like channeling and interpreting that criticism?
Ignore as much of it as possible.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I think that the professional critiques are probably the most valuable because they're going to come from a place of someone that has done what you're doing. And so their notes are not going to be like, I found this funny, I didn't find this funny, which again is like a subjective thing. And, you know, I mean, with comedy, you know, live music, this is the case. Albums, it's a little less, little different, but like you can say the same joke the same way in 2 different rooms and sometimes it lands and sometimes it doesn't. And so, yeah, I feel like, but someone, you know, Andrew or Charlemagne or whoever, they've been through all of that before. And they also know the sort of like nuances that are the difference between, you know, success and failure, living next door kind of thing. Like there's like very, very small things that can happen that can change how something is received. Yeah, I mean, whether or not people like it, I don't know. I would just let the numbers dictate that. And that's the other thing is that it's like, you know, particularly as the editor in chief, I can look at the like metrics of engagement and I can tell if people liked it enough to like read it, how much time they spent reading it, did they share it, you know, you know, a sort of like vocal minority that are like outraged about whatever list we did. All right, talk about it. Like,
so
that's cool.
You would suggest just block out the block out like the, I don't want to say random, but just like the comments and shit like that.
Yeah.
And maybe pay a little bit of attention, like 40% of my energy to like professional criticism.
Yeah, I mean, also just because it's like, yo, you'll drive yourself nuts.
We talked about like the people you were able to meet and have like chemistry with, but also like be able to see their greatness before other people, which is like so much of your role, both as a critic, but just as an A&R and just everything you've done in your career. And I heard a story that was cool. Like the first time, I think you were with Blaze and you met Eminem. What is that experience like?
So,
can you tell me that story?
Okay, yeah. So I mentioned earlier, I used to go to Fat Beats every Saturday religiously, bagels with Alina. One Saturday afternoon, a very tall gentleman, I believe in a business suit, comes in and starts talking to the DJ, Max Glazer. And I see him and thinking like, there's not a lot of people with suits that come in here. This is weird. And then I hear My Name Is play over the loudspeakers. And at the time, Eminem had a 12-inch single. He had an EP that had not been released in New York. He had a 12-inch that was released on a like total independent label.
Is that the Slim Shady?
This
EP?
was Just Don't Give a Fuck, backed with Low Down Dirty and just the two of us.
Okay.
And so I had that 12-inch. That probably came out in like March. And then this is now mid-May. And I hear him, but it's like his voice is much higher. And this beat is like really bright and the drums are really loud. It doesn't not sound like what the single was very muddy and like underground hip hop and like underground Midwest hip hop, which is like a whole different thing from underground New York hip hop. And I immediately walk over to Max and this gentleman, and I'm like, yo, is this Eminem? And the dude's like, oh yeah, this is. And I'm like, oh, my name's Noah. I work at Blaze Magazine. He says, oh, hi, my name's Paul Rosenberg. I'm actually Eminem's attorney. And I become, me, him, and Max have this conversation. Yeah, we just signed this record deal with Dr. Dre. He signed Aftermath. He made these 2 songs, and he plays that, and he plays Guilty Conscience. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, also, you have to remember, in 1998, Dre was walking off like the first misstep of his career. He had put out a compilation album when he left Death Row called Aftermath Presents. That was like very derided, both critically and commercially. It was really like his first miss. And then he made the Firm album, which was like kind of like lukewarm reception. And I'm like, yo, these beats are fucking crazy. And like this dude is rapping his ass off. And then, Guilty Conscience like is this crazy concept song, and it's
that's him and Dre talking about like the girl they have like locked up or some shit.
They're like the devil and the angel on these 3 different guys. Like it's 3 different stories. And M is playing like the devil on his shoulder, and Dre is like the angel.
Don't do it. Yeah, I remember that.
And then there's like the joke about D Barnes and like just like holy like yo, this dude, he definitely was on his I don't give a fuck shit on the 12-inch, but this is like ratcheted up to a whole nother level. So me and Paul exchange information. I set up a meeting. I run him back to Blaze, and I'm like, we're working on the first issue, and I'm like, yo, this Dr. Dre is back. Like this, we have to cover him. He's got we had like a up and coming section with like a 1-page story about a bunch of different artists. I'm like, Eminem has to be one of them. I get Paul to come by the office. He plays the records. And also you have to remember, this is a time where like we're living in like a post Vanilla Ice era. So like being a white rapper is not like, everyone on the staff is like,
all right,
dude, come on. A white rapper is like really good. And I'm like, look, trust me, no one wants to be championing a white rapper less than me as the 19-year-old white guy on staff. Like,
don't trust me though, trust Dre. Like,
I'm like, but this is really special. I swear. So they bring the record up, they play it. Jesse, the editor-in-chief, was like, nah, that shit is hard. All right, Noah, you're going to Burbank. Let's go do a story. Now, this is, what's crazy is that this is like, I had a 1-page story that was 300 words long, and they sent me to LA for 4 nights. And so I'm like staying at the Holiday Inn in Burbank.
Courtesy of the company.
Yes, on Blaze Magazine. I'm 19. I've never been flown anywhere. And actually, my dad was like, I know I've been kind of like muted in my support of your pursuit of this career, but like you're 19 and someone is flying you across the country to do a story. Like this is real, and you should take it seriously and know that like follow your gut. Like if this is the thing for you, then this is the thing for you.
That's cool.
So yeah, so I go and I spent a week hanging out with Eminem and Royce while they're mixing the Slim Shady LP. And like it was a totally fucking surreal experience. I mean, that summer he would come to New York once or twice, and so it would be like, okay, Marshall's in town, like, all right, I'm gonna go meet up with those guys, and like this is how we end up getting stuck in the elevator at the DoubleTree Hotel.
Oh yeah, what happens with that?
So this is like, so that's in like the beginning of June. In July, M gets booked on the Lyricist Lounge tour. Lyricist Lounge was like a popular underground open mic thing that happened in New York. They did an album on Raucous Records, and then they did a tour with like artists who were on the compilation, but also just like whoever was popping in the underground. M is on that. Paul was just like, hey man, like I've been on the road with this dude for like 3 weeks. Like I need to go spend a couple days with my lady friend and like reconnect. Can you like entertain and, just hang out with these guys? And I'm like, all right, yeah, of course, man. Like, no doubt. And so I ended up like running around New York City with them and Royce. They performed at, what was it? The Tunnel, and performed at the Cooler for a audience of probably like 27 people.
And how were those performances?
Amazing. Like the thing is with Eminem is like, I don't know, there's a certain charisma that some famous people have that is just extraordinary. And it's like Method Man has it. I'm sure Jimi Hendrix had it. Like a person walks in the room and everyone can't not look at them. And Eminem was like that from the first moment I met him. It was just like, there's a weird energy around this dude that is not, and you know, for me, I at that point probably only interviewed 5 or 6 underground rappers, you know, who were all like normal guys that I could have gone to high school with. And this was like, no, there's something totally unique and special about this person. And I can't even really articulate what it is, but he's fucking hilarious. And he just commands every room that he walks into, and people are drawn to him like magnetically. And this is before the bleached hair or like any of the things that you would think of, or the earrings, or that were like his hallmark sort of like brand identity. It was just him. And it was just, you know, I think it was, I'm sure that it wasn't always like that, but like once he found his groove artistically and he started to sort of create on that level, I think the confidence just started to build.
So even when you were running around LA, like you could sense it, like, there's something unique here.
Yeah. I mean, cause he just would like engage with, like, you know, we go to Taco Bell and he would like put on a show for like all of the people that were, you know what I mean? Like the people that worked at, like, he just like start trying to like kick it to like the girl behind the register, and he would like start rapping, and, you know, and then all of a sudden like everyone that works at Taco Bell is like huddled around like him and Royce and me, you know, or like he goes into the fucking 7-Eleven and like pretends to faint and like falls down in the middle of the aisle until like everyone that's in the thing is like checking on him, and then he like does like a whole fucking routine. You know, eventually he would like go on this like rampant crank calling spree that was like, I think it was on like the Slim Shady LP sampler tape. They had these freestyles and then him doing like a bunch of crank calls, which again was just like him entertaining himself, but it was like he's like moving in and out of all these different voices and characters and whatever. Yeah.
Extremely animated, but still kind at the same time.
Yes. No, and super like thoughtful and just like a nice dude, but also interesting. Like he is obsessive about his art, but he doesn't talk about it in the way that like music critics like or music nerds talk about music. He talks about it like an artist. So it's in this sort of obtuse and oblique way, but he's obsessed with every like where his words fall relative to the snare, like on every like micro scale. You know, he just like has an attention to the detail. Like at the time he would rap and he would always do this, and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm counting 16th notes. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, that's how I stay on beat, you know? He's like
16ths.
And so anyway, sorry, I got derailed there, but he comes to the city in like July, and he does the show. Him and Royce and I are walking around Times Square because they're staying at the DoubleTree on 47th Street. And I think we were going maybe to Quad or one of those studios that's like right around there on 49th Street. And they're doing the Bad Meets Evil 12-inch, which at the time was basically just like, I had introed Paul to John Schechter, who owned Game Records and was also one of the founders of The Source magazine, who I'd become friends with as just like a young, obsessed hip-hop kid. The Ego Trip dudes introduced me to Schechter, and so I introduced Paul to Schechter. They do a deal. M is at the point of his career where like, you know, $5,000 is like a shitload of money and like makes a big difference. And a couple funny things happened. One, Eminem got beat for $200 by a 3-card Molly dude, even though I told him specifically, this is a scam. It's like you're not going to win. And he got beat, and then we chased the dude like 5 blocks, and eventually they got away. The other funny thing was
you're talking the card thing.
Yeah,
like he said that, I was like, oh, I got it.
Yes.
And this is where like they'll have a ringer where like it's like some dumb white chick that's like, oh, it's under that one,
and she wins once and then
loses 2, and then they're like, you want to try?
Yes.
And then they hustle him.
Yes.
He got hustled for $300.
200.
That's a lot of money though, especially at that time as a rapper.
He was like, yo, it's not my last $200, so fuck it. It's not the end of the world. Which I was glad that it didn't ruin the whole day. But And then we like got heckled by some black Israelites who were like, started like saying crazy shit to Royce about how, you know, their whole shit is like white people are like the offspring of like pigs and dogs or something like that.
Yeah.
And so they started like heckling Royce about like walking with these two devils, and Royce just grabs like a wad of cash out of his pocket and just starts throwing money at them and being like, this is what you want, right? This is what you want. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
And what did they do?
They were just like, they couldn't, they weren't ready for that Detroit energy.
Yeah. Oh, that's fire.
And that was mad funny. And I was just like, holy shit. Because, you know, when growing up in New York, when you hear people saying crazy shit, you just kind of like zone out.
Keep walking.
Yeah, keep walking. So I wasn't expecting that, but Royce just like, I don't know, the D came out and he just snapped.
Oh, that's so funny.
One night we go out to get dinner at McDonald's. We go get food and we're coming back up in the elevator. Me, Em, and Scam. Me and Scam walk in, and Scam is a illustrator and rapper who was also from New York and was kind of like a friend of Eminem in that early period. He did the illustrations in the Slim Shady LP, like the zombie dude with the being chased by the pills and all that stuff. And I'm walking with my back to M, and all I hear is like, y'all play corners in New York? And then I feel like someone's elbow and forearm like jam me into the corner of the elevator, and the whole elevator rocks back and forward and then stops. And we are stuck for like 2 hours at like, this is like 11 p.m. to like 1 a.m. on a Saturday night.
And it's you, M, and Scam?
Yes.
All because they shoved you into the corner of the elevator. And so now you guys are stuck. Like,
we're just stuck. And then like,
what's his first reaction?
He's like, yo, I played corners like 1,000,000 times and this shit never happened. How the fuck? I'm like, I don't know, man. So, you know, we're hitting all the buttons and stuff. And then eventually like we hit like the call button, and like we talk to someone and they're like, okay, yeah, we need to like get the service dude to come, but it's like Saturday night at 11 p.m. or 11:30. It's probably going to be a minute. And we're like, okay, well, at least we got the food, so that's good. And then we just sit there, but then we're like, we also have the drinks, and we're like, nobody drinks anything because
you got to pee.
that's gonna be a serious situation. Yeah, so we eat and just sit there and wait for them to finally come. And it's hilarious too because we like start having a conversation, and like, I don't know, that like somehow we're talking about like some girls that we know, and like, you know, whatever, it's three dudes having guy talk.
Yeah, elevator talk.
Yeah.
It's like locker room talk.
It's like locker room talk. And then the woman from the DoubleTree like is like, hey guys, just so you know, I can hear you. We're like, mea culpa, sorry.
So Eminem's in there, he's like, yo, this girl was sucking my dick. I was like, beep, guys, would you mind cleaning it up in the elevator?
It wasn't quite that randy, but you know, it was definitely
2 hours of talking. You're like, bro, we've been wired the whole time.
Yeah. So we were just in there just bullshitting. Yeah, I mean, and then, you know, and of course, like anything, you have to go from like, okay, first we're just talking about how funny this situation is, to then like, all right, we have to like gamify this. And then it's like, best albums of this year. What about, you know, who was the best rapper at that time, or, you know, whatever, like just to like pass the time.
Did he have any music takes that like annoyed you?
Not that annoyed me. Like that dude is just like encyclopedia of rap that like I don't think people necessarily understand or appreciate. Like I have watched him rap along to the entire 1993 album by Naughty by Nature, like 20 years after its release, like
word for word,
knows every single word.
Wow.
Like he is a student of the game.
And so you guys were just going back and forth, bar
so
for bar.
So we're just like talking, you know, was Grand Poobah ever the best rapper alive? You know, like all that kind of, you know, just like, yo, but I don't know, Drez was like really nice for like 6 months in 1991, you know, those types of conversations.
And so that's how you guys connected. Like,
yeah, I mean, we're pretty much, yeah.
Literally just like passion for rap and hip hop. Like, let's get into it.
Yeah.
So 2 hours in the elevator is just like greatest rapper, hottest chicks, like, and that's the game.
Yeah, and then, you know, and then just, you know, M talking about his career and like where, you know, the things he wants to do, and like,
was it prophetic?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I'll say this, that was a really interesting and precarious time. And it's interesting to see like how, you know, the discourse around him is now 20 years after he's been like the biggest rapper for, you know, forever. You know, he's whatever. People, him and Jay-Z are, you know, basically the top, right? Mm-hmm. But in that moment, it was all very precarious, and like it all could have gone sideways at any moment. You know, there was no like, it wasn't a foregone conclusion. Like I said, like when I pitched him at Blaze and Vibe, everyone still was like, you know, had PTSD from Vanilla Ice, and there was this real feeling of like, no, like this is not, we can't even entertain this. And, you know, and so he was like, I just want to go gold. If I can just go gold, I will be so happy. I can provide for my daughter, and I can have like a career in this for a few years. That's the goal.
Interesting. So when he was talking, his ambitions at the time weren't like, I'm going to be the biggest ever, I'm going to be the greatest.
Oh, no, not even remotely. It was like, I want to be respected by my peers, and I want to be, you know, commercially successful enough that this is a viable full-time job for me. Wow. You know, he's still coming from like having just worked as like a busboy at like a fast food restaurant, and like, you know.
Yeah, in a trailer park in Detroit. Like, yeah, it's interesting. I even see, I don't know if you would agree, but like similarities in what you were saying about Jay-Z. Like there is a confidence, but still a humility about where they're at early in their career. Definitely. Where they're like, do you find that there's a similar mindset amongst the greats that you've met early on in their career, where you go, oh, he has the right aptitude. He has the skill, but there's a lot of people with skill, but like the right aptitude and work ethic and mindset that will take them far.
Definitely. I mean, they all have to have a relentless ambition. Like it takes, and to your point, a work ethic to just put the creative process over absolutely everything else in the world. And yeah, like M in that moment, like this was like a make or break thing that was, you know, going to be a potentially life-changing event. And I think also the other thing with both him and Jay-Z, what they have in common is that they both put out their first records in their mid-20s, you know, and if you compare that with like someone like Nas, who was like 18, 19 years old, like it's different when you're, you know, like Jay-Z put out his first 12-inch in 1986, you know, as a group, part of a group called High Potency. And like, he doesn't put out Reasonable Doubt till 96. So wow. There's a 10-year span where he's like sort of trying to rap, getting features on songs, you know, but then also living a life in the street and like,
right, he's still in the dope game and
yeah,
shit.
Having like this whole other experience. But again, it's not like, this did not come easy to him. This was not like, oh, you made your first record, you know, whereas like say Nas, you know, did a one, you know, verse feature on the Main Source album, and everyone was like, holy shit, he's the new Rakim. And you know,
that's what you mean by like anointed one.
Yes.
Like,
and then
you
it was
the
like,
darling, you are the chosen one.
He does that, and you know, within 2 years he has a album on Columbia with, you know, every one of the best producers at that moment, you know, and he delivers on it with a level of introspection and thoughtfulness that is like preternatural when you think about him being an 18-year-old and like having these observations about
truly prolific.
Yeah, humanity and you know, the sort of like human experience. But yeah, but I think, you know, Eminem, the same thing, where it's like, you know, you can go on the internet and you can find like tapes where he's rapping like Naughty by Nature in like 1991, you know, part of a group trying to figure it out.
It's like Dirty Dozen time?
Before all of that.
Oh, wow.
He was in some other, I can't remember what their name was, but like, you know, they made some songs locally. I don't even know if they ever got pressed up. Then he makes the Infinite album, you know, in 1996, which is, again, was like a local release that there's like 12-inch and I think probably like maybe 1,000 CDs that exist in the world, where he's rapping like Nas and AZ, and it's all very like upbeat and like, I just had a daughter and I'm happy to be here, and like, and then, you know, he hits that point of frustration of like, I've been doing this for a while now. I've been doing this really for like 7-8 years, seriously, and I'm not making any headway and I'm not seeing any progression, and that's when the Slim Shady persona is born, and he just is like, fuck everything. I'm like upset. I'm gonna say everything that I like, my entire internal monologue that I've been like selectively picking from. I'm just put it all out there.
And how old was he roughly? Do you remember?
25.
Wow.
You know, yeah. I think he was like, 25 when he put out the first album, maybe 26, somewhere in there.
Wow. Which I guess in my perspective now, like, is kind of old for rappers. Like, so many rappers now are like 18, 19, 20 when they're popping on SoundCloud.
Oh, I mean, dude. Well, the same thing, if you think about the early 90s, like, you know, Q-Tip was probably like 19 when they put out the like first Tribe album. You know, Nas was 19 when he put out Illmatic. Brand Nubian guys were probably like 20 or 21, and Puba was a little older, maybe like 23, 24. Like, everyone in rap, you were washed by the time you were 27, and you were definitely washed when you hit 30. I always think about, this is the one that bugs me out, is like Special Ed, who you may or may not have heard of, but had a massive hit in 1989 called I Got It Made, which is highly recommend if you have 4 minutes to spare. It's a fucking perfect record. Huge hit for rap in that time. Puts out a gold record. He's 16 or 17. By the time I'm in high school in 1994, he's launching his comeback on the Crooklyn Dodgers song. And it's like, oh shit. Like, he had like put out that album that was huge. Then he put out another album that kind of bricked. And then he was like lost. He like lost his deal and whatever. And at the time I'm 16. So like him being 24 or whatever, he was 23, seemed like, okay, he's like a grown up.
Very mature.
At 43, I'm like, I can't imagine the psychological trauma of having been like one of the most popular rappers in 1989, and 5 years later
having fallen off,
having to come back
at 23.
And that's like how the press is framing it. That is how everyone, like, you know, that's...
Yeah, it sucks. There's a trauma that goes along with like getting seen early, especially like, I mean, you can't really be ready for it when you're 17. Like, even if you are musically talented and you make an album that slaps, like, you still are an immature human being and you still have life experiences and mistakes to make. And so now you're getting judged at 20 when you're still fresh. Like, you probably, I don't know. I'm curious, do you think it is prudent for artists to kind of like hold off and hone their craft?
No, I mean, I think you gotta like strike while the iron is hot, and like, if it's flowing, it's flowing. And but I think the larger thing would not even be like to hold back, but more to understand that like things are going to connect at different times. And like, yeah, you might be a like teenage phenom, or you might need 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, Jay-Z was probably fucking really psyched in 1986 when he got that first 12-inch back from the press and was like, yo, I'm rapping. This is fucking amazing. Like, it's going to happen for me. And then
a decade goes by.
And, you know, he had like, and multiple eras, rap music changed like 6 times in that 10 years. And then finally in 96, like, he happens to be at that perfect place where he is now like one step in front of the zeitgeist, and he drops Reasonable Doubt, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah. And also he had 10 years of his life in the street to draw from, where, you know, some of his contemporaries were like kind of making up, you know, mob stories and like pretending,
because they're spending their times in studios and whatever. They got like a little advance money, so they were able to get out of the hood, and all of a sudden they're not living the life that...
No, and he can talk about like, you know, trafficking dope from New York to, you know, down south, and like holding up in a hotel room, and like all of these like weird details that, you know, resonated with other hustlers that were his contemporaries, who certified him and like broadcast to the audience that this was credible and this was real. But also there's just a richness of storytelling that you can't fake that. Like, that's
a great lesson.
You know,
like, I'm 26 and I feel like I'm falling behind. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm not doing enough, like, and I think that's really prominent, especially amongst my generation, even the generation younger than me, like, especially with, you know, the internet and the idea of personal branding and stuff. It's like, if you don't have your brand figured out by 22, if you don't have, you know, views by the time you're like 18, like, there's no hope for you. And I don't know, it's kind of a good lesson. Like, stop trying to rush life experience. Like, I talk with comics about this all the time, where they're so focused on like grinding, and like they had like a good look when they were young, and they don't live a life worth talking about. And as a result, like, their material becomes like derivative, or it becomes like too meta, because they're spending all their time in comedy clubs and not observing the world and actually being present. And I don't know, I feel like even with Jay and M, it's like, yeah, they got to live a life, and they, you know, Eminem had a kid, Jay-Z was in the streets, and they had source material.
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's the thing, is that, like, you think about the arcs of their career, and like, what was it about M that made him so successful? Like, yes, he is incredibly dexterous, and his wordplay is amazing, and he had Dr. Dre producing him, who is probably the greatest producer of a generation. All those things helped, right? But the thing that makes people like tattoo him on their chest is his personal narrative, and, you know, the fact that like he reached rock bottom and hit a point where he was like, I'm gonna say the like weird, uncomfortable shit that like people don't say out loud. Like, I fucking hate my mom. Yeah. And like, that candor resonates with people. And I think, you know, in a sort of different way, you look at like Reasonable Doubt and Jay-Z's catalog, and it's like, he talks about like the like gross parts of the dope game. Like, you listen to The Evils, and it's like, he talks about falling out with his best friend and like tying up like the daughter, and like there's like weird kidnapping shit going on, you know, or like Regrets, where he's talking about, you know, just like all of the ugliness that's involved in that world, or you know, You Must Love Me, you know, shooting his brother, or like selling, you know, I think in that song he talks about selling dope to his mother, which I don't think was actually a real story. I think it was, but it was a family member. And like that kind of humanity, like, it takes like, first of all, it takes real intelligence to be able to like hone in on these moments and be like, this is the fucked up thing that is like making me not sleep at night, and like, this is the thing, you know, and these are guys that weren't going to see therapists at this time. This is the thing that is like making me a crazy person. This is why I'm paranoid. This is why I sleep with a gun underneath my pillow. And then being like, I'm going to put the darkest parts of what's inside my head into the world and let the rest of the world consume this.
Yeah.
And that is like a brave, ballsy thing to do, but that's why they connect with the audience in that way, where people, you know, they have like weird stalkers, and I mean, Eminem wrote a whole fucking song about it.
Yeah, literally. Like, another banger.
Yes.
But it's one of those things where it's like, you can't just jump to that, I don't think.
No.
Like that required 10 years of putting out a happy track, I'm happy to be here, putting out a fun thing, a party song, to then be like, all right, I've done all the shit, fuck everyone, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do and have my own voice. And yeah, I think that happens with some, like any great artist. I think like you can't have WD-40 without all the other WDs, you know what I mean? Like, and you can't just jump to it. You can't just be like, oh yeah, I will make the right product. It's like, no, I have to make all the iterations before it in order to get to the thing. And for me, at least, I need to take perspective and be like, yo, the shit that I'm writing now, or the shit I'm doing on stage is fine, it's good, but it's not my best shit. But I need to do this, and it's essential that I do this in order to get to my best shit.
Yeah.
Because I can't just go there. That's not how this game works. Like, you have to iterate and build.
I don't know that much about stand-up comedy, but I would imagine also that it's, you know, you learn every single time you're on stage about the audience and about the sort of like micro parts of your performance.
Yes, it is. I've heard people say like the first time you go on stage, there's a brick wall in front of you. And every time you go up, you take down a brick. And only when the brick wall is gone are you truly authentic on stage. And that's when the audience really connects with you. And that's when you're able to connect with the audience. But when you first start, and I think it's like music, like you're just doing what you think you're supposed to do. and then you get pretty good at like the fundamentals. It's almost like playing sports before puberty. You know what I mean? Like you understand the mechanics of it, like how to shoot a basketball, but then you go through puberty, you get muscle, and the muscle is the life experience. And that's when you're actually able to ball. Because then you're like, I know how to move my body. I know how to use the fundamentals, but also use the athleticism. And you can learn how to flow and how to rap, but unless you have a life worth talking about, and you can learn how to write jokes, but unless you have shit to say, it's not going to resonate. That's
what I'm saying. Like, you listen to the stuff Jay-Z was putting out in 1994, he was like rapping for the sake of rapping. And he's clearly very talented, but you don't walk away from any of those records being like, oh, I know anything about him, except that like he can juggle syllables really, really well.
Exactly. And you see that with comedians where it's like, oh, they have great jokes, but who are they?
Yes.
What are you getting from them? They got great one-liners. They have this like silly observation, but it's like, who are you? And you can do it through observational stuff, I think. Like, I think you know who like Seinfeld is by watching him. But if you're just doing like silly misdirects or like knock-knock joke type shit, it might be funny and you might get the audience laughing, but they're not going to walk home and be like, who was that guy? I got to know about him. I'm drawn to him, because you're not opening yourself up. You're not putting yourself out. That brick wall is still in front of you, even if you're getting laughs. And I think music's the same way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the comedy thing, and I also think comedy, so much of it is in the performance. Like, you know, you watch like Chris Rock's most recent special, and it's like he has certain like tics and like uses of repetition and things that, you know, having watched all of his specials, I'm like, oh yeah, but it like he is like continues to lean into the particularities of his sort of performance shtick.
Yeah, the essence of what makes him funny.
Yes.
And that's why he'll get laughs on shit that aren't even jokes.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, and he's able to like crank up things that are like, you know, some of his jokes are absolutely hilarious, and some of them are like, okay, but the way he says it, you can't not laugh at it, because it's just like,
there's nothing funny about saying you motherfuckers, but if you go you motherfuckers, it's like it's like just funny. His essence is funny. Yeah. And that you can't write down. That's not something you can just like have. I mean, some people have it, but you have to hone it on stage in order to connect. And that is when you're, in my opinion, at like the apex of your game, when it is just like you and the material are working together to create a performance. It is ultimately performance art that is just like locked in with the audience. And sometimes it doesn't even come through on like recording or TV. And I think probably, I'm curious if you think rap is the same way. Like, are there some musicians where you see them live and you go, wow, there is an energy when you're in the room with this human being that doesn't come through on the record?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, they're like, these aren't people who I would like discredit their recorded material, but like Busta Rhymes is a phenom on stage. He's a great rapper, with a really great body of work, but he can like upstage almost anyone with his presence and his energy. In his you know, KRS-One is an example of like someone who like even today, you know, having not been like a really active rapper in, you know, quite some time, like his voice booms on a mic in a way that is like unfucking real. Like I went to the memorial for Phife Dawg when he passed, and you know, they had, it was one of the more, I mean, it was obviously a very somber moment in many ways, but also one of the more incredible hip hop moments that I have ever experienced. And like, they all had the same mic, and everyone else sounds normal. Like, okay, cool, they're like loud in the mix, but you know, you hear the music. KRS gets on the mic, and it's like the music, like you can't even hear it. Like he's just so, he can project his voice and command the room in this way that is like, oh, this is, he's just been sharing the stage with like a litany of icons, and this is like some whole other shit.
There's a level to his essence where you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Chappelle's the same way. Like you watch him live and you're like, just in the room, like there's so much tension that's built in through like interpersonal contact where like you're just listening to him. So have you seen Chappelle live?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, you got to, man. It's a cool experience because you're listening to him. You're like, wow, there is a energy in here where everyone's just like, what's going to happen? What's he going to say? And then he breaks the tension, and all of a sudden it's just like eruption, and then brings it back in. It's like masterful. And he knew it from a young age where like he would smoke cigarettes. And the cigarette, I mean, he probably likes cigs, but like he's doing it.
No, that's
for
part
effect.
of the Washington D.C. Comedy Central special where he's smoking on
literally.
stage. Yeah.
And it's a. I forget who it was. I think I was talking to Neil Brennan, who co-wrote Chappelle Show with him. But he was like, at a young age, he was telling me, like in his 20s, like, oh, yeah, the cigarette is for building tension. It's like set up, little tag, laugh, tension, punchline. But like it's all built into the rhythm of what he's doing. And that is where the experience comes in, where it's like, yeah, you can write all the words you want, you can write all the funny jokes you want, but it's like that type of rhythm and performance where greatness separates from goodness.
No, and I mean, look, even just the gentleman that we were talking about, both Eminem and Jay, it's like they both started off with very, very, extraordinary pieces of work, but like you look at the way Eminem would grow both as a writer and as a performer from Slim Shady LP to the Marshall Mathers LP to the Eminem Show to 8 Mile, like it is hard to believe that the guy that wrote My Name Is also wrote Lose Yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like they are totally different songs in almost every way, Yeah,
but that's the range.
Yeah, and that was the part of like the obsessive investment in his craft and being like, no, I can do it better. Like
I heard a story about Eminem that he would like treat it like a job. Like when he would go in, he would like be up at like 9:30 in the studio recording, and then around 5 he'd be like, all right, I'm gonna go home. That
is definitely he obviously sort of like operates in his own world at this point, but like my impression is that for the last like 10 or 12 years, once he sort of like downshifted and then also like became sober, and like decided like I don't want to like do world tours like every quarter and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that he just was like, I'm gonna like get up, take the girls to school, go to the studio, write rap songs all day. At the end of the day, I'm gonna go pick up the girls from their after school thing, come home, do dinner, watch TV with them, go to sleep.
Rinse,
like,
repeat.
Yeah, and just like, and it's.
I mean, that's amazing work ethic. And I don't say as a job as like a slight. I say it as like he found, like I think so many people think rap, and maybe some rappers will get in there and just kind of like, I'm gonna get drunk and high and just like freestyle some shit and like kind of come in when I'm feeling inspired. But he's like, no, every day I'm working on it, sharpening the sword.
No, I literally I can't even fathom the number of records that he has in the vault, because he writes he's writing and recording every single day.
Yeah.
And we get an album, sometimes they're back-to-back years and then sometimes it's a 4-year spell. But that's also like the level of sort of precision and self-scrutiny that he puts onto the work is like, when it's a 4-year drought, it's not because he hasn't made 700 songs. Yeah. It's that he hasn't felt like he's found the thing he wants to say or the sound he wants to go for, or he's like, obsessing about making sure that like the kick sounds exactly like how the kick sounds. And,
Yeah, that's so impressive. Just to be like, yo, this is not meeting my threshold of what's good. And I'm not going to let it tarnish my legacy to put out some shit, even though the shit he's throwing away is 90% of musicians' best shit. Yes,
absolutely. And the very little that I have had the opportunity to listen to is like, this would be on many people's best work.
Yeah, track 1 on most people's albums.
But he takes that kind of, he takes his craft like that serious this far into his career, every detail of everything. And I think, and he applies it across the board to every part of his business and his brand and his performance.
Did you see him much after the elevator incident?
Yeah. So then, I'm trying to think. After that, I saw him at they had a platinum party for Marshall Mathers LP the week that it came out, because it sold like 1 million records first week, at one of the like big clubs on the West Side. We chatted for a second, and then the next time that I saw him was I wrote a cover story for XXL with him, Dr. Dre, and 50 Cent. And so I interviewed the three of them on the set. They were shooting simultaneously in the club and Sing for the Moment. It was crazy. They had like this giant like Lazy Susan where half of it was the club scene from In the Club, and then on the other half was the backdrop, the like black backdrop for Sing for the Moment.
But they were filming on the same set.
At the same, not like at the same time,
Right,
but like basically it was like, okay, we have to switch stuff out for the In the Club. Like,
oh, wow.
And it's your time to like.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so I interviewed him there, and then I'm trying to think. Then I interviewed him again for Complex in like 06, and then again right in between the Relapse and Recovery albums in 2009.
That must be cool to catch up, especially over time. Like you've seen all the iterations of him.
Yeah, and then because of, when I was working at Def Jam, I worked for Paul Rosenberg. He was the chairman. I got the opportunity to catch up with him when he headlined Coachella, and that was also awesome. And again, at this point, it is just like, it's funny. He calls me Noah from Blaze still, and like, but it is this kind of like surreal thing of like, I was like 19 and you were like 24, 25, and now we're like grown ass men, and you're
titans of our own industry and shit.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I would compare my career to Eminem's in any meaningful way, but yes, like we're still in this and we're still active.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can remember interviewing him like in that first, in 1998, one of the times he then came back to New York in October, and he played, or either October or it must have been end of September, and he played me Forgot About Dre and Kim, the really fucking intense song about killing Kim, and that was I mean, first time you hear Kim, like,
what the fuck is happening?
It was literally like, I don't even know what chamber you've taken this to, but this is like almost like opera level, but more visceral than that. It's not.
Yeah, it's raw.
I mean, everyone in the room, it's like it ends, and he like looks around and like everyone's just quiet, and it's just like, he's like, yeah, so I made that. I was really upset. You might have been able to tell. I don't remember what they had, some, their sort of ongoing beef. Something had happened and it inspired him. And then I was like, oh, I got the advance of the new Jay-Z album, and this was volume 2. And so I played him Jigga What, Jigga Who, the Timbaland record where he raps on the bounce beat.
Yeah.
And then was like, yo, that's so crazy. Like, Jay-Z just did a bounce record, and I just did Forgot About Dre, where I'm rapping on a bounce beat. Like, there's something in the air.
That's so cool. Damn, that's wild. And now I'm also curious, like, so Eminem, Jay-Z, and then you spent a decent amount of time with Kanye.
Yes.
I'm really curious about that. Which obviously I know. I'm actually curious your perspective. I don't want to like insert my feeling about like what's happening with him now, but I'm curious if you have like deeper insight as to.
I mean, I'll say this, like I don't necessarily feel comfortable talking about Kanye right now, just because he was at one point someone who I really would call a friend, and like, we went our separate ways, not in any sort of like beef thing, just like, people like have kids and get married and
life gets busy.
Yeah, exactly. And like also, and if you're not a person with like a predilection to like chase celebrities, like they have very busy lives with lots of people in their orbit and whatever, and I'm not one to be like, hey man, like what's up? Like,
are you thinking about me?
Yeah. So like, I don't know, his most recent situations, I kind of feel like I'd reserve that conversation to have privately with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I met him in 2002. Like basically I was working at MTV, and a young woman named Yasmin, who I was very good friends with, at MTV News, we were like just commiserating about how great the beats on the Blueprint album were, and she's like, oh, my friend Kanye did a couple of them. And I was like, oh, you know that dude? I'm like, my roommate's from Chicago. He told me he's like a Chicago dude that from like the late 90s was putting out indie stuff. And she's like, yeah, you know, when he moved to New York, we became friends. I actually just pitched You Heard It First on him to like, you know, the bosses at MTV News. I think they're gonna let me do it. Whatever, she connects me with him. I end up writing a story about him for what was my first issue of Mass Appeal as editor-in-chief, Mass Appeal number 18. And this is like gets documented to some degree in the Genius documentary on Netflix. They show like the photo shoot, because I guess he had a videographer on set for the photo shoot.
Yeah.
And then they have him in LA, like at like some fast food restaurant, and like his friend comes through like, yo, I got the Mass Appeal, and he just puts it down, he like flips through, and he's like, yo, look at that shit. Da, da, da.
Oh, that's cool.
Which was like really like cool moment to see. You know, I had no perspective on that, but what was crazy was we do the whole interview, and you know, he was like, you can tell from that documentary, everything that he was that in that moment. He was like incredibly ambitious, incredibly inspired, incredibly self-confident, a contrarian, not like, again, it was kind of like the Eminem thing where I was like, you know, I sort of went in, because there's like a certain set of like rappers or producers who like talk about music in the way that music critics talk about music. And then there are artists they're just artists, and they don't process it in an analytical way. They just feel it, right? And like Kanye was definitely that, where it was like, I'm like, oh, so like you must have grown up like loving like Tribe Quest and like De La Soul, and he was like, you know, Tribe was dope, but you know, De La, like I like them, but like, you know, I liked MC Hammer better.
Yeah.
Kid Play, and I was like,
it's not what I was bringing up, but yeah.
I'm like, what? He's like, yo, the way Hammer's stage show was, and like, yo, the costuming and did it. And I was like, you make like underground rap, bro. Like, I'm confused. But like, again, because I went into it with my own sort of like predisposition of like thinking that the height of his ambition was to make tribe music, right? Not knowing that his like, he wanted to be Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And so to him, like MC Hammer
was pushing rap in that direction.
Yeah, was making like the biggest rap records of all time.
Yeah. And
had this enormous entourage and this enormous stage show with all these dancers, and like it was like a whole
production.
You know, yeah, and a cartoon and all this kind of stuff.
But you're looking at this producer with his mouth wired shut, and you're like, what are you talking about?
So this is before. That was the other crazy thing. So I interview him, write the article, and then Yasmin calls me and it's like, yo, yeah, he just got into a car accident. You know, he's gonna be okay, but like he's in the hospital. Da 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 da. His jaw's wired shut. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, should I call him? She's like, well, no, I just got called by like someone on his team. His jaw's wired shut. He can't even really talk right now. So you know, I was like, okay, cool. We'll let him know. You know, hope he's feeling better, whatever. And then I think that was kind of also why in the documentary, when he gets the Mass Appeal in his hand, it's like, feels like such an achievement, because it's like, I'm like overcoming adversity, and now I've got this. Yeah, thing.
That's the most impressive part to me about him and his career is like, and the documentary on Netflix really showed this. Like, he is growing up in like, you know, not a super wealthy family in Chicago, and like with his mom, and then is making great money producing for Rockefeller and like making beats for these artists, and could do that for the rest of his life. He could have a check to like potentially generational wealth and like changing the trajectory of him and his family's life if he just sticks in his lane and just keeps on making beats and is an amazing producer objectively. And that could just be it. And he chose to risk everything and be like, nah, fuck that. I'm not the best producer. I'm the best rapper. It's an insane leap to go, especially in that time. I don't know if people really even realize, like, because now I think a lot of people are like rapping and producing. It's a little bit more common.
Yep.
But for him at that time to make that leap and to go, no, I'm not satisfied with this amazing life that is like tenfold what I grew up with. I need more. And going for it and then really doing it. I look at that and I'm like, wow, like that ambition and that drive and that vision for himself is like really aspirational.
Yeah, I mean, no, he knew what he wanted to be in a crystal clear way from the very outset of his career. I mean, I remember at some point I did a story for Vibe about him, and I spoke to No ID, who's a very accomplished producer, who got his start working with Common. So he was kind of the man in Chicago, and I can't remember, like No ID's mom and Kanye's mom were like friends or something like that. So, as a teenager, Kanye gets to like sort of like come hang out with No ID and like see how he makes beats or whatever. And No ID told me this story about like, Common's popping. He's like the guy behind the boards for Common. As Common becomes like, okay, he's getting a real swing. He's like, so we get a meeting. I get a meeting at Sony with Donnie Ienner, who was kind of like the number 2 under Tommy Mottola, and they fly me and Kanye out. A limo picks us up at JFK, or at LaGuardia, takes us to 550 Madison. We go up in the top of 550 Madison. We're in the conference room, and like within like 5 minutes of the meeting starting, like Kanye, and this is pre-Blueprint, Rockefeller, all this other shit. Like this is like 1998, maybe 99. Is moonwalking on the conference room table, telling Donnie Ienner, "No, you don't understand. I'm the next Michael Jackson." And No ID was like, "Remember how I told you how we got this limo to take us to LaGuardia?" He was like, "Suffice to say, we didn't have a hotel booked, and we ended up having to pay for our own cab back to LaGuardia that night to fly back to Chicago. Because, your man is your man."
Yep.
Like but he saw it, and like the rest of the world was not ready. And that's kind of the thing we talked about with M and like Jay. It's like he could see it, but frankly, the music wasn't even there yet. Like I've heard a lot of the underground stuff he was making in Chicago, in 96, 97, 98. And like, it's cool, but he was still
growing
and figuring out his voice and like learning the physicality of rap. Like that dude went from being like, again, when, those first demos, you can see the promise of how he's rapping, but you cut from that to like Dark Twisted Fantasy, and he's like legit among the best people rapping in 2010.
Maybe one of the best albums of the decade, like insane.
Yeah. But again, that was 10 years of being committed to becoming the best rapper and like honing his craft like a fucking maniac. And that's the like, he puts people like Steve Jobs and Walt Disney on this pedestal, but like that's the way that he moves. Mm-hmm. And that's the way that he applies that pressure to himself, and he applies that pressure to everyone that he's works with.
Yeah. Can you tell me about My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy? And your involvement with the record?
So, he and I, after having like a little bit of a contentious relationship at the beginning of his career.
Why was it contentious?
Because like I wrote, so like a lot of the press that had been written about him up until that point was very like, just like effusive praise, because what he was doing was amazing. And I spent time with the dude, and basically my analysis was like, this guy makes incredibly bold and incredibly daring music, and also it can sometimes be really grating to be around him because he is a lot, and he is very self-confident,
bordering on egotistical.
Yeah, that would be one way to phrase it.
Yeah.
And I was, but I also like rationalize it at like, look, like you have to have like an incredibly outsized, personal confidence to like in an era where everyone is making like Swizz beat sound and keyboard beats, to be like, no, I'm going to take the knock from Swizz and Dre, but I'm gonna use samples like Q-Tip and Pete Rock.
Yeah, let me take an Etta James track and fucking speed it up.
And like, and like do things that like people like RZA and Muggs were doing successfully in the early 90s, but by the late 90s, that was not a popular wave. You know, you listen to the first, 4 Jay-Z albums, it's like, outside of Reasonable Doubt, 2, 3, 4, he's going a different direction.
Yeah.
And so was all of rap.
Yeah, and he was leading the way.
Totally. And yeah, people wanted like Rough Rider Anthem, and like, that Triton sound was like what was dominating. And like Kanye had this vision for like, no, I'm gonna like take the things that I loved about this early 90s hip hop, but I'm gonna just give it that bottom so that it knocks in a car, so that it moves on a club, a dance floor.
So it still fits in, but it's new and old at the same time.
And it has that soul, and it has that musical richness.
And I don't think people realize how hard it is to sample at that time. Like nowadays you sample, you rip some shit off YouTube, throw it into Ableton. You're crate digging.
Yes, this is, pre-LimeWire. Like you are going around the country finding records in weird record stores.
Someone
and stuff
passes you
like
a
that.
vinyl and you're like listening to it on a shitty fucking record player and you're like, that part.
Well,
that little drum break. Like,
the other thing that's crazy about Kanye too is just that like a lot of the stuff that happened in the early 90s was like very much like loops. Like, okay, take a 2-bar loop and then throw some cool drums behind it and maybe like an 808 and now you have a song. Kanye is like chopping up shit and taking, Dilla was on the same thing where it's like you're going to take little bits of something and totally recontextualize it so that it sounds almost unrecognizable from what the original source
Blood
material
on the
was.
Leaves, like Billie Holiday is like a classic example. Like I'm taking this track and if you listen to it, obviously you can hear it, but like it's just random parts of her vocal that's chopped up.
He's marrying it with like the horns from the C Murder song and the dun, 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 dun. Like there's like all kinds of shit going on in so many of the records that he was making. And yeah, some of them were like a little bit more obvious and like, Heart of the City is Heart of the City. But some of them you're like, yo, that's crazy. I wouldn't have recognized that sample if I didn't like A-B them next to each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was kind of my like thesis on him, which, no one likes to be called a dick. Like, so he took exception to that. We had some heated conversations, but he's also like a fucking thoughtful, rational person. And like, we would argue and eventually it was like, I like you. I'm not happy with what you said, or I'm not happy with what you said, maybe because some of it rang true. I don't.
Do you think he respected your honesty? I mean, a lot of people around him might be telling him what he wants to hear.
He's never said that to me. He has conceded that the writing was good.
People do that with jokes. Sometimes after a show, they'll be pissed off and they're like, I mean, the jokes were good, but like what you were saying was fucked up. I didn't like it or whatever. But like they'll always concede like a little part. That
was literally, like we got into this heated phone conversation that was basically to that effect, where he was like, the writing was really good, but like, that was fucked up that you said that. And I was like, look, man, like this is my job, and like I'm not trying to take personal shots at you, but like
it's what it is. Like I'm writing what I feel like. And
I honestly do feel like you couldn't do what you do if you weren't exactly how you are. And so like you shouldn't be embarrassed or ashamed or like that. And
Steve Jobs was a maniac, but also a genius.
Yes.
And he needs both in order to be Steve Jobs.
Yes. He's not Steve Jobs if he's not like, working 18 hours a day and screaming at people.
And perfect.
Yeah. And so that we went through that period. And then when I got to Complex, by that point we had sort of like ironed out our differences, and we became pretty, I would say like friends, and we talked frequently and, about music, but also about life and just kind of like shoot the shit kind of thing. And so I did a few stories on him in that, like, he like guest edited the magazine in 2007. And again, like that, which was a very hands-on, that guy does not, it's not like like, here, I'll throw some ideas at you and then like sign my name. It's like, I'm gonna be up in the office like 5 or 6 times.
Typing away.
Yeah. Send me all the PDFs. No, change the layouts, whatever. So we went through that. That was
like Eminem with his fucking every beat, every snare, like same thing.
Yeah. And that was the thing, was that even back then, Kanye was like, I'm much more than just a rapper or a musician. Like, I have a vision for the world, and it like includes stage shows, and it includes magazines, and it includes
fashion
and
everything.
sneakers and everything. And so I did that. Then another interview probably in 2009. Anyway, or no, in 2008, around 808s and Heartbreaks. And then on New Year's Day at like 8 in the morning in 2009, he calls me, and I like wake up, obviously having been out quite late and a little hungover. And he's like, "Yo, what are you doing?" And I'm like, I'm laying in bed. I'm like, he's like, "Yo, I'm in Hawaii." And, you know, we had sort of, not to get into too much of a tangent, but like during the, during the fall of, I guess, 2008, sorry, I'm trying to remember the years here. Fall 2009, this is like, we're talking pretty frequently. He has the Taylor Swift moment. We talk about that afterwards. And then...
What was his perspective on that? Did he feel kind of regretful, or like he got misinterpreted, or?
I think he, like, every time I've talked to him about it, he's in a different place.
Yeah. Like,
I think there's parts of him that felt remorseful. There's parts of him that were like, yo, it was a fucking entertaining moment in pop culture.
Famous.
Yeah, like, you know, I think there's like the parts of him that doesn't think it's that big of a deal, parts of him that just think it was like a fucking funny thing that a drunk guy did that was stopped the world for a second. And in that moment, you know, I like, obviously I'm, again, like, not an ambulance chaser, so I like didn't immediately call him, like wait like 3 or 4 days. Hey man, you good? Like,
just being a friend, checking in.
Yeah, because like, also because to me it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, I just thought it was like a crazy funny thing.
But it's TV. Like, people are making moments, and like, that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the first person to do something crazy at an award show, particularly the MTV Awards. This is not like,
and you also know him personally, so you're like, that's Kanye. Like,
like, yo, he was like having fun and acting crazy. And then so right around the same time, this is the other reason that I didn't call him, was I was diagnosed with a brain tumor right around Labor Day.
I didn't know that.
Of 2009.
That's wild.
Yeah, so this was crazy. Go to the eye doctor thinking I need to get new contacts because my left eye is a little blurry. 3 hours later, I'm being told I either have multiple sclerosis or pituitary adenoma.
Bro.
Yeah. Which was a little, you know, at the end of the day, ended up being like a strangely not that big of a deal.
It was benign?
Well, it was benign. And yeah, they just like, I had surgery and I was in ICU and I missed 4 weeks of work, but like...
It got removed?
They removed it, and...
That's why you got that white patch, bro. That's what that is. It's the tumor just fucking bleaching you out. That's crazy, man.
But yeah, so then we have this conversation. He's like telling me about all of his shit. And then he's like, yeah, man, so like, what's up with you? Everything okay? And I'm like, well, funny you should ask. This is what I'm dealing with. And he's like, oh, fuck, man. Like, yo, I'm so sorry. Like, da, 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 da. And I'm like, it's cool. Like, I got surgery in like, whatever, 3 weeks. They, you know, at this point, they've ruled out multiple sclerosis. So they're telling me that this is a like tumor that is like 95% of the time benign. And so they just got to like go excise it. And I don't know, the surgeon tells me he does like 50 of these a year. So like, don't stress it. Yeah, which I'm like, it's easy for you to say.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you're going to be alive eating Pringles while I'm getting my head split open.
Yeah.
Like, are you crazy? Also, 50 is a lot, but also not a lot. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of brain surgeries, if he was like 1,000, you're like, all right, I can live with that. 50? Fuck, man.
So I sort of like, you know, he's kind of going through it, getting dragged through the media at this point in time. I'm obviously preoccupied with my own sort of personal dramas.
Of course.
And then in November, he calls me kind of just to check in, like, hey man, like, yo, I know you had the surgery recently, like, is everything okay? I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm like back at work, I recovered, you know, shit's good. I'm like, yo, what's up with you, man? Like, where are you? He's like, well, I'm in a limo in In Italy, me and Virgil are interning at Fendi right now. Like, fuck this rap shit. Like, I'm not trying to make music anymore. Like, I want to go fully into fashion. Like, this music shit, like, just the way this whole Taylor thing has gone down, like, I'm not fucking with it. Whatever. We talk, and I'm, hearing him out. And I'm like, hey, man, just for what it's worth, like, still one of my favorite artists. Like,
Yeah, you're pretty good at this music thing.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know that.
I don't think you should like fully put it down. And then, and then he's like, oh yeah, but again, like Kanye's like an artist. Like he has to move by his own impulse. And so like in any given moment, he, like many artists that I've dealt with, like will tell you he's doing something or something is happening with 100% conviction, and will like wake up the next morning and like not even remember ever having said that that's the case. So like even through this conversation where he's like gone for 45 minutes about how he's completely over this, he's moving out of the country, he doesn't want to be involved in celebrity pop culture anymore, blah, 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 blah. And then by the end of the conversation, he's like, yeah, so I made this one song though with Hove and Jack White, and I like try to make like drums like Havoc on Hell on Earth, like, and he starts like playing it over like the like stereo system of this, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking hard as fuck. This is great. And he's like, yeah, I don't know, we'll see. I'm like, again, hey man, I understand if you guys take a break, but like, just as a fan, I want you to know you'll be missed. Like, and your contribution to music is really important to a lot of people. He's like, no, I feel you. I got to do this fashion shit right now. He starts talking about red leather and gold and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, then I don't hear from him for about maybe like 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And I get a call at the crack of dawn, relative, for me.
New Year's Day.
On New Year's Day. Yeah, crack of dawn at 8. And he's like, what's up, man? And I'm like, oh, I'm good. Just been out and chilling. Like, what's going on with you? And he's like, oh, I'm in Hawaii. I'm working on the next record. And I'm like, how's it going? And he's like, it's good, man. I'm like, I'm really dialed in. I'm just like, I'm surrounding myself with like all the like hip hop energy so that like, I know what this record has to be. And I'm just like, I'm bringing Pete Rock out here. I'm bringing Q-Tip out here. I'm going to bring, DJ Premier out here. I'm going to bring RZA out here. And, I'm just like, I'm really trying to get back to the sort of core of what I do and just have space to work with no distraction. Like I tried to work in LA during the fall. I came back and it was like, there was just too much shit going on and like too many motherfuckers like coming to the studio, and I just couldn't focus. Like LA, I can't work in LA. It's like, okay. I'm like, 808s and Heartbreaks was a product of Hawaii, and like whatever, it was clicking for you. I get it. And he's like, I'm flying to New York in like next week to shoot a single cover for one of the songs. Come by the shoot and let's hang. And so like a week later I go by, he's shooting like a naked centaur woman. I don't know, nothing that the world ever saw. And he takes me into the his Escalade. Oh, sidebar. He's in New York for 12 hours. So he flew 12 hours from Honolulu to New York to shoot from, like, he did the overnight, you leave at like 3 p.m. Honolulu time, you get here at like 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
He's shooting and then he's getting on the late flight to fly directly back to Honolulu that night. I'm like,
one day. Literally just 12 hours.
12 hours. I'm like, dude, I don't know how you do this. He's like, it's all good, man. I sleep best on flights, honestly, at this point. So he's like, that tour life just like makes it like that. I'm like, okay. I guess, and this is also back in the day when like you didn't have Wi-Fi on flights. So
right,
like
you were locked in.
You were just like really like, and so I think for someone whose mind is moving like a million miles an hour, it's like he could just, and he plays me like a like mumble track of power, a song that ended up on Rick Ross's album Live Fast Die Young. What was the other, the song from Twisted Fantasy that had Raekwon on it eventually did not have Raekwon at the time. And maybe like 2 other songs, and it's like, yeah, this is where I'm going. And I'm like, yo, these records are really good, man. Like really, really good. And like also having just come off of like a singing album, which I was like, I like this, but like you're not doing the thing that I like. I'm here for the rapping.
Yeah.
You have an incredible gift for melody, and like some of these songs are really awesome. It's just not my personal thing. And it's funny because, you know, again, this is where the criticism thing is. It's like, that's probably the most influential album on the direction of popular rap music, like of the aughts, like NBA Youngboy, Drake, like none of that shit happens. Kid Cudi without 808s and Heartbreak.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, cool. He's like, yo, do you want to come to Hawaii? And I'm like, to do what? He's like, just for the vibes, man. Just like, yo, we're just like, it's so ill. It's so peaceful. And I like, yeah, just come and hang for a week. And I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah. He's like, all right. So I like go to Complex. I'm like, look, I'm going to go to Hawaii to spend a week with Kanye. Like, I don't know what's going to come of it or whatever, but I have to do this. So I go to Hawaii, and I just, you know, I witnessed the process for a week, and it was like, again, you talk about that Steve Jobs shit. It wasn't, every single day was basically exactly the same. So we would meet at 10 in the morning at his house. He had a professional chef there who would make breakfast. And so like, I'm eating breakfast with like Pusha T, The RZA, Consequence, Q-Tip, you know, Stephen Victor, my friend, who's go on to become a very successful record executive, you know, Virgil and Dancy. Like, this is the table. And we're all just talking rap, talking about the stakes of this album, talking about what he has to accomplish. And, you know, he is like an executive in so much as like nothing creative happens that he's not 100% behind, but he also likes to sort of build consensus and like sort of mine the room for ideas. And it's funny because like people always talk about like, oh, he has ghostwriters and stuff, and I'm like, more than anything, he makes other people throw out ideas so as to like illustrate what he doesn't like. It's almost like he's filling in like the negative space. So like people are tossing ideas out and he's like, that's horrible. No, I hate that. It's
like a sculpture. He's taking away the bad parts.
Yes.
To find
and
the
like
David.
As that happens, his vision is like sort of coming into focus. And so anyway, we'd have amazing banana pancakes. Then everyone would go back to their hotel room, change into gym gear, meet up at the gym. Everyone who plays basketball, not I, would play ball for an hour and a half. Me and the RZA would go like work out on like lift weights and run on the treadmill and shit. Everyone would go home and shower, meet back at the studio at 3, and basically work from 3 p.m. until Kanye falls asleep in the chair. And like nobody is leaving until Kanye is like knocked.
Wow.
And like, and mind you also, he's got 3 studios running at the same time. So there's like, he's got Q-Tip upstairs working on the drums on Lost in a World. He's got, you know, Consequence and Rhymefest in this studio writing to this beat. And then he's got him and the RZA are working on, you know, Dark Fantasy in the A room. And he's just moving with his own inspiration, like checking in on everybody, like seeing where it's at, and literally like, you know, and I'm just kind of like either shadowing him or just floating and like going and hanging out with Q-Tip, which is like the fucking most amazing experience of life, and getting to pick the brain of the guy that like, you know, made the records that made me want to do all of this. And yeah, and then Kanye would like literally work until he fell asleep in the chair sitting up. And I remember there was one night where like, you know, like Pusha observed more like traditional, like he's like when we were talking about Eminem, like Pusha is like a get to the studio, work, do the work and leave kind of guy. Like he's not trying to like hang for the vibe and the conversation or whatever. And I think even knowing him like in his real life, it's like write the song at home in the leisure, like in the comfort of my own crib, go to the studio to do the work, finish the song and leave immediately after.
Clinical.
Yes. And like, whereas Kanye, it's like more of this sort of like omnipresent volley of ideas and thoughts. And we're watching, you know, weird art movies on a giant screen while the music plays at like deafening levels. And like, he's talking, you know, he's writing Power and he's like going around the room being like, what does power mean to you? What does power mean to you? Like, and like people aren't like saying lines. They're just like ideas that he might grab onto to then like formulate something. And this one night, like it's now like 4:30 in the morning, like everyone has cleared out, but me and Steven were in the A room with Kanye and like he's completely like knocked out, like cold asleep, like snoring. And this is like instant messenger days. So I'm like, I messaged Steven, who we're staying at the same hotel. I'm like, yo, you think we should get a cab? And he's like, I think he's asleep. And I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, yo, we got to be quiet though. I'm like, okay. So I like close the laptop and I'm like, and like the sofa creaks and Kanye's like, what? Yo, oh shit, no, what y'all doing? Y'all aren't leaving, right? I'm still working. And we're like, oh no, I was just going to the bathroom.
You got your backpack on? You're like, yeah. Oh yeah, it's cold in here. He was just trying to, you know, warm up. Take it off.
And yeah, and we end up sitting there with him for like another hour while he like, and that was like his thing was like he would like fall asleep at like 4 or 5, sleep for a couple hours in the studio, either like literally in the chair or like on a sofa, and then would probably wake up at like 8, work for another hour or 2, and then meet us at his crib for breakfast at 10 or 11. And during the like whatever 5 nights that I was there, the dude never slept in his own bed once. Like that was where he slept.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, it's just that Steve Jobs like level of like, you know, drivenness and ambition and like relentlessness. Like, this has to be exactly how I want it to be at all costs.
It's insane. That level of focus and dedication. It really is Steve Jobs level. Like, I'm sleeping here. I can't leave until it's done. And so you were there, you did that pretty much every day for what, 7 days?
Maybe 5, I think.
And did he stay longer?
That was kind of like I think probably like the middle end of it. This is probably March. He probably wrapped things up in end of April. In general, like my relationship with him during that period was like, he would call me, like there would be a moment where the album would come into focus for him, and then I would get the call like, come through. And the irony was that like often it was still like 4 months of like laborious work from actually being done, or 6 months.
Yeah, but he knew where he wanted it to go.
But it was like, okay, I now have the songs that I want. Okay, I can see this.
Wow.
And so yeah, at that point, like he had kind of, you know, the bones of the record. A lot of songs where it was just a beat, or it was a beat with a chorus, or, you know, like a skeleton of what we would actually eventually hear. And then he came back to New York over the summer, dropped Power, and then finished the record at Electric Ladyland during his whole like Rosewood movement, where he had like wore a suit to the studio every day and like made the engineers wear suits. It was felt bad for Mike Dean and Noah, his engineer, because he really had those dudes like in a suit at the mixing board for like 12-hour
Like necktie, the whole deal.
Couldn't take the jacket off.
And what was the rationale behind it? Do you remember?
Yo, this is just what we're on.
We're on some suit and tie shit.
Yo, this is the Rosewood movement. Like,
Wow.
like this is the thing. And it was just like, all right. And yeah.
Do you have a different relationship with the record now that you hear it and you got to hear it in its genesis and as it was forming, and like you can feel Virgil's fingerprints, you can feel Push's fingerprints? Like, how does it resonate for you?
I mean, that was one where, yeah, it's just like, it is one of my favorite albums ever. And I think empirically it is that great, but also just like to have spent, you know, because then when he was in Electric Ladyland, I probably dropped by, I don't know, half a dozen times during that, just because it was like, yo, come over after work and like hang out for a little bit. And so like I watched him like record like write the Power remix verse with like, while he's getting a haircut with like, you know, me and Consequence, or what's his name, Sci-Hi the Prince, like sitting there throwing lines at us. Like, so, you know, there's like, when you get to see art made like that, there's definitely like a level of personal investment that, and yeah, and like I can't listen to that record and not be taken back to those moments. And like,
The smells, the feeling, like everything.
Imagine 16-year-old Noah is sitting at a breakfast table with Q-Tip and the RZA and Kanye and Virgil and Don C and Pusha.
Yeah, the kid from Ego
You know,
Trip.
yeah, just like, hey, and we're all just talking about rap.
Yeah, it's insane. Do you ever listen to it and notice like your contributions? Like, because obviously he's asking you what you think about Power, and you're giving him your answer. Like,
I mean, I don't know, because the thing is like, I always try to, like, there were times that he would ask opinions and stuff, and my thing to him was always like, you're the artist, and your natural instinct is what makes the art as great as it is. And like, again, I can tell you what I like or what I don't like, but like when it comes to these creative decisions, like I almost don't want to be involved, because I don't want to sully like your genius at work. You know, does that make sense?
yeah, it kind of goes back to the A&R thing where you're like, yo, I don't have this like musical genius. I just kind of have taste in what I like and what I don't like. So I don't want to contribute like, oh, fix the snare here, fix this 808, because that's not my bag.
No, I mean, like a perfect example is like All of the Lights, when he was playing it in Hawaii, it had like all those like crazy horns and crazy drums. They were all like off of like a synthesizer. So it's like these crazy loud like horn stabs, like, yeah, and it was like super abrasive and like noisy, and I was, you know, like, yo, I don't know about this one. And I feel like I don't remember who, one of the dudes in his sort of like inner circle, like I had a like moment where I was like, I don't know about that one. They were like, yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot going on there. But then like Kanye has the vision, right? Like all I'm hearing is just this like really loud, like Triton, cheesy keyboard, horn stabs, and this like really fucking abrasive drums that it's like drowning out his vocals. And then cut to like 4 months later, he's got like a symphony playing the horns section.
And it's soft, and it's like...
And he's got Rihanna and Fergie and Cudi and like all these other people like layering vocals, and like, you know, and you're like, holy shit, like this went from being like almost unlistenable to like one of the strongest songs on the album and one of his biggest hits ever. And it's like, that's a perfect example of like, this is why I don't give feedback, because like...
But you did give feedback. Yeah, like you were like, but it was the exact feedback that you give, which is like, I don't know about that.
But I didn't, to him, I did not say anything. To him, it was just like, you know, also, you know, artists are sensitive. So like, I just lead with what I like and sort of like,
yeah,
don't address the rest, right?
Yeah.
Like, yo, but I really love what you did with, you know, that shit, what you replaced the Pete Rock thing with, yo, that was crazy. Or, you know, yo, that loop, the Curtis Mayfield shit that Pete did was crazy. And like, oh, or this line is amazing or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. Because I just feel like someone that is operating on that level is like playing like fucking 4D chess with themselves. And like, I don't.
Yeah, I'm here to aid that pursuit and not try to inject myself into it.
Yeah, because I don't. Like, I know him. And again, like, he turns the corner and then he knows what it's supposed to be. Like, he can hear it. It's sort of like, you know, and I feel this like somewhat as a visual artist, right? Where like, I'll have an idea for a drawing. Like I did a single illustration for this artist, Errol Holden. And like, I like send Errol like this like super quick, like 2-minute like sketch of what I want to do. And Errol's like, I don't know, man. Okay. I guess like see it through. But I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I know what
it's supposed to be. And I hope you can get on my wave and see where it's going. But I just wanted to show you.
And then it becomes what it finally was, but there was still 75 hours of drawing that had to go between this like quick little like marker rendering and like what is now in, you know, Spotify.
Exactly.
And like the same thing with Ye, where it's like, yeah, he knew like, no, but I'm gonna get real horn players to replay these horns, and like I'm gonna go get Rihanna to sing that melody that like it's me doing a high pitched voice, which is, you know what I mean, like. Imagine him, like these, yeah, like it's him doing all the parts and like
turn up the lights. And it's just his voice.
It's his voice,
wow.
Like not auto-tuned, like, you know, and he's like singing is not what he does, right? I mean, he uses machines to like get him to where he needs to be, but
he knows where he needs to go.
Yeah, he could hear all of that stuff in advance
before anyone.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like. You know, not to digress, but my other, I'm gonna give you all the great stories here.
Please.
But like a year later, he hits me up, and it was funny because I like just flown back from being at a conference in Australia, and again he calls me like first thing in the morning, like 7 a.m. and it's like, yo, what are you doing tonight? And I'm like, yo, I literally just got off a flight from Australia. Like I'm probably gonna sleep a couple hours and go into the office. What's up? Me and Jay are here and we're finishing Watch the Throne. I got it. I got the album. I know like we put out Ham and all that shit, and like it's not that. That's not what the record is, but I got it. Yo, come by tonight. We're at the Tribeca Grand. So I'm like, okay, sure, you know, whatever. I go sleep for a few hours, go to the office, do my thing, and it's like 7 p.m. and I've like kind of like memory hold this conversation because I'm just so like spun upside down by the jet lag and whatever. And I'm walking to the train to go home, and then I have this like fleeting thought of like, oh, I did tell Kanye I would go to the studio, and I'm just like thinking about the like being up until like midnight or something.
Him falling asleep in the chair,
and I'm just like, oh fuck, all right. You know, I mean, not that I'm not so jaded that I'm not excited about the idea of.
But it's a long day.
But it was just a long day, and then my phone lights up, and he's like, "Yo, are you done with work?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like literally standing at the mouth of the F train on 23rd Street, ready to go back to Brooklyn. And he's like, "Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna head over to the studio right now. So like, just meet me there." And I'm like, "All right. Well, fuck it. You know what? I'm like, I can't say no to this. Like, this is like the two of my favorite rappers ever working on a collaborative project together, and he's invited me to the studio. So like yes, okay, I'm gonna go." And I go, and first of all, I get there, and it's just Jay-Z and Mike Dean. And Jay's like, you know, again, he certainly didn't remember me from MTV, but I think he kind of like knew of me as the Complex guy, because at this point I've been editor-in-chief for like 4 years or 5 years. So he's like, "Oh, what's up? Oh yeah, you're Ye's boy from Complex. Okay, yeah, what's up?" And so we like chit chat, and it's like a very, you know, awkward, quiet thing. Then Kid Cudi comes through, and Cudi I know, so that kind of like breaks the ice and starts moving. And then eventually Kanye shows up maybe like a half hour later. But what was crazy was that night, so I'm there from probably 7 p.m. until about 4 in the morning. They record, well, Kanye records his verse for Paris. They finish recording the song about having kids, the RZA, the record.
Mm-hmm.
Then at some point, like at 10 o'clock at night, Swizz Beatz comes by and plays beats. And then Jay hears Welcome to the Jungle. Actually, no, it had to be earlier than that. It had to be like more like 8:39. Because I remember he's playing all these records, and Swizz is like an amazing salesman. Like he like plays it and like gets everybody, you know. And I don't mean salesman like he's anything cheesy. It's like
it's vibes though.
He's just not gonna let it be a flat vibe. Yeah. He's like, no,
I've seen Timbaland do that, where like he'll play the track and like him and Dre are like going crazy, and it's like, or him and Jay-Z are going crazy, and it's like, oh yeah, he's like showing you what it can be.
Yes, and so he's like doing the like Welcome to the Jungle, and like, and then like Jay is like, yeah, I like that one, and then Swizz is like, all right, but I'm not gonna leave until you guys put vocals on it, because I have to go to my cousin's birthday party, but like if y'all don't put vocals on it, I'm taking this beat with me. And so Kanye's like, all right, just like give us a sec, whatever. And like Jay is watching, it's the NBA playoffs. The Bulls are playing in like the second round, and he's just like sitting there quietly, just like head nodding and just like zoning out to this. And then like after like 30 minutes just gets up and is like, all right, give me the mic. And in one take he does the like the blocks and O's, that does it, the box of hove, like just beginning to end, entire verse, like the whole like, yeah, I don't write things that like, that is, it was like magic.
Wow.
And no two takes, no over, like just, and he's done. Then Kanye, you know, who's like a little bit, he has like a totally different process. He like does kind of like, usually does like sort of mumble tracks, and then kind of like fills in the words as he goes.
Like Chili Pepper shit, like let me get the flow and then
exactly, like he finds like his own sort of rhythm in the track, and so he does that. Swizz leaves.
What did he say? Like after Jay just one took, like,
I mean, you know, they're all used to it. They're just like, oh, that like this dude's a savant. Like that's what he does,
bro.
And I'm just like, yo, you were just watching the game. Yeah. Like I didn't even know that you were paying attention to the music in the background. I mean, you know, he was like lightly nodding his head,
watching the third quarter, just like,
yep,
locking in an insane verse,
and then just does it. Then he does. Then they're like, oh, Pharrell came by yesterday and he brought 4 beats, and they skip through and they get to the Gotta Have It beat, and I'm like, yo, that one's crazy with the James Brown shit. And they're like, yeah, that's the one we like too. And then the two of them, you know, that's the one where they go back and forth, like the, you know, I just got off the PJ and Privé, Puerto Rico 3-day, and, you know, ain't that just like D-Wade, whatever. And they like are just literally like whispering in each other's ears back and forth for like a half an hour. And then they have one mic and they just sit there and record the 2 verses, just like basically passing it back and forth, like
in real time.
Yeah, like with a table like this, like 2 chairs. Also, mind you, we're in a room in the Tribeca Grand that is half the size of this room. Like it's like they've taken the bed out. It's part of a suite. They've taken the bed out, and so Mike Dean is at the end with the mixing board. They got like a little table like this with like a mic on it. There's no vocal booth or any shit like that. And then like there's like me, Aziz Ansari, Beyonce, and like I can't even remember, like 2 or 3 other like random very famous people that are like just in the room hanging out. And they're just like, yo, we just knocked out that song. Great. Okay, cool. Yeah, pull up that Paris record. And then like there's like a whole debate about whether or not the Will Ferrell part should stay.
Oh, really?
Like, is it too self-indulgent or is it really funny, kind of thing?
And what is the debate? Like,
I just think, and I don't even remember, it wasn't like a him versus Jay thing or anything like that. It was more just like is this awesome or is it like
kind of corny,
kind of like over the top?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, it's fucking memorable, man. And like,
what was your take? Do you remember in the moment?
Oh yeah, I just thought I love that part of Kanye's personality. The part of him that loves goofy comedies is like that's one of the things where we are like, very aligned. And yeah, and it was just like they settle on that, and then like Jay's verse had been recorded the night before, and that was done. So Kanye goes in, and he had like done maybe half of the verse, and then he finished like the, I would have married Kate and Ashley and all that stuff that night. Then I think they work on, and then the last bit was the RZA record, and I think again Jay's verse was done, but Kanye was not quite there, and then Kanye finished his verse for that. And then it's like 4 a.m, and I'm like, I've watched these dudes create not 4 songs from scratch, but
basically
2 songs completely from scratch, and 2 other songs that were like halfway done got finished, and all of them are like fucking classics.
Wow. And what's everyone else doing? Like, what's Aziz doing? Like, what, like, just vibe?
Everyone's just vibing and like listening, and people are like having some adult beverages, but nothing crazy. No one's going, it's like not a like party scene. It's like,
right. But their contributions are kind of like, oh, that's fire. Like, oh man, y'all killed that. Like, it's just like energy. Yeah,
it's just positive energy, and like, again, different perspectives. Everyone has different ideas about, oh yeah, that I really love that part, or wouldn't it be cool if, that kind of thing.
And do you have that same intuition like back in the day when you're at the record store and you hear My Name Is or whatever, and you're like, oh, that's heat? Is it the same thing when it's happening in the room?
Definitely.
Is it more tangible?
Well, what was funny to me was this was a moment again where like I had a feel like, so if you remember that the way that record rolled out, they had put out a song called Ham on the blogs in like February, and it was met with really mixed reactions, because it was like a bounce tempo Lex Luger beat. Mm-hmm. And I think coming off of Twisted Fantasy and like him and Jay rapping on the Pete Rock record on the Good Fridays, like the audience wanted like some like soulful hip hop shit, and then they came with this kind of like down south bounce tempo. And it's funny in retrospect, I think Him is a fucking great record, but whatever, it just you tell a joke and it lands funny sometimes.
Yeah,
it's just, yeah. And it's also a weird time where it's like still fairly early Twitter internet days where like, like people they don't even have the time to like go listen to it in the club. Like, you think about how many records you heard. I remember hearing Over by Drake. It was the first single off of his first album, and hearing it like on MacBook speakers and being like, I don't know about this. And then literally that night I go to like an industry function, and like the DJ plays it at like 11 o'clock, and I've had like 2 drinks, and I'm like, oh yes, this is gonna work. This sounds fucking great in this context on these speakers in this environment. And so yeah, they threw this thing out, and like, and again, when you talk about like, imagine spending the amount of time, energy, and conscientiousness that they put into making this record for a bunch of people to listen to it on MacBook speakers, and then make a snap judgment and jump in the comments
trash.
On not right. And so I think there was a lot of concern that maybe it was the fact that it was like, it was the bounce thing, and that like people wanted something that was like a little more like roots, hip hop, and soulful. And so I'm like, yo, you got like, that's the one. That record is crazy. And they ended up continuing to work, and then they made Otis, which ultimately was the first record that they led with, because I think they felt like Kanye felt like that has
the soul.
That's got that soul and that energy. It's undeniable. Like, it's up tempo. You could play it in a club, but the nerdiest, most cynical rap nerd cannot deny this song.
It's undeniable.
Like elite level rapping with a chopped Otis Redding sample, you know,
It's got everything.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
It's perfect. And that ended up being the first single, and then they went into Paris as the second single.
Yeah.
And again, because I think there was, you know, also there was just a tremendous stakes for them artistically, commercially. Like Kanye's coming off of, you know, the most acclaimed album of his career. You know, Jay-Z has been number one for
Ever.
yeah,
Like, yeah.
10 years at this point or whatever. And it's like, oh no, this is not a throwaway record, or this can't be just like something we like throw together and toss out there.
Yeah.
Like it has to live up to both of our legacies.
Yeah. In my time, at least, I consider them the greatest rap duo of all time.
I mean,
In terms of like producer, rapper, production flow, singles, album, like even going back to like Blueprint shit.
yeah, no,
It's the greatest. I think they're the greatest two creative forces in rap and hip hop ever.
when you put them together, the magic is just undeniable, and they make each other better.
Yeah.
You know, and like, I don't know if it's like a competitive thing. I don't know if it's, you know, Kanye is sort of like the little brother, like pushing himself to want to like equal or please Jay or whatever the sort of interpersonal dynamic is, but it's like, it's just perfect whenever they work together.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was fucking amazing, but also it was a testament to like watching the two of them work. Also was just interesting because they have such wildly different processes.
Yeah,
Like-
it's cool to see. Like it's easy, I think, to see someone do something in one way, and then you go, oh, that's the way it should be done. But when you have two of the greats doing it simultaneously, you go, oh, there's a lot of ways, and there's ways that fit your personality and can cater to what
No.
you do.
Like Jay just has ultimate confidence. He just give me the thing, I'm going to think about it, and then I'm going to do the thing. And I know that, you know, my virtuosity as a musician, this is going to be phenomenal. And he just does it.
Yeah,
Kanye will, you know, he sat with Power for 3 months before it was done, you know, thinking about every word choice and the phrasing and like, you know, and it also ends up being phenomenal. Like he just has, it's just a different approach to things.
yeah. I get overly analytical where I'll look at things and I'll like dissect a lot and overthink and think again, and months will go by on like a joke or on a thing I'm working on, and it makes me feel good because sometimes I'll be like, oh fuck, I should be more in the moment. I should just feel it. I should just kind of stop thinking and just go and flow. And there's times where that happens, but it makes me feel good to know that there's a lot of ways up the mountain.
No, I mean, me and my friend Ben, as a contemporary of mine, as a, you know, hip hop journalist, would always talk about our processes, and like he, like every sentence that he puts down into Microsoft Word is like the sentence that will appear in the magazine, you know, pending edits or whatever.
Sure.
But like, it doesn't like leave his brain until it's like perfect. Whereas I have to like erupt
Word vomit.
and write 30,000 words and then get to like the last paragraph and be like, oh, I found my lead. This is my thing. And then like all this gets deleted. And now I have my story, and let me
Work it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. What other lessons have you I mean, you've been around so much greatness, and this is just a couple examples, like is Cuddy, fucking everyone, but you've been around a lot of greatness. What lessons do you apply? Obviously you're not rapping, but like to your creative process.
I mean, you know, Kanye, I credit because that sort of like relentless pursuit of perfection, both from himself and from his collaborators. Like, I think like he has that Steve Jobs thing where it's like, at the end of the day, the consumer doesn't care. They don't care about whether or not you burnt out your art director, or, you know, your head of UX hates you, or whatever the thing is. Like, they care if the iPhone is fucking perfect.
Yep.
And, you know, I sort of like, I'm definitely not that level. And like he and I would have arguments, you know, where he would like critique like the art direction of the magazine. And I'd be like, dude, I hear you, but like, I have to make a product and it has to come out on a regular cadence. And also like, so I have to keep people employed.
Yep.
Because this is like a cyclical process. And like, if every employee that I run through, I then have to like go interview 6 other people.
And retrain and.
Exactly. Get the vibe. And like, so like, I have to manage these relationships. Like, I appreciate that you will like drive a relationship into the ground in the pursuit of perfection and then just move on to find some other collaborator, you know, or maybe, and you know, to Kanye's credit, he often will circle back with those people after everybody's like gotten over the sort of rawness of whatever
experience was.
Yeah. And, but I will say that like seeing that is inspiring, and it does make you just go like, no, I have to demand excellence, because like, you know, if you set the bar here with the expectation that the person is probably going to like under deliver by a little bit, if this is actually what I want, then I have to actually set the bar here.
Yep.
You know, and like, you know, people respond to this kind of stimuli, you know, from leadership. And like, so I definitely like would say that from him, I've gleaned a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people that I worked with, you know, I mean, Paul Rosenberg is like an inspiration in so much as he just like, he knows what M's brand is, and he will never ever compromise it under any circumstances for any reason, because he knows that brand is the most valuable thing. And like, when I went to work for him at Def Jam, it was funny, like I ended up like somehow I ended up overseeing the brand partnerships team there, and that meant like organizing the Grammy party and like selling it to sponsors, and then like I don't do events,
right?
But it just got dropped in my lap like 1 week after starting the job. You know, you get a job and then they're like,
hop to it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, we told you that it was going to be all this stuff, but we also actually need you to do this stuff too. And so we put together an event, and for the flyer, there's this famous picture that Jeanette Beckman took of Slick Rick, where he's grabbing his nuts with a bottle of champagne and a Fendi bag at his feet. And it's one of my favorite hip hop photos of all time. It's just like everything that's great about rap in like one image. And in fact, my wife got me a poster size print of it from Jeanette for my 36th birthday, and it hangs in a very ornate frame in our home.
Oh, that's dope. That's a good wife.
Yes. But so I put that on the flyer, and one of the advertisers balks and is like, this is too crude. Like, we don't want our brand associated with this. Da, da, da. And so I'm like, coming from, you know, 10 years of working at Complex, where like the sales team really, their goals were very, very aggressive, to be fair to them. So there was a lot of bending over backwards to please the client. And so I go into Paul's office like with being like, yo, client says that we need to change out this art, and like, you know, it's $75,000, and you know, it's like half the money for the party. You know, should I swap it out? And he's like, no, fuck him. Like,
I love that.
Like, this is the most Def Jam image possible. If you don't want to stand next to this image, like, you don't want to be in business with Def Jam. Like, that's it. And I go to the client and I say, look, like, the chairman feels very strongly about this image, and you know, we don't think it's particularly racy, and we think it's like pretty iconic and core to what we do here at Def Jam. And the client was like, well, just take our name off the flyer, and we still got the $75,000.
Wow.
And it was like, to me, such an instructive moment where it was like, Paul understood the leverage that the brand had and was not going to compromise the brand for this like small, relatively small amount of money on the grand scale.
Yeah,
of,
but so clearly saw what it was and saw what it needed to be.
Yeah.
And if you don't want this, you don't want us. So like you can walk.
No, and I think you look at like all of the choices that they've made with the Eminem brand, and it reflects that. It's like, no, this is Marshall's vision. It has to be exactly that. Like, there's no room for negotiation. We're not talking about it. No, you're not going to throw your ideas.
Yeah, what if we can get him to do this little jingle? No, fuck that.
No, it's like, this is how you can, it's the like, Cause is going to make 10 paintings this year. If you'd like to have one, you can get on the list, and you could be lucky enough to pay him some very large sum of money to get one of them. There's not going to be any commissions. There's not going to be any feedback.
It's what it is, because this is the brand.
Because this is the brand, and this is what he does.
Yeah.
And, so I definitely, from that experience and working with Paul, was like, okay.
Do you see that with artists now, where like you'll see them make a move, like not anyone you're close to, but just like someone randomly, and they'll make a move, and you're like, damn, like you're devaluing your brand. Like you are affecting your perception to people because you sold out for $100K.
Totally.
When your brand is worth multi-millions.
No, you see it all the time. And, it's weird because sometimes I think the audience is like, growing up in the like 80s and 90s, like there was such a premium put on like selling out and like, like even just like advertisements versus editorial content were like clearly delineated in any magazine you flip through. It said like, this is an advertisement, like in big letters. And now we live in a world of like branded content where like everything is,
it's all blended.
And so like on some levels, I think the audience is very forgiving, and like there are definitely brand integrations and partnerships that I've seen artists do that I'm like, yeesh. And sometimes they step in it, and sometimes it just slides by the audience and goes unnoticed, and they get some huge check from some random.
Yeah. I'll even see audiences sometimes with like a rapper will do something that seems out of character, but people be like, get your Mountain Dew bag, get your Doritos bag. Like, and they understand more of like the artist economy, because now rap is an institution.
Yes.
And I think people kind of see it that way. Whereas back in the day, it's like, no, we are the underground, and you're associating with these corporate suits and fucking up your brand. So fuck you. Yeah.
And I think also, even, with the stuff that I deal with idea generation, it's like, if we're giving you free content and, to put together a 4-camera shoot and have an editor cut it to music, and like, this is not a cheap endeavor.
Right.
Someone has to foot the bill for you to be able to enjoy this content, on Bloomberg or on YouTube or wherever you consume it. So there might be a branded moment that pops up in the thing. And like, I do think in general that the audience is like, if this doesn't feel inorganic or like totally distracting from the product that I'm making or the product that I'm enjoying, that's the value proposition.
Yeah.
I got it for free, so I have to receive some messaging along the way.
Yeah. I think your approach to just media in general is like so sharp. Like I was watching the convo with you like 12 years ago, and you're like, the way you consume shit on mobile is different than how you consume it in print, and it's different than how you consume it on computers. And you were like intuiting that like a decade ago, like even more. And that is, to me, I always talk about that with like comedy and shit. Like people are watching stuff on their phones, like make it for the phone. And if you make a recut for like TV or Netflix, like that's a different consumption habit. And I'm curious, like with your stuff now, do you consider how things are being consumed and what the medium is? And
totally. Yeah. And I look at it, both in sort of the value proposition to the consumer, and also when I'm talking to the sponsors, it's like, it's going to be a total number of impressions, because I'm going to do this long form thing that is going to be really elevated and, very sort of wrought and thoughtful. And that can live on television, on Bloomberg. It can live on YouTube as like sort of a long form thing. And then we're going to do these cut downs that have virality on social, and the video might get 200,000 or 300,000 views on YouTube, and it might get, I don't even know how, some hundreds of thousands on Bloomberg, but then it might get like 1 million views across 4 social clips on.
Yeah. That's that content funnel.
Yeah.
Like short form is going to get the most, and then mid form will get less, and then long form will be at the bottom.
Yeah. And but with each one of them, you're reaching like a different level of engagement with the audience. So like the people who sit through a 40-minute interview with Alchemist, like, are the most highly engaged and like also, frankly, the most grateful to the brand when this comes to conclusion. They're like, I'm really happy that Shopify, made this possible.
Yeah. And that's the core, and they get it.
Yeah. And I mean, and I've been very fortunate in the sponsors that we've worked with that they are incredibly light touch and like hands off about these things.
Yeah, that's cool. Does the TikTokification of content and music specifically, does it bug you?
No, I mean, look, like the future always wins. Technology is technology, and like, people are going to like consume where they want to consume. I think the key is to like, what you were saying earlier is like optimize the content for the platform, and to sort of like try to understand what's driving the consumption, and understand like why do people like this, and what's driving this sort of interest and animating them to utilize this platform. And so I think like, there's been like this like renaissance in like in the interview format because of these like short form clips. And I'm sure, as a podcaster,
yeah,
the Schultz show, like you've seen it, where it's like you guys have these moments that go viral. I saw you with Whitney Cummings yesterday, cracking jokes with an Aussie accent, and like, but I didn't watch the full episode, but it was like, that was a totally enjoyable 75-second moment out of my day.
Right.
So I just think it's like, I mean, it's, it's sort of a natural progression. I will say like, there are things that I do observe as like a cultural critic that are interesting, and some of which I can get with and some of which are less my palate. But like, I don't know if you've noticed, but like rap songs are not longer than 2 minutes now. And like, it's interesting. They've like excised everything except for like the most hooky elements of them. And it's like chorus, one verse. I mean, like Lil Uzi Vert, I Wanna Rock, phenomenal record. But the first time I heard it, I was like, oh man, something like someone leaked this amazing demo.
Interesting.
And then and I'm like, but then it's like, you see the kid's reaction to it and you're like, they don't care that this is like, whatever it is, 90 seconds or, it's like
literally
2 minutes. And it's like, but that's sort of the thing like we're talking about. It's like, there's no specific reason. Like, do you ever read the David Byrne book about music?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So like his whole thing in this book is that he talks about like the context of music, and that basically music is, he's like, we put this incredible premium on sort of the genius of individuality, and that like these sort of like human oracles like go off into the woods and they come back with these masterpiece songs. And he's like, I think that's horseshit. Music is the product of its context. And he's like, for example, like, Native African music centers around the drum. Why? Because a lot of it happened outside. You don't have walls, you need percussion to like make the music carry. Okay, cut to, in the same period, why is the music in like sort of like traditional Catholic church music, all of these slow chord progression organ songs? Because the organ was the loudest instrument that they could find, and they're playing off of stone walls. And so if you play an organ really fast with stone walls, the way that it reverberates, you can't hear anything. Cut to Mozart and the harpsichord, they're playing in small rooms with low ceilings. So that's what the harpsichord works perfect. Tight rooms, low ceilings. Even going to jazz, there's an interesting, this is a moment where like recorded music starts to take hold, and like, he's like, people in New York are recording jazz in live clubs, and the recording process is obviously very crude at this point because this is like, the 20s or 30s, and they're pressing up vinyl, or lacquers of these at the time, and 78s, and jazz musicians in St. Louis are getting these recordings, and then they've never seen New York jazz players play live. They're now playing to sound like this facsimile of a recording.
It's literally telephone.
Yes, and he's like, back then, like they would put the drummer sometimes in like a separate room in the back of the house, because if the drums were too close to the microphones, they would
wash it out.
Yes, take over. And so he's like, and he's like, so then you have this whole wave of like St. Louis jazz that's like trying to sound like what recorded New York jazz sounds like, which is now a totally trippy other thing. And then you get to sort of like the invention of radio. And so like, why are songs 3 minutes? Is it because that's like the natural length of like a perfect record? No, it's because pop radio stations wanted to play 3 songs between commercial breaks. So if you were 3 minutes and you have 3 choruses, 2 verses and a bridge, you're perfect. And so that becomes, and the same thing, hip hop starts because, DJs are spinning break beats. They notice that people on the dance floor are dancing to the drums. So they start looping the drums. And then the guy who is chiding the crowd to keep moving starts talking rhythmically over the drum section. And now you have rap.
Wow.
So all of these things are not because like
some genius went away and had this epiphany.
Yes. They're just in a context creating, to the most efficient manner to communicate to their audience.
100%. I mean, I think the same way with comedy, and I even think rap in a certain way, where like East Coast and West Coast is so different, even in stand-up.
Yep.
And I think the nature of the rooms actually dictate the style of comedy. Like in New York, you're in basements.
Yep. It's
a little room, there's 60 people, and it's just like joke, 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 joke. The laughs are hitting the back of the room and coming back to you. And then you go out west and you're in these big rooms. You're in like a brewery or some shit. And it's like tall ceilings and you got to perform big and the people in the back got to see you. So you got to do a crazy face and an act out and do a silly thing. And the nature of the 2 styles of comedy are completely different. And you'll have a guy that like is known for like big act outs or whatever. And if he does the same act in a basement in New York, the 25 people in there are like, geez, bro, chill. What the fuck? Why are you screaming? And then the same guy with the tight one-liners that goes out to this big room out west and they're like, what is he saying? I can't even hear. Like he's so monotone and just zinging you with jokes. Like what is even going on? And the nature of the rooms themselves change the art. And I wonder if it's the same thing with rap. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, look,
rap music in New York is like so quick.
Will you listen to like Nas or Mobb Deep? That makes sense when you're riding the N train on elevated through Queens, in February on headphones, right? But like, and I learned this, like, I remember around like maybe a year after I did the Eminem story, I went back out to Cali and I interviewed Exhibit and like spent a day with him and we drove around in like some crazy car.
Of course.
Like lowrider type shit. And like the immersive sound was like, oh, like, yeah, we're like driving through his neighborhood and he's banging the shit super loud and the car is fucking bouncing and shit. And I'm like, oh, I understand why Dr. Dre and DJ Quick like made the records that they made and then why they were so different from...
That's what you want. When you're cruising around in your car, you want to be sipping on gin and juice. Like
you want a certain BPM.
Yeah.
You want a certain bounce to it. You want like, like a fullness, a richness. New York music is like very aggy and aggressive and like,
hoodie on, walking through the street, bumping into people. Like it is.
And it's funny, even like from a style perspective, like I remember when I got to Ego Trip, 2 of the dudes from Ego Trip, Gabe and Brent were from LA and they were like talking about how they had observed, they're like, look, like this is, 1997. So this is long before like sneakerhead culture has like a thing, but he's like, yo, the way you guys care about your sneakers, like no one in LA gives a fuck about what they're wearing. Like that's why when you see like Mac 10 and all these guys, they're wearing like standard jeans and a long white t-shirt and like who even knows what sneakers they're wearing.
Scuffed up Keds or some shit.
Because they're going to get in their car and their car is the showpiece.
Yes.
And he's like, for you guys, it's about the Tims, it's about the Air Force Ones, it's about the Air Max 95s because that is how you are communicating what you're about to the world.
That's your car.
Yes.
Literally.
And like, so you have these sort of like, I think, context does breed culture in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, and I think it's important to like contextualize it. And maybe that's the hope for the critic is like, yo, if you're trashing this shit right now,
well,
listen to it in your car. Go like,
I mean, and that's the whole thing with critics, and I think, you know, the challenge. And you look at, like, there have been times where hip hop media has sort of been out of step with the consuming audience, right? Where, like, you know, when all the magazines were based out of New York, and then like the West Coast is on the rise, and like there's like this tension of like, is this really dope? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the Chronic got a 4.5 mics from the Source. Like, if that's not a perfect album, you know, but again, you can't judge those guys like Shaq and Reggie Dennis and them. It's like they're listening to it probably, you know, in a fucking literally like 150 feet from here in some little loft in, you know, Soho, and they're like, yeah, shit is cool. Like,
right.
You know.
Yeah, but it's not bars though. Like,
yeah, exactly. You know, he said, I drop bombs like Vietnam. This is what a cliche for, you know, like, and that's sort of the, and so there's been that tension. And I saw it, you know, at Blaze, like as the South rose, where there was like definitely this sort of like still like coastal bias. And, you know, we were fortunate, like, and to his credit, Jesse Washington, the editor-in-chief, like, had staffed up. There was a woman, Sharice Nicole, who was from the South, and like a few other staff members. I think Mahmoud was from the Midwest, who like had like different ears and were like, no, this Cash Money shit.
Or like DJ Screw, Paul Wall,
yes,
like Mike Jones.
There's
listen.
something going on here.
Yeah, that's its own thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's another really random rap story, but like in 1999, I get invited on a press trip to Orlando.
Let's go, 407 people.
For the 69 Boys, for like whatever their second album, the one that didn't blow up. Mm-hmm. But we spend the day in Orlando. We go to like a car show that's like their video shoot with all these crazy cars, whatever. And they're playing like DJ Screw music and stuff. And, you know, I'm 19 at the time. I've never seen anything like this. Then they take us to a club that's like the craziest shit I've ever been to in my life, where they have like a giant smokehouse barbecue in the back.
I love that.
And like, for like an hour and a half, they play like straight records I've never heard. And I'm at that point like rap nerd of all rap nerds.
Yeah.
And then they get to Juvenile, Back That Ass Up, and they played Back That Ass Up for 45 minutes straight. Like, they did, it was just over and over and over and over again.
And just, as soon as it would end, run it back.
Right back. And the audience, like the kids that were in there went fucking apeshit for it. And again, this was like a moment for me where I was like, I remember getting the advance for this Juvenile thing, and then everyone being like, oh yeah, this guy Dino from Universal just gave these guys like this huge, like, I don't know, they had some like $10 million label deal, which at the time was like a fucking huge check.
It's insane. Even now it's insane.
Yeah, but
in my opinion.
it is. Record labels throw a lot of money around these days. Yeah. But at the time it was like, that was a huge deal. And all of us were kind of like, okay, like, yes, you know, some of this music's cool. Like, I don't know if it's going to be that big though. And then I watched that and was like, oh, I totally get it. Like, yeah.
And that was the first time you heard of Wayne.
Yeah, that was, I mean, yeah, because that was, they played that, and they might have, I don't know if they played Bling Bling yet, but like, yeah, I mean, that was like the beginning of that whole movement.
And then you put him on the cover of Complex, right?
Oh yeah, Wayne. That was, yeah, my first cover.
Yeah, that's a wild one.
That one sold like fucking crazy. It was like the first time that a Complex sold like over 50% on newsstand. It was just like total kismet.
Yeah, but that's quick thinking on your part though. Like, that story is crazy.
Yeah, well, it was, you know, again, like making magazines, it's like you're always trying to just make lemonade. And like that, I forget, I basically, I had like lined up, it was supposed to be a Men of Next Year cover, and I had, my initial idea, I think, was like Timberlake, Ari from Entourage, and Nas, because they all had, like, Entourage was coming back. Timberlake was, I think, either he'd just done Sexy Back, but he had that movie, whatchamacallit, his first like movie, the one where about LA.
Yeah. I don't know.
They killed the kid and whatever. Yeah. And then Ari and Timberlake fall out. I end up getting Travis Barker, and I was trying to get the third person, and I get the call from, I'm like flying to LA to shoot Nas and Travis together, and I'm at JFK, and I get a call from Nas's publicist being like, yo, so I got bad news. I'm like, what's up, man? He's like, Elliot just called me from XXL, and like somehow he got wind of this, and he's offered Nas a split cover with Jeezy, and like he says he's gonna pull the cover, and he's like, I need Nas to get an XXL cover, and I also can't have Jeezy get the solo because they're both signed to Def Jam, because then this dude's gonna look at me like crazy, like, how did you drop the ball that now he's not gonna accept that Elliot pulled the cover or whatever. And I'm like, Gabe, what the fuck, man? I'm like at the gate about to get on this flight, and he's like, I don't know what to do, man, sorry. So I'm just like, shit. So I get on the flight anyway. This is like the broke days of Complex, so we have a layover in Dallas, and I'm flying, and I'm listening to Dedication 2, and I have an advance of like Father Like Son, the Birdman Wayne album.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, yo, all right, if I'm 16, Nas is old. Who is my favorite rapper if I'm 16? And then I'm just like, it's motherfucking Lil Wayne. What am I doing? Like, I'm literally listening to
the guy.
I'm listening to Dedication 2. Like, this guy is having a renaissance moment right now. He's fucking rapping his ass off, and he has all the momentum in the world. I land, I call this woman, Wendy Washington, who's the Universal publicist. I happen to catch her right before she's left the office. I'm like, I'm shooting Travis tomorrow. Will Wayne do a... She's like, yeah, Wayne loves Blink-182 and he fucks with Travis.
Oh, that's actually cool. I didn't even realize that link up.
They had like, I don't know, they had met in passing, and somehow she knew that, just like in general. And shoot Travis, and then shoot Wayne, and then Wayne is very cranky in the morning. We shoot, it's like a 10 a.m. shoot, and he has not smoked any weed yet, and so he's very cranky. And the day before that, he had dropped the Drought 3 mixtape where he raps over, or no, not the Drought 3, Little Louisiana mixtape where he raps over Show Me What You Got, and he kind of takes shots at Jay-Z.
Whoa. And
so I like tell the writer, Toshi, yo, you have to ask him about this. And you also have to ask him, you know, because he's been like, there's been this back and forth between him and the Clips dudes ever since they did that record together with Birdman. You know, and you know, with that kind of thing, like, you never know if sometimes people just shut it down, or they just like play it off like, I don't know what you're talking about or whatever. Dude was feeling a little aggravated at the world in that moment and just fucking went off and was like, I'm the best rapper alive. And like, yo, I'm tired of these old men talking about how like rap is dead. Like, rap isn't dead. I'm making the best rap music right now, and like, I'm sorry if it feels like, you know, there's no place for you in this fucking house. But I can't remember the exact quote, but it was basically like, I'm in your house and like my feet are up on the couch kind of thing. I think it was a little crasser than that. And we drop it and it just fucking goes
crazy.
And yeah, it sold like incredibly well. And like, it ended up being like this real pivotal moment for Wayne.
And for Complex.
Yeah, I mean, certainly for Complex.
And for you.
For me, I went from like, you know, no, you have to imagine this whole flight, I'm thinking like, this is my first cover and it's falling apart. Like, I'm 26 years old. I somehow gassed the publisher, Rich, who's very smart, very nice guy, but I've like sold him on my ability to run this magazine, and he's put all his eggs in a 26-year-old's basket, which is, you know, now again in retrospect, is props to Rich, because that was crazy,
but also the right move.
It worked out great for both of us.
Yeah.
But he, you know, and I'm like, this is fucking falling apart, and like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna lose my job if I don't pull this together. And we do that, and it works. And yeah, and then, you know, and then me and Elliot actually had lunch like last week, and we are talking about this whole story. And then Elliot, basically, I alley-ooped it to him because he then came back with Wayne on the cover the next month, responding to the review, like following up on the interview that we had done.
So it's a double up.
So he won with it too.
Oh, that's wild. But that's like you're through the wire. That's like, my mouth is wired shut. What am I going to do? Make a banger.
I got very fortunate in that instance. And the other, my next cover, I had Rosario Dawson booked for the Tarantino movie that she was in. I think, what was it? Death Proof? Yes, Death Proof, exactly. And it's like it's like December 7th or something. Just shortly before this, I had this serendipitous moment where Nick Cannon was in the office with Mark Echo, and Mark has just given him a sort of a tour of the office.
Mark also created Complex,
yes,
right?
Mark is the founder and he also, this is part of his clothing empire. Started as sort of like, an ambitious vanity project and turned into like a real business. And Mark brings him by, is like, oh, hey, this is my guy Noah, he's the editor-in-chief here, chit chat. And sort of like in the like weeks leading up to this, me and some of the senior staff, we're like paying attention to the Us Weeklies and all this kind of stuff because like, like one, we have to book the thing with Complex. We always had a guy cover and a girl cover. So it was always a split. So, I have to pay attention to like celebrity culture and like what's going on with actors and actresses and all this more, beyond just rap. And my dude, Donnie, who's still at Complex, he and I were having a conversation. He's like, yo, have you ever noticed there's like this super beautiful woman who's like always in the pictures with Paris Hilton? I saw one where they identified her. I think she's Robert Kardashian's daughter.
Hilarious.
And then we like do a little more research and we realize like, oh, like she was dating Nick Cannon, whatever. So this is just sort of like something in the back of my head. So he introduced me to Nick, and we chit chat for like 5 minutes. And then I'm like, hey, Nick, before you go, I have a weird question. I hope this is not like out of pocket. There's a young woman you used to date who I really would love to put in the magazine. Is there any way, like, do you have a contact, or could you put me in touch with someone who could put me in touch with Kim Kardashian? And he's like, oh, Kim? Oh, man, don't worry about it. No, she's the best. Like, we don't date, but like, I love Kim to death. Absolutely gives me her AOL address. And Donnie, I pass it on to Donnie. Donnie cold emails her, and she writes us back and is like, yeah, I've never done a professional photo shoot, but I'd love to. So I shoot her probably like, I don't know, December 10th or something like that. And then in like the 11th hour on like December 17th, Rosario's publicist calls me, and we've been like going back and forth on dates, and like I have to ship the magazine on January 7th. Like that's
full stop.
And I'm like trying to work with the art team to be like, okay, like what if we shoot on like January 2nd, can we like flip it in 5 days? Like, is it possible? They're like,
it's gonna suck.
And then the publicist calls me and is like, so I hate to say it, but Rosario's extended her Christmas vacation, so we're just gonna have to pass on the cover. And I'm like, fuck, shit, all right. And this is really, really frustrating. And so, I'm just like one of these, like, in the face of that kind of adversity, my go-to is just like, all right, I'm just gonna like work my way through this. So the Christmas comes and I'm like still going to the office because I'm just like, I have to solve this problem. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And mind you, I had gone to LA. We'd done the Kim shoot. She was one of the most beautiful people I'd ever like witnessed in real life. She was absolutely lovely and like sweet to everybody and just like great vibes on set and super cool. And also had that thing that I was talking about Eminem having, where you're just like,
magnetism.
There's everyone in this room is staring at this woman, and like, of course she's a beautiful woman, but there's something, you know, we shoot a lot of beautiful models for this magazine, and like they walk by and like, you know, the crew's just kind of like, whatever. There's something about her that is just so magnetic and charismatic and so winsome, and just like, she's also just so nice, like the type of person who like says goodbye to like the grips, like every single person on set, like, hey, thank you so much for this. This was great. And we've gotten the pictures back, and they are very compelling. And I'm like, I go into the office on the 26th of December, because I'm just like, I have to pull, I against all odds, I pulled a rabbit out of my hat last time. I don't know how I'm going to do it this time. Like, and I go on to like Egotastic, or like one of those celebrity blogs that was popping at the time, Perez Hilton or whatever. And they have like a headline that's like, some woman you've never heard of has a sex tape with Brandy's little brother. And I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, ding. All right, I got a cover.
Wow, that's crazy.
So we call her and we're like, hey, so we want to bump you up to a cover, but we're going to have to ask you about this. You know, are you comfortable with that? And like, she was like, yeah, look, it is what it is. Like, we're dealing with it, but yeah, you know, I think at the time she denied that it, like, whatever, that either that it had, I don't know if she denied that it was real or whatever, but she just like, you know, did her PR thing, and we ran with Sex, Lies, and Videotape as the cover line, and you know, it was a moment for both her and for us. And you know, by the end of that came out in February of 2007, and by like the fall of 2007, Keeping Up with the Kardashians is on E.
Explodes. So was that her first cover?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was her first professional photo shoot.
Yeah. She had never done a professional photo. She's like, oh yeah, sure, I'll try it out. That is insane.
Yeah, like she was still had like her clothing boutique that
she was like styling Paris or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know,
that is so insane. And you, I mean, that's just is like, that's the intuition though. That's what I'm saying. You got to tell these motherfuckers what you've done, bro. This shit is crazy. I didn't even know all this shit. That's wild.
It was, I mean, dude, you know, but I don't know, but it's, you know, serendipity. It's like, whatever
but it can't be serendipity 100 times in a row. Like,
no, but
you have this intuitive gift where you can see things as they're happening and see what the trend is. And like you said at the very beginning, like, I know what I like and I know what the people like, and I'm able to see the Venn diagram, and then I execute. And you did it over and over. I mean, you did it, like, you turned Complex and built it to this little magazine that like I never heard of, to all of a sudden like this media company that is like popping all over the internet with shows, and like, and it all stems from like that gift, like that gut of being like, yo, what is popping? I mean, it's insane. Do you still have it? Like, can you listen to like Ice Spice? You heard Munch and you're like, oh, yeah, that's a hit.
Definitely. I mean, when I was at Def Jam, Pop Smoke came up, and you know, dudes came in my office and were like, yo, there's this kid from Brooklyn. Yo, he's like a young 50. You know, they play me PTSD and Welcome to the Party, and then they show me, have you ever seen the video of him knocking the dude out?
I don't think I have.
This is amazing. There's a video early in his career. So I guess when he was like 13, some local dudes had jumped him. And so, or either 13 or 15, maybe it was, when he's 15, he gets jumped when he's still like a little kid.
Yeah.
And when he's 18, he is like becoming like a sort of like, you know, local poppin' rapper. And somehow he ends up seeing the dudes that jumped him in the corner store. And he's like, gets his boys obviously to like, yo, grab your camera phone. And the dude is like paying at the register, and he just fucking one time like cold cocks him, and the dude is laid out.
Gets his get back.
And yeah, exactly. Just, and like, I'm listening to PTSD, which has like all of the things that I love about 50, like the melody, the aggression, the sort of introspection. And then I'm watching this video, and I'm like, yo, this dude does not fuck around. Like, that's...
Yeah, he's hard.
Yeah, he's hard. He's the real deal. And then he comes to the office, and we sit there and he's talking, you know, to a group of like senior executives where I'm probably like me or Steven is probably the youngest person there, and we're 40. And I just remember the dude sits back in his chair and puts his feet up on the Paul's table, and is like, so why should I fuck with y'all?
Whoa, makes you sell to him.
Yes. And I'm just like, yo, this dude is 19. I fucking love this. This is amazing.
Wow.
Like this is it.
That magnetism.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
you can't help but look. It's like,
no, there's like a specialness, you know, some I don't know. It's like I'm a magpie or whatever, but like, yeah, sometimes you just see the shiny shit and you're just like, that's the thing.
And do you ever feel that need now? Like, obviously you're not in that direct business as much anymore, but like you see someone like kind of bubbling on TikTok, or you hear a SoundCloud track someone sends you and you're like,
I mean,
I gotta hit this guy up and just like tell him like do you ever connect people?
Yeah.
Like,
well, so like last season, I did an episode with a young man named La Russell.
mm-hmm.
And I had seen La Russell. It was just one of these things. And again, like, it's just this sort of like, I saw him freestyle, I think, on like the LA Leakers, and it kind of, you know, it was like a clip that went through my feed, and I was like, oh, you know, yeah, this kid can rap really good. And then he was up at the Breakfast Club and he did another freestyle that was like really good. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And then like 2 weeks later, and then I'm on like a group text with my friend Dart and my friend Emil, and Emil sends a clip, and Emil's a producer. He produced Runaway for Kanye, or with Kanye. And he's like, yo, y'all fucking with this kid? Like, this shit's crazy. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I saw him freestyle on one of these morning shows. And Dart's like, yeah, like, nah, he's the real deal. He's been on my radar for a few months too. And then like a week later, I'm watching Dwayne Wade's stories, and Dwayne is like, through my wife, a friend of ours and friend of mine. And I don't, you know, Dwayne loves music, but he's not like a lean forward, like that's not his thing, like music discovery or whatever.
Sure.
And he's like rapping along to this freestyle in his car. And again, it was just sort of like, my gut told me I liked this. My two friends who work in music, whose opinions I respect, are both on it. And now my other friend, who I know has an ear for just like, you know, Dwayne has great taste in music, and like, even though he's not chasing like the next shit, if it's landed on his radar and he has the confidence knowing that he's got 30 million followers, that he's gonna like put this on his stories, there's like a mass,
there's bubbles.
There's something bigger here than just like, oh yeah, like some kid that can rap.
Wow.
And so and then this is the crazy part. I go to DM La Russell. Oh no, you know what it is? I comment on Dwayne's post. Like, it wasn't stories, it was on a post. And I comment like, La Russell's out of here, with like rocket ship emojis. And then I get a DM like 4 hours later from La Russell. It's like, yo, what's up, man? I love idea generation. When we gonna do an episode?
Bro.
And what's even crazier is, I then look and I see in January of 2018, he's like, hey man, I know you just left Complex to go to Def Jam. I'm a young artist out of Vallejo. Here's my first album. Check it out when you get a chance. You know, respect your ear. Would love your feedback. And so I hit him back like, first of all, mea culpa. I never even saw this DM from 4 years ago. However, you're fucking murdering it. I love what you're doing. I think you have a great story. I would love to do an episode. Like, let's figure it out. And he's like, bet, you tell me, come to the Pergola, we'll shoot out in Vallejo. I'm ready.
Wow.
And you know, he at the time, he might have had like 70,000 followers. He now has like 750,000 followers.
Unreal. I love that. I love that, bro. I'm telling you, every guy, I mean, you probably know this, but like every guy that's popping, there is an unread DM, and some guys, some executive, some curator in their Instagram that they never saw, but they were like hustling, and they were like, yo, I'm gonna get it. And I'm sure you're getting unsolicited messages all the time, but like, though, like, that's what it takes. And I love hearing stories like that where it's like, yeah, they're gonna get on. Like, I love that where it's like, yo, I hit this guy up every single day. And it reminds me of your story. Like, yo, I'm calling these labels trying to intern. I'll call you 100 times until you let me in. Like,
when I got my internship at Ego Trip, I called them every day from basically like January 15th to February 7th.
Yeah.
Every day I left a message on their voicemail because it just went straight to voicemail. And eventually this woman, Vicky, who was like selling ads for them, was like, guys, this dude will not go away. Just take the meeting with him. And their thing was that I wasn't going through, all their interns went through City As School.
Yeah.
So there was kind of like
there's a funnel or something.
Yeah. And like, you know, you had to be somewhat reliable if you were getting school credit for it or whatever. So there had, you know, there was checks and balances.
Yeah, but you're 16.
And I'm just like some random kid that's just like, no, I really want to do this. And so finally she says to me, I remember I go on Valentine's Day, 1997. They interview me and they're like, all right, cool. Like, and I'm like, you know, I think I had spring break the next week, but I'm like, I can start, you know, in like 2 weeks. And they're like, okay, cool. 2 weeks.
It's you, the Russell. That's what I'm saying. You were always going to make it. Like, I would do that where like, bro, I would go. So like when I was in high school, I wanted to like intern somewhere. Like I said, I didn't know anyone that did anything in entertainment or like even creative or anything. So I was like, maybe marketing could be my lane. So I learned in Orlando, they do a bunch of conventions there.
Yep.
So that is like the epicenter of like all these conventions. Like, you're a big marketing company. So there was the biggest marketing conference in the whole world. Basically, they did it in Orlando. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to go. I'm not going to put my name in like this little, you know, submit your resume like portal, because like that shit'll get lost forever. I'm not that exceptional on paper, but if I can get in front of you, I think we can make something work. So I found a guy that posted a picture of himself at the convention through the convention's hashtag. And it's him with the lanyard on his neck. And the lanyard says his name, and it has the logo, and then it has the date, and it's just like a regular lanyard. So I go in Photoshop, make my own lanyard with my own name and a fake company at the bottom. And the company is Analysis Technologies.
Oh, nice.
And for short,
very clever,
Anal Tech. So I literally just have Anal Tech on my lanyard. And I pulled up to this marketing conference wearing like this gaudy, like red suit, like some like crazy bullshit. And I'm just like walking around, and like these marketing conferences have crazy budgets. So I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden they're like, ladies and gentlemen, please report to the banquet hall for whatever. There's thousands of people. We all go in the banquet hall. All of a sudden Seal is performing. I'm like sitting front row, and I'm like watching Seal, like this private event. I'm like, this is amazing. He just kissed from a rose. I'm like, fuck yeah. And then he leaves. It's like an open bar. I like steal a little drink. And then I'm hanging out, and all of a sudden I'm like talking to some guy, and he's like, dude, where'd you get the suit from? And like, we're just like talking about the suit, and he's like the CMO of McDonald's. And then I talked to this other guy, he's the CMO of Coke. And like, I'm just like talking with all these guys. And then I tell them the ruse. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm 17 years old. I have a fake lanyard. This is a bunch of bullshit. And they were like, that's awesome. So literally that night I left with a stack of cards of people being like, yo, hit me up for an internship. And I hit all of them up the next day. I was like, hey, the title is just red suit guy. And then there's a whole message being like, I would love to intern. Here's my resume. I'll fly out like this summer. I'll be there like May 1st, whatever you need. And a bunch of them got back to me, and then I ended up doing one of the internships. And then just bounced. And it was like that same thing where it's like, I got to figure out a way, because I'm not going to do this portal thing. I'm not going to like stand in the line. Because I realize there is no line. It's just a crowd.
Yep.
If you can kind of like get your way to the front of the crowd, you can make something happen.
Yeah, no, but so like I'm working on this podcast, and like, it's like, yeah, I get up at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm just like, I want to re-record the VOs to make them better. Like, I didn't hit them right last night.
You're on your Kanye shit.
Yeah, and like, I just go in there, like sneak out of bed. My wife doesn't notice, and I'm like set up in our like battle station home office, and I'm like hitting the VOs from like 4:30 until like 6:30, just redoing them. And then like me and my guy John, who's my producer and, you know, who's editing the pod, or doing the production end of the editing of the pod, like us sitting into script, editing the shit until fucking midnight. And it's like neither one of us wants to tap out because we don't want to be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
especially
I'm
when
like,
you're in it with someone that wants it as bad as you.
Yeah.
And it's literally team shit. It's like you're playing ball. It's like, all right, fourth quarter, like who's got more? Like, let's go.
And it's just like, and you know, and I respect every, like the sort of like interest in work-life balance and all that. You know what? I have a family and kids, and like.
How old were you when you had your first kid?
36.
Okay, cool.
And you know, yeah, I would say that I, from 17 to 36, did not have any sort of work-life balance. Like, I just worked, and I was like, and especially at Complex as we grew the digital business, because it was like, you know, it was like the internet is a game, or like the internet is like a team sport, and every day is a new game. It's like the MLB. There's 365 games a year. You're not going to win them all.
Yeah.
But the team wants to win.
Let's try to win today.
Yeah, we're going to try to win today. And I would, you know, check site meter the first thing in the morning to see what was moving on the site. And I would like get into bed with my laptop and look at Google Analytics and like.
You like the data?
Yeah, I always love that part of.
Me too.
Just like seeing what moves.
Bro, it's my favorite shit. I was telling, we had Mr. Beast on the show on Flagrant.
Okay.
And I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah,
your kids probably got you on him. He is like Steve Jobs level, or almost like Bezos, where it's like the way he approaches content. But me and him were geeking just on like, my favorite shit to do is like drop an episode. I worked hella long on the thumbnail to try to get like the click-through rate to go crazy.
Yep.
And then I'm looking at like the intro to make sure the retention is good, to tease people for the end, to kind of keep people engaged and show the best parts of the convo. That way they want to stick around. And my favorite thing was at 10 a.m. the episode drops. I go to the gym at like 10:15. And then I do like pre-workout. So I got like caffeine going. I'm like feeling jazzed, and I'm like working out. I'm getting endorphins from working out. And then I'm checking YouTube analytics. And every like 10 minutes I'm checking. And all of a sudden it's like 1 out of 10. The episode's killing. And all of a sudden it's our biggest episode, and it's like going crazy. And I'm just like getting this rush from like seeing the data, working out, getting the endorphins, and it's like my favorite thing ever. And then going home and just like checking it throughout the night. Oh, we got a hit when it hit Europe overnight, and while I was sleeping, all of a sudden I got another bump.
Yep.
And like changing the title because it wasn't actually that good, and like trying to tune and tweak things a little. It was like an obsession, nonstop. First thing I did when I woke up, it wasn't Facebook, it wasn't Instagram, TikTok, it was Google or YouTube analytics. What is popping?
Yeah, no, I mean that's how me and particularly my partner Joe LaPuma.
He's who you did the Rap Radar interview with, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We were like obsessed with the numbers, and not about running it up, but it was like about making the best product and then optimizing it. And I always used to say this to like the Complex team, but I'm like, look, like anything you guys make, there's like 3 stages where either it goes right or it goes wrong. And it's like either you have your idea, you have your execution, and you have your marketing. And like if it worked, all 3 of those things were aligned, and then it'll go. Mm-hmm. And if it doesn't work, then it's like doing a postmortem and trying to figure out like, where did we drop the ball? Yep. Was it a bad idea? Was the execution of the idea bad? Or to your point about like, did we title it wrong? Was the thumbnail bad? Yeah. Like
the autopsy is almost more interesting.
Was the tweet bad? Like, what do we do that it didn't connect?
Yeah, and it's a balance of like, I've found myself in the situation where like the numbers will kind of obfuscate the goal of like what the product is. And so I think it's really important for people to look at the numbers, but balance that with the creative vision. And we might get more numbers if we do this title, but like, is this title really genuine to what we're doing? Is this thumbnail a little too egregious? Like, can you still make it true and still hit the metrics that you're trying to personally hit? Like, how did you balance trying to top out numbers and beat yourself every time, but also like, let's stay true to the vision?
I mean, for me, it was always just sort of that yin yang of like gut, like I said, in so many ways, Complex was an expression of my personality. And so I'm just making the things that I want to see in the world. Mm-hmm. I'm ranking the lists based on my taste, maybe a little bit of like, trolling, tuning, like knowing, okay, maybe we take this person that was at 47 and we put them at 50 because we know that's going to like
kind of get a combo going.
Yeah, make things a little spicy or whatever, or move this person up or whatever. But, for the most part, it's like, this is like my genuine thing that I want to exist in the world, and most of the things that we did that really, really worked were true to that. Yeah. And we're like, all right, like, our sort of corner of the universe is driving popular culture. And like, that was, that's the thing, like, and why I try not to take that much credit for sort of the overall success of Complex, is it was like a confluence of things, right? Like, Mark had a vision that was sort of about this convergence culture where like people from different parts of the world, physically and also mentally converging around certain interest points and finding that commonality. And then that sort of like, you know, being perfectly aligned with what guys like particularly Kanye were about to do, where they're gonna like take Daft Punk and recontextualize it into hip hop and then take it onto the pop charts. And you know, and also Kanye's whole aesthetic was like a little bit from Japan and a little, you know, a little bit from the hood, and like all these different influences. You know, he's listening to like you know, indie rock out of Brooklyn in 2008, and you know what I mean, and like pulling all the, you know,
a Will Ferrell sample. Like,
yes.
What are we talking about? Like, it's insane.
And so like there's sort of this, you know, we happen to be the right idea at this moment with all of these things sort of lining up with us. And then, you know, Rich, who was the publisher, you know, was incredible at packaging and selling the thing, and also had just like a vision for the landscape. And like, he could see when it was time for us to pivot to digital and when it was time for us to pivot to video. And he and I had the relationship where he had the trust in me to know, like, if I tell Noah what the goal is, I can let him figure out how to get this brand there in an authentic and organic way. And I trusted that he knew what the goal was. Yeah. And then, you know, and then we had Moksha, who was the head of sales, who was just fucking unrelenting beast that just pounded the pavement, you know, 1,000 hours a week. Yeah. And like the confluence of all of those things together really led to the success. And yeah, you know, and when we got to the internet age, it was sort of like, I just loved it because it was like, now I have data that can help inform. I'm not just taking shots in the dark.
Yeah, dealing with these covers, and you're just like, are they going to buy it because a cool person's on it or not? It just seems like so, like, I don't know. I know it was the time and you didn't have another choice, but it just seems so frustrating. Like,
no, I mean, it was super tough. And also, like, at that point, you know, to what you said earlier, like, we were in 4th place. So, like, I wasn't getting premiere bookings. I'm, like, making lemonade out of Lil Wayne or
Kim Kardashian. Yeah.
And like, I'm catching these incredible lucky bounces. You know, then I did Seth Rogen and RZA I saw Knocked Up at a preview screening, and I was like, this movie is gonna fucking go. Yeah. And Rich was like, wait, the dude from fucking 40-Year-Old Virgin that had like 6 lines, you're gonna put him on the cover?
Freaks and Geeks.
And I'm like, yo, Rich, me and Justin were in the theater fucking laughing till we were crying. He was like, all right, man, I trust you. Like, you know,
that's the gut.
Yeah, you did it twice. Go for it. I'm like, I'm gonna get him with RZA so it'll like still make sense to, because he had just done an interview with some like art house magazine where he was like wax poetic about how he loved RZA. But again, to your point, like all of these were, you know, not, you never know how they're gonna land. Yeah. And once we get to the sort of like complex.com internet, it's like, oh no, like, first of all, I can experience the rush in real time of watching something connect authentically with an audience and see people arguing about it on, you know, the internet, on Twitter. You can see them hating us, loving us, calling us idiots, whatever it is, but they're engaging with the content. You know, and that was also where we like started leaning into the list thing. And this was sort of, again, came from, this is where I say like, it's all sort of builds, right? Like, you know, I work at Ego Trip. Ego Trip writes the big book of rap lists. Right at the same time, you know, the next year after that, and I was kind of like just there at the very nascent stages of that. I wasn't really there when they put the thing together, but like, you know, I loved it. And lists were, you know, something that were sort of part of the magazine while I was working there. The next year after that, I go work at MTV. Once Direct Effect falls apart, they send me up to news. And now I'm writing countdown shows, hip hop's blingiest videos, like, and I'm like talking to these people, and it's like, oh, talking to like the executives, and they're like, yeah, look, if we do a half-hour block of just music videos, it will do a 0.4 every single time. If we recontextualize that half-hour block into a countdown of 10, a top 10 list, it'll do a 0.7 every time. Yeah. And like, all you have to do is write interstitials that like Tech Money or whoever will like read. and like helps pick out the right videos and organize them.
And then boom.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh. And I'm like, yes, I get it. People love lists because there isn't a more gratifying experience than having your taste confirmed or disputed.
Yeah.
Because either you walk away being like, I should be able to work there because I fucking know that too. Or you're like, these people are fucking idiots. They're professionals and they're getting paid and I know better than them.
Yeah, literally. I mean, this is TRL's whole thing, right? Like,
yes.
It was like, yeah, the top 10 tracks, what's popping, and then you're able to dispute it, and then you get the personal validation, and you have to see what happens at the end. You can't log off.
No,
you got to see what is number one. What is it going to be?
It's a very compelling proposition, you know, in terms of content, and also like there's just, you know, as the internet grows, there is more and more culture happening, and more music being released, and more movies being released on more different streaming platforms or whatever, and like. We'd have to organize this.
Yeah.
Normal people don't have time to listen to like 17 albums that come out on a Thursday night. So like
the more that's out there, the more there needs to be curation.
Yes. So let's curate this, and then, you know, and that the lists like became Complex's bread and butter for years.
Yeah. And then what is that like that transition phase for you? Like that departure, going to Def Jam, like settling into family life maybe a little bit more. Like what is that phase like?
Well, I mean, so, okay, we sold the company in 2016 to Verizon and Hearst. And, you know, it was a tremendous life-changing opportunity for all the partners in the business. But it also was very challenging because we're sort of like part of this joint venture with two companies that have very misaligned objectives. Verizon is this like behemoth publicly traded company that if you're not putting $1 billion up annually, you're not even worthy of getting mentioned on the call. And so you really are a rounding error. And you know, you see with like, they spent whatever, $1.6 billion on like Go 90 and folded it in 18 months and just like kept it moving, just like
insane.
So from them, the challenges grow. Like, we need you to scale this business. It's cute that you're doing $100 million in revenue or whatever we're doing.
She's like, bro, we've been growing as fast as we can. Like,
but they're like, yeah, they want you to grow. And then Hearst is privately owned by the Hearst family. And so they want dividends for the ownership.
Yeah.
So they're like coming around at the end of the month, like, with their hand out, like, what's up? Where's the profits? So it becomes very challenging to navigate that because you're like, well, dad is telling me that I got to scale the business and mom is telling me I got to be more profitable, but I can't scale the business without reinvesting the profits in the product.
Which is it?
So what are we doing? And, you know, in that, you know, sort of the confluence of that plus, you know, whatever, I walked out my earn out and I just got to a point where it was like, you know, I don't know. And I also like being totally candid, like I'd watched 2 or 3 generations of editor-in-chiefs at magazines across the spectrum of genre getting dragged out, you know, with their fingernails in the carpet. And I was like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
like,
I want to be the old guy, like, get yanked.
I want to leave on my own terms.
Yeah.
Like, and ideally I want to leave at the top of my game, you know, like, I don't know if I would like frame my exit as like Game 6 Jordan, but like that was always like, okay, this is, if I have my preferred end, that would be what I would like.
Yeah.
And, you know, we had a tremendously successful 2017. We like birthed Everyday Struggle with Joe Budden and DJ Academics.
Of course, love Academics. He's great.
I mean, both of them are incredible talents. You know, Sneaker Shopping was cooking. Hot Ones had just crossed over and become like...
Oh yeah, that was a First We Feast.
Yeah.
Which owned by Complex.
Part of our... Yeah.
Which is an insane show.
I mean, Sean and Chris are incredible.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I mean, that, you know, was an idea that like, I remember Chris grabbed me in the hallway and being like, yo, I want to do a show where we make celebrities eat hot wings. And maybe like, I love the idea. I don't know how you're going to be able to book it, but you definitely have my blessing if you can get it done.
And it kind of goes into like the countdown list format, sort of.
Yes.
Like, yo, we're gonna build.
No,
There's like a
it has
continuation.
a narrative element, and
it was like a perfect format. It's such a good show.
It was perfect. And then on a random whatever, like Thursday, Tony Ayo stops by the office, and my music team, for whatever reason, was not interested in interviewing him. I don't know, it was sort of late era G Unit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the booking people are like, we got Yayo here. Like, does anyone want to do anything? And like, Sean and Chris are like, yo, will he eat hot wings? And as I recall, I feel like he actually may have insisted that Sean eat the wings with him.
Oh, because originally he wasn't?
I need to ask those guys, 'cause memory is fuzzy about 2015 or whatever, but I feel like originally he was just going to ask questions while the celebrities ate the wings, and then Yayo was like, I'm not doing it by myself.
Oh, that's fire.
And then that...
It makes it so much better that he also does it.
Oh, it's
embodies that shit.
Yeah.
Like, I love the episode where they're like, nah, let me taste what you're tasting. And they're like, whoop, that's it. Like,
I honestly have no idea how Sean does it every week. It's fucking crazy.
I thought he was picked because he knew how to do it, or like he has an insane palate or something.
No, the sort of lead up to it was, okay, so Sean had started as a sports aggregator for us, writing little like 200-word reviews or news pieces about sports. And I feel like we needed like a correspondent for some branded content thing that was going to be sort of like local to him in the Midwest. He lived in Chicago at the time. And one of the guys that worked for me, Jack, was like, oh, Sean Evans, I think he would be good on camera, like, whatever. I'm like, all right, some branded content thing, sure. So he goes and does that. We all end up watching it, and it's like, oh, cool, yeah, he was a good host. And so right around that same time, we decided to launch Complex News. And so I had met Jinx through, he was like a editorial assistant at Mass Appeal or something like that, and we had met a couple times in passing. And I love Jinx's energy, and I was like, okay, I feel like Jinx he could be the like sort of the Kurt Loder of this. And then my friend James that worked from Throwing Fits, he was the style editor at the time. He was like, yo, there's this Canadian woman I know who has like this Tumblr. I'm like, cool, like tell her to send a video. She sends like a little QuickTime videos, Emily Oberg.
Wow.
And then there was a gentleman named Hanuman who was our video game editor, who now he's been like the face of alternative rock on Apple Music for like,
wow,
I don't know, 8 years now.
Bro, so many people came out of Complex. That's crazy. I didn't even realize how big it was.
And then I was like, all right, so we have our alt rock dude, we've got our Kurt Loder, we have our style correspondent in Emily. We need someone that can handle sports. And Jack was like, yo, I think Sean would be great for this. And so we fly Sean in. Sean initially doesn't want the job. I think whatever he was doing in Chicago, he was like, I'm good. Da, da, da. Jack ends up taking him out for a drink on his way to LaGuardia, and is like, I'm just telling you, like, really, really think about this. I just think this is like a perfect fit, whatever. Sean thinks about it, comes back, and is like, all right, you know what? I'll move to New York. Like, I'll do this. And so for, maybe, it was probably about 18 months. They're just doing the stand-ups, to camera, getting better and better each time. And then one day I'm coming to work and I see on Twitter, The Rock, someone has posted The Rock's diet. And it's like he has to eat like 5 pounds of cod in a day or something.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And so I get into the editorial meeting and I'm like, Sean, bear with me, but here's what I want you to do. I want you tomorrow to do the Rock diet. Like, get up at 4 a.m, eat cod. He's like, bro, I hate cod. I hate cod. I'm like, I really think this could be funny. He's like, no, I'm with it. Like, I get it. I see your vision. So we shoot that, and it's like becomes like a, I don't know, 3 or 4 minute piece, goes viral. The Rock retweets it, and I don't know, like all of us kind of like saw like a new side of Sean beyond just
the hosting.
Yeah, the hosting, the stand-ups.
Yeah. Now he's a personality.
Yeah, we're like, yo, he was really funny, and he really carried this. And then him and Chris, and so First We Feast like operate, like Chris's brother Nick worked for me at Complex. when we wanted to start a food site, he's like, my brother would be the perfect person. I meet Chris, I loved him. We bring him on, he starts First Week Feast, but it's all working out of the same office. There's no like walls between any of this stuff. And I guess him and Sean become friendly. And so Nick and Chris have been talking about this like hot wings idea for like, I don't know, at least a year. And somehow Sean gets involved, and then there's this moment of just like things coming together. Yeah, we're gonna do it, and you know, don't worry, it's not gonna cost anything because we're just gonna have a black background and like just like minimal props. And I'm like, cool, like, yo, if I don't have to like go in and argue for budget, like, if you think it's gonna be cool, like,
give it a shot.
Let's do it. And they do it, and it's funny, and we're all like, oh, this is pretty good. And they do probably like 6 more, but it's still getting like 10,000, 20,000 views, like nothing crazy, but we're all like watching it, and everyone, you know, we're like, yeah, this is good. Like, and then they link with the PR woman from Comedy Central, and Key and Peele are promoting that cat movie.
Oh yeah. What was it? Keanu.
Yeah, Keanu. And he gets Key and Peele there, and like Jordan Peele has like the fucking meltdown in the middle of the episode where he's like starts sweating and he like zones out, and and like I just remember it was like they launched on like a Thursday, and like by like Friday when I leave work, it had like 80,000 views or 100,000 views, and like something that I was like, whoa, that's pretty crazy.
That's moving the needle.
And then I'm like watching Site Meter and Google Analytics over the weekend, and or whatever, the YouTube Analytics, and all of a sudden it's like at like 1 million by Monday morning. Somehow it got on Reddit, and like over that weekend it just
went crazy.
And then the combination of like this Reddit audience discovering it, and then going back and watching the previous, like, because all the talent before that, you know, it was like a baseball player whose name I can't remember, Machine Gun Kelly, maybe like Ja Rule, like it was really just like who they could convince
to eat
hot wings. And that combined with then all of a sudden like this Comedy Central PR person, and then a couple other comedy PR people being like, oh, this is the perfect vehicle for funny people to like do an interview, but to like really G off.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the friction starts coming out of the booking. They start getting more and bigger names.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, that's the best one.
Oh, I mean, yeah. And then once we get a few comedians like the Bobby Lees of the world, and again now they're starting.
Kreischer came on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, and I would give credit to Sean and Chris, because the two of them fucking understood YouTube. And so like any week where they didn't have like a like really solid celebrity booking, they would go find a like A-level YouTube person, often who I'd be like, yo, who, what?
Yeah, a Minecraft kid.
And,
like,
they just be like, yo, trust me, they've got like 2 million followers on YouTube. And then of course that person shares it on their community feed, and now all of a sudden the show, every episode is getting 300,000, 500,000, and a few of them are going to the millions.
Wow.
And it was like, and then all of a sudden it becomes, you know,
synonymous with culture.
And then they get, Shaq and Kevin Hart, and Kevin Hart does like 4 million in a week.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit. Like, and that was kind of, the levee broke.
Wow. I mean, it's just so insane to see it all happening. Like, and to be, you've just been at the front of so many moments like that. I mean, even that show is just like a great format, but like,
I mean, look, I have to give all credit to those dudes. Like,
yeah, of course, but even just being there, like, you get to see the process. Like, you've seen the sausage get made time and time again. Like,
I mean, it's just like, you know, you find super smart, talented people, and you put them in a position to win, and like,
they're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, and back the fuck up and let them do what they're doing, and like, get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's unbelievable. So you're at Complex, and all of a sudden it gets acquired, and now there's conflicting corporate needs.
Yeah, and
you're
it
like,
just,
oh, let me bow out.
It just was like, it was like, this is not that fun anymore. And like, you know, and also, and it just was like, I really did feel like in a lot of ways, like we are at this apex, like Hot Ones is crushing it. Joe LaPuma is sneaker shopping, is crushing it. He's doing multi-millions every week with that show. You know, Everyday Struggle is, you know, at that point to me was on the trajectory that it was going to sort of supplant Yo MTV Raps as probably like the most important hip hop show, you know, full stop, in history. And, you know, and it just felt like this is all so fucking great, and I love doing it still, but I don't know if it's gonna like, if I can continue to like one up from here. And, you know, and it's also just, yeah, like the corporate pressures and all that stuff were just like not that fun. And then one of my good friends, Paul Rosenberg, becomes the chairman of Def Jam and is like, yo, let's go do Def Jam together. And it's him and Steven Victor, who, you know, I've been friends with since 2005 or 2004.
Okay.
And it was like, great. This is like a new opportunity, something to wrap my head around. You know, it's an opportunity for growth and change, and it's a way to sort of like exit while this thing feels like it's like really at its pinnacle of, you know, this like 12 or 13 year journey that I've been on with it.
Yeah, and that you've grown with. Like, I mean, there's just so many wins along the way. What, like, do you have any standout like fuck ups or like formats that you're like, oh, this is gonna go, or like those times where your intuition was wrong?
I mean, there's like a million of them that we got wrong. I mean, you know, a lot of it, I think it was like a process of iteration, and like for example, like we did a show called No Debate in 2014, and it was like, again, like, all right, I have this idea that we need to figure out how to sort of like do what ESPN does, but for hip hop. And like, but I didn't really understand casting, and like, so like, it just was like too many people that got on camera and they all agreed with each other.
Yeah,
and so
you,
like,
you need a Stephen A. and a Skip Bayless.
Yeah.
Like, you need that first take energy to make a dynamic show.
and that was the thing, was like, yeah, and like, you know, you knew with Budden and Academics, like Budden has extremely strong opinions, and they're like well thought out, and he states them with absolute authority and will never back down. And then, but also he's like an older dude, so his perspective is coming from, you know, at that point probably someone in his late 30s. And meanwhile, Academics is like 22, crushing it on YouTube, and like, you know, super arrogant and like, you know, very like full of you know, piss and vinegar, with a lot of opinions, coming at it from a young person perspective, and also not going to back down.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is the right chemistry. Like,
so was that not doing what ESPN was doing? Like,
well, so No Debate was the first version, which was just like a bunch of guys in the office, and it just like, we did like 3 of them. I don't even know if we posted them online, but they just like,
everyone was like, yeah, Drake's pretty good.
yeah, it was just sort of like, you know, like people would have dissenting opinions, but then they would like argue each other, and it'd be like, you know, people would like be won over by the argument, and like it ended up much more like the McLaughlin group than it was like First Take. Yeah. You know,
yeah.
Or,
yeah,
you
they
know,
didn't have
pardon
the fire.
interruption.
Like, you need the fire.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, same thing. We had a great sneaker show. It like, we had, you know, 2 of our things, which I like were qualitatively great, but like arguably ahead of their time. In like 2012, we did the Combat Jack show as sort of like a late night talk show. And, you know, it's the kind of thing that like probably in 2016 would have absolutely crushed. And like, when you look at like the stuff that like Matt Hoffa is doing, and like all, you know, it's like, it was the right idea. Our production value was too high, you know, because it was like a 4-camera setup, and we had a studio out in Williamsburg that we rented for like a month to tape all the episodes. And, you know, the sales machine wasn't like, we weren't at a place where we were ready to like sell sponsorship around something that's going to cost I don't know, whatever it was, but like $25,000 an episode or something.
Yeah.
And that did one season, and like it, you know, Jack was great, you know, Premium Pete, like it was
of course.
it was the right
Pete's a
product. It was just like 2.5 years too early in a variety of ways. Same thing, we did a sneaker show called Quick Strike with Russ Bankston and Clark Kent, and like two of the most credible authorities on sneakers ever. But again, they don't have a contentious energy. They're like two guys who are pretty aligned in their sentiment, and they've also been navigating the sneaker world for years, and so they like have relationships, and like again, they have enormous historical insights and perspective to offer, but there was no like,
you need the fire, bro.
Yeah. But it was like, but that was the process. Like, we do these things, they didn't work. You know, I get reamed out for spending too much money.
Yeah.
But then we got to this place where it was like, okay, Sean and Chris got this to stick. Hot Ones is going.
Yeah.
You know,
everyday struggle. Boom. Like,
sneaker shopping is fucking just
decimating. Yeah.
And that was one, you know, props to Joe. Like, that was probably the first one that really stuck for us.
Mm-hmm. But that goes back to the WD-40 thing we were saying. Like, you were just on WD-30.
Yeah.
But that is such a great way to even look at it. Like, I was talking to a dude that's like, it's only failure if you quit. You can't fail if you don't quit. If you keep iterating and trying to build, or trying to tweak the idea, and, you know, maybe recast or change up the format or have everyone eat hot wings, like, then that's where you get the thing that works. But it's impossible to fail unless you quit.
I would say, and then the sort of counterpoint to that is also that, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Like, sneaker shopping was born because we did a Jim Jones cover, and at the time I was getting tremendous pressure from the sales side that we need to have video products. So I, like, part of the deal with Jim was like, okay, cool, we're gonna do this cover, we'll do the interview and a story, but I also need a video product. And Joe was like, yo, why don't I go to Flight Club with him and buy some sneakers? And I was like, okay, cool, that sounds like, you know, I'm sure it'll be interesting. Like, Jim Jones probably has some like interesting sneaker stories to tell or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And we do it, and it's like such a simple format, but it's just like consistent and reliable, and it provides the audience with this, like, you know, very sort of like an experience that they know what they're gonna get, and it feels good every time.
Yeah.
And that it's a light lift for talent, so the bookings are, you know, relatively on the easier side, because it's like, hey, we're gonna shoot this in about 30 minutes, come to the sneaker store, Joe's super pro, he's gonna ask you questions, you know, you watch a few episodes, you get the gist of
and they're like, bro, I'm gonna do that anyway. Like, I'm in the city, like, I was gonna go pick up Air Force Ones or whatever, like.
And Joe also, to his credit, like Sean and Chris, I think has like this sort of genius sense for understanding the booking of the show, and he is like, you know, maniacal about it, but like he knows how to, like, okay, do Young Hot Rapper X, then do The Big Show, then do Billie Eilish, then do Young Hot Rapper X, then do, you know, Sports Legend, and he just has a feel for his audience and what they're going to respond to, and knows how to keep the cadence so that it keeps working.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I mean, and again, and that's one where it's like, don't overthink it. Like,
let it cook.
Yeah. Joe does deep research about the person, talks to them about important sneakers from their childhood. This always brings up great anecdotes that wouldn't come up in a Conan interview.
Yeah,
or,
on like some Nardwuar shit.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get to see their taste, because they get to pick a bunch of sneakers, and then, you know, and then also the guests eventually started like sort of like trying to like blow bigger and bigger bags to like make a thing out of it.
Yeah. Yo, how much did this person spend? Double it.
Yeah. And then they do, you know, and then some of them like do philanthropic. Oh, okay, I'm gonna buy like $20,000 worth of sneakers, but then I'm gonna give them away to the kids. And
that's
like,
cool.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great format. And now that you're independent, you've taken all the lessons from the Complex days, even probably from like Def Jam, and applied it to your own thing. Well,
that was the thing. So I go to Def Jam, and, you know, creatively it wasn't like what I was looking to do. But what was amazing was I did oversee this brand partnership thing. So for the first time in my life, I'm overseeing like selling, and I'm like going into meetings with clients and pitching them ideas, and then overseeing the papering of the deals, negotiating with the clients, delivering the deliverables, like making sure we hit the KPIs, whatever it is that they wanted. And I was like, oh, this like totally demystified this whole part of the business that, not to say that like the Complex sales team had like hidden from me or anything, but
You're just not in it.
Yeah. And I just was like, oh, like, yeah, this isn't like what I live for, but like, I feel like if I go into a room with a really strong idea, I can like sell it with some conviction and get somebody to, believe in my dream.
Yeah.
And so when I left Def Jam, it was like, I had hosted the Blueprint at the end of my time at Complex, which was sort of like me interviewing sort of, I don't know, titans of creative industry. And that just had like a weird resonance. Like it touched a nerve with people where for 2 years I'm at Def Jam, and like, whether I'm like the valet in Nobu in Malibu or like the dude at Starbucks in the city across from UMG, they're like, oh, yo, to like, oh, a random dude. I'm driving to State College, Pennsylvania to see my little sister graduate from grad school. And I pull over at a random strip mall so my wife can go to the bathroom, and I'm standing by the car just stretching my legs. Some dude in cargo shorts is like, hey, yo, your Bobby Hundreds interview, I watch that like every week because that just like puts a battery in my back. And like I kept having these moments where I'm like, I've been a journalist for 20 years, and like outside of maybe the Kanye Twisted Fantasy story that people, send the link around every year on the anniversary, I never done anything that like had this kind of like resonance with people. And I was sort of like, what if instead of just titans of creative industry, we made this about entrepreneurship and about creative entrepreneurs? Because there's this sort of like whole spectrum of entrepreneurial content that exists, from like the financial literacy stuff on this side to kind of like stuff like Gary Vee does on the side with like NFTs and whatever. And I feel like somewhere in there, there's a bunch of people that want to make things, creative products, and they want to be compensated and run their own business while they do it. And I feel like I could make a product that could speak to that. And like, what if it wasn't just a show? What if it was more of like a 360 thing, and we created a slate of programming, and it all sort of like hinged off of this idea of taking ideas out of your head and putting them into real life and commercializing them. And my right hand at Def Jam, Helena, like was like, yo, I love that idea. If that's what you're going to do after you leave, like, let me know. And we put together a deck, went to my wife's very good friend, Trisha Clark Stone, who is like a fucking marketing genius. She used to have a marketing company called Narrative that she sold to Will Packer. So I hit her and I'm like, hey, I have this deck. Do you mind like taking a look at it? Me and Helena meet up with her at a hotel bar, and like she like goes through the whole deck and is like, okay, like I would tweak this and tweak that, and if I were a buyer, this is what I'd be interested. And I'm like, fuck, Trisha, like, it's mad smart. She knows a lot of shit that I don't know about, like dealing with brands and, and basically propositioned the two of them like, hey, I want to start this business. I would like you guys to be my partners in it. They were both interested, and we started. And of course, this is all happening in January of 2020.
Yeah.
So we shoot a pilot with Futura in middle of February, having conversations with brands. I'm having conversations with strategic partners. Everything is like, go, 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 go. It's great. And I'm like, yeah, we're really fucking good. We're going to make this work. And then Friday the 13th, 2020 happens, and I end up, like everybody else, going into quarantine.
Yeah.
And sitting on the bench for the next 6 months.
Damn.
With the family out in Long Island. And just kind of like, and talking to them and being like, all right, look, we can control what we can control, which is the product that we're making. So let's just take advantage of this time. Let's, you know, Helena, you and I, let's just like work on this pilot and make it as great as possible. Let's work, you know, with the art guys that we're, you know, working with, Maxime and his team, get the marks and everything to be super dialed exactly how we want it. Trisha, you and I, let's build on like, you know, growth strategies, like once the world starts spinning again. And we start mapping this out, and this goes on, and, you know, basically January 2021, we hit the ground running, and we're just like full throttle pushing forward. And of course, the rest of the world is not ready to be back. Yeah. I'm really ready though.
Yeah, let's go.
I've been working since I'm 17. I really enjoyed having, you know, 10 months to be like a super present dad for the first time in my life. This is great. I'm, you know, but I'm also like excited to get into this. And we get to like March, and, you know, we've taken a lot of meetings. There's been some like lukewarm interest. Nothing's really moving. And I have a conversation with a coworker, an ex-coworker from Complex. And so he mentions to me, he's like, well, you know, remember when we were at Complex, like the video shit really didn't start rocking until we stopped being like go, no go based on advertising. Like once you guys just got dedicated monies to make shit, that's when stuff really started sticking. And I was like, that's a really good point, Scott. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. So that night, like 9 p.m., I call Helena and I'm like, look, let's just go to LA in April. It feels like this pandemic shit is starting to abate a little bit. I see people are doing productions.
This is like 21?
This is 21, yeah. Let's shoot 5 more episodes. I can line up out of my network 5 episodes in 1 week, and I'll just fund it out of my pocket. And like, I would rather spend the money and like leave it all on the floor and know that we fucking tried to do this, than, you know, have this like pilot that we're like showing to people. And
yeah, fuck that.
No. And she's like, okay, cool. Like tomorrow morning I'll like start looking, you know, finding a production company, looking at arrangements, whatever. Just like let me know as you book the talent. And the next day, my friend Nathan Brown calls me, who had been the GM of Complex Video years earlier. And he and I had sort of commiserated during the pandemic, because he was sort of between gigs. And I'd sent him the pilot, and he was like, yo, this is really dope, man. I like this. So he subsequently gets a job as the head of Ellen Digital. You know, Ellen's like the heads up and all this shit.
Yeah, of course.
And he calls me out of the blue and is like, yo, I just met with Harley from Shopify, and like, you know, we were talking Ellen stuff, and then, but like, he's really trying to position them as like the company of entrepreneurship, full stop. Would you be comfortable if I shared with him that pilot that you sent me? Cause like, I just think it'd be up his alley. And I'm like, please, Nathan, like send it 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And he's like, great. Cause I actually sent it to him already, and we have a meeting on Monday.
Wow. What a legend.
And we end up meeting with Shopify, and they were like incredibly supportive and saw the vision, and were like all of the things that had been gating, they were like, that's awesome. Like, oh, you have a YouTube channel with 0 subs? Fucking awesome.
Perfect.
Build it from scratch with us.
And
like,
show what we can do.
We want to see, you know, we want to champion real entrepreneurs, like, and we want it to be done by real entrepreneurs. Like, we would rather do this spend with you than with some big media company, because you're doing it the scrappy way. And, you know, those guys like were like, we want, I mean, I've never had in 25 years of media had a client hit me and be like, you can be more light touch on like the attribution, like don't worry about us.
Thank you.
I was like, yo, that makes me want to like give you more props, because like
you were in the Shopify shirt and the hat every episode.
Yo, I was just like, dude, you guys are fucking great.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then so they sponsored the first season, and that got the ball rolling. They sponsored the second season, and you know, did some podcast deals that are yet to be announced, but coming out in June.
Yeah.
And have some live events that we're going to do this year.
Oh, bro.
And season 3, we're halfway through.
That's so cool. How good does it feel just to be like,
it's
independent? I'm in charge of all of it, and I can delegate as I need, but I can also pull back control. Like, I'm dealing with the companies that fuck with me and I can work with that are free. Like, I feel lucky that I was sort of like mentored and ushered into a realm of content that is like very free, and it's so seductive.
It's unbelievably gratifying because, yeah, I mean, it's like to be fair, as an entrepreneur, it's like a fucking roller coaster, and like
you got kids and shit too. It's
I can feel
different game.
Invincible at 9 a.m. and like the sky is falling at 3 p.m. and then invincible again at 5, depending on like the cadence of emails that I receive.
Of course.
But yeah, but also it's like it's all on my own terms, and I have selected the partners that I want to work with, that I believe in, that I think augment my skill set in different ways. There's no fucking weird toxic people. There's no managing.
Because you're in control of it. It's what you want it to be.
It's not like there's no sleight of hand, where like, me and Rich are like trying to figure out like, well, we have to deal with the board and what they want. So like we have to like.
Freedom.
Yeah. It's, it's like, let's just make the best product and sell it as aggressively as possible and hope that, people believe in quality and like, and I still am like a psycho in the ways that you are in terms of like looking at all the analytics and trying to figure out the data and trying to book according to like, what my gut says and what I like and the stories I want to tell, but also what I think is going to rate and what's going to resonate with the audience. But yeah, it's all authentic, and it's all like, there's no sort of like wasted, like, you work in a corporation, there's so much time spent politicking and
meetings that should be emails and emails that shouldn't happen and like bullshit. It's just insane.
And also, frankly, as a creative person, it's fucking really nice to be in a place where it's like I'm driving stick again. Like, you know what I mean? Like I drive a fixed gear, like I ride a fixed gear bike. Like I like being incredibly close to the product. Like, as gratifying as sort of having some slight hand in helping to empower, Chris and Sean to make Hot Ones, like that's their show. Yeah. And I can never.
Yeah. Or watch the throne get made. Like that's their thing. And you're a part of it, but it's their thing.
I was lucky enough to be a fly on the wall in that moment. And even Complex, like I'm very proud of what I contributed and what I drove. But, that was the confluence of, Mark's vision, Rich's intuition and hard work on the business side, and Moxer just being like a ruthless salesman that just crushes it. And, and then me having a sense of how to do culture and like, yeah, we all made it work. Sometimes it was tons of fun. Sometimes it was contentious, but that's sort of the nature of the beast. But to be in a place where I'm like really touching the product in, like I said, like sitting with my man John for 12 hours editing a podcast into script, re-listening to a 10-second clip. Should we move those two sentences a little closer? I feel like they need to be a little like no, now they're stepping on each other. Okay, put them back how they were. That's fucking like, that's the dream. And then to be able to do it and get paid,
there's nothing better. And in my opinion, at least, I don't know, I haven't been at the heights you've been at, but like I feel like it's worth less money. Yes. The simplicity and the freedom is worth less. Like I look at it where I'm like, I mean, this show, for what it's worth at this point, has not made any money. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I do it for this. Like, this is the money to me. Like being able to connect and like democratize combos and help people and shed light on stories and like be entertaining. Like that's what it's worth.
I mean, I feel the same way with idea generation. Like, and that's honestly like what drove me to want to do Blueprint, and what drove me to want to do idea generation was like, in my youth, I was really interested in like getting artists to talk about how they made their art. And that was like fascinating to me. And then, thankfully, guys like Rich, like mentored me both, like, you know, on sort of the management side of running an operation, but also showing me the business, sitting with me with the P&L and being like, okay, like, here, it's zero sum. Let's make these decisions together. I'm not going to do this, and you know, and me being like, okay, well, if I take $10,000 out of this thing, okay, you know what I mean? If I put $10,000 here, it's got to come out of somewhere else, and like, all right, and I'm seeing, you know, he's not making arbitrary decisions. He's trying to calculate the best trade-off that will put us in the position to win, and like, yeah, to sort of like, so then for me, as I got older, my fascination became like, how do these really successful creatives manage that? Because I know that some of them are like all up in the P&L. You know, Scooter Braun certainly has, you know, a head for numbers, but he also has a vision. He also has a like charisma and ability to network and an ambition, and like, I want to pull that apart. That's interesting to me. You know, one of the interviews I did for Blueprint was with Todd McFarlane, the comic artist. Yeah. And like, Todd has gone to be like a fucking multimillionaire, and like, he famously bought the Barry Bonds ball for $3 million, and many people derided him as a fucking lunatic for doing this. And so I'm interviewing him, and he's like, I'm like, yo, so you spent $3 million for a piece of baseball memorabilia? Like, are you really that into baseball? He's like, well, first of all, yes, I am that into baseball. But second of all, you have to understand, in 1996, I started a toy company, McFarlane Toys. I go to every major league company and I try to pitch them to let me get a license to make figures for their leagues. I can't even get meetings. Nobody will fuck with me at all. I'm making the best superhero toys on the market by a mile. They're selling like crazy. The business is exploding, but I cannot get to the most lucrative part of the toy figure industry. He's like, you know what happens when you spend $3 million on a baseball? You get a meeting with the fucking commissioner of the MLB.
Wow.
And he's like, and that happened 3 weeks after I bought that ball. I had a meeting with the commissioner, and I went in and I showed him toys that I made for Spawn, toys that I made for whatever like horror franchises I had bought. And I left there with a contract to do all the MLB toys. Once I did that, I got NBA and I got NHL.
Wow.
6 months apart. And he's like, so yeah, I spent $3 million on a ball, and then I made $9 million in toy sales in the next 18 months. So was it an insane thing for me to do? And I was like, yo, that's fucking genius, man.
Crazy
like,
equals genius, bro.
Yeah, like that makes total sense. And again, and so for me, that was like, so you're not only the illest comic book artist maybe ever, but you're also crazy like a fox, and like, you could see these chess moves on how to grow this other, you know, yes, you're going to make the best toys ever. Like, that was, it was like, I told my designers, like, you know how to make these things great? Make them look like the fucking photos. That's how to make them great.
Yeah.
Don't make them these weird wax figure. No. Make them look like the
realistic
photos. And so it's like, all right, so you've got that part of the Steve Jobs, but then you also have this canny about you that you know how to like navigate your way into the right room to get the deal done.
Social, businessman, creative.
Yep.
And all then, comes together. And but they all are, right?
Yeah. And that's kind of like, to me, the most fascinating. I mean, Russ.
Yep.
Like, great rapper, great songwriter for sure. But his like independent hustle and the strategy behind it is like the part that is the most, you know, interesting for me to interrogate.
Yeah, it's insane. And he's making more money than these other rappers that are signed to these labels or whatever, because he owns all his shit. He's got his masters. He's independent.
Yep.
Yeah.
And those are, and for me, it's like, all of these are like, you know, each one of these interviews is another like infinity stone. It's like, because you're like, oh, okay, I can see this and I can apply this to my own business.
Yeah.
You know? So I go in with like a genuine curiosity, because I'm an entrepreneur with a small business and I'm trying to get it to crack, and like, I see how you guys are thinking about all of these disparate things, and like, let me ask the questions that I'm authentically curious about, as an entrepreneur and small business owner.
I mean, it puts you in the perfect spot. I mean, this really is the collection of your entire life, all the contacts you made, the people you've befriended, the industries you've been in, your interests, learning brand partnerships, putting it all together, and then literally with that wealth of knowledge, asking questions to the greats of the industry and of different industries, like, what can I do to improve? And those are the questions that the audience is ultimately wondering.
Totally, because, you know, hopefully most of the audience are like aspiring entrepreneurs, and like, yeah, they glean the same jewels that I do from it.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane. And all the episodes are great. And I say that having not watched all of them. But I might love the Mario Carbone one. I thought that was fire. The Russ one's insane. The Just Blaze one, despite the pants rustling, still great.
Yes, thank you.
What are the other ones that you love that people should check out?
Well, I was gonna say Mario Carbone is probably my favorite. The thing that he says about building a box that every like restaurant lives within. Again, it's like one of those like Kanye, Steve Jobs moments where you're just like, yes, like you're doing storytelling, you are committing to a specific aesthetic that is like, you know, it's world building. You built a rule book for this restaurant, and now everyone that works there, from the busboys to the waiters and waitresses to the hostesses to the line chefs, all have to adhere to this rule book.
What is the constitution of your little country?
Yes.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, maybe I'm naive, but I never considered in the context of a restaurant that kind of thought process.
No one does. But then they go inside and they go, everything works.
It transports, you know, you go into the grill and you're like, I feel like I'm in Mad Men.
Yeah.
Like, I'm about to have dinner with Don Draper. This is crazy. Like,
and restaurants are so great for that because the brand language communicates through everything. Yep. And not only is it outside you, it's inside you. Literally, like, it is the most direct way to communicate a brand language. I mean, that's what I love about Apple. Like, Steve Jobs comes out with this idea for a store and everyone's like, just a store just to sell your computers? Like, it's insane. And he's like, it's not just about the store selling computers. It's about letting people communicate with the brand in a 4-dimensional space where they're able to understand what we're about through the people they talk to, through trying out products, through the smell, through the sights and all this minimalist Japanese inspired architecture. It's more than just a store. It's an experience to communicate who we are as a brand.
Okay, so what? Not to I'm going to get back to your other question about episodes that are my favorite, but so at UMG I had the good fortune to work.
What's UMG?
That's the parent company that owns Def Jam.
Got you. United Music Group. Got you.
Universal Music Group.
That's what I meant to say.
I got to meet with Lucien Grange, the CEO, on a handful of occasions. And like, I just remember at one point sitting with Lucien, and he's sitting with like a bunch of the senior Def Jam executives. And he's like, what's a brand? And like, I don't know, one exec's like, you know, it's like a company's identity, you know, and someone else throws out like, you know, it's like, you know, you're the look and feel of a company or whatever. And he's like, no, you're all wrong. A brand is a trust that exists between a consumer and a corporation. If you have a brand, you have everything, but it's incredibly fragile and you have to respect the brand. Def Jam has a brand. That's the most important thing. And that's the thing that you have to think about. It is a trust. This is like your relationship with your wife or your husband or your partner. It's about them trusting that you will deliver a consistent and reliable experience to them across any and all mediums, whether it's your merch, your albums, your videos, whatever experience they are going to meet your corporate identity in. It's going to deliver the same feeling to them
every fucking time.
And like, I was like, God damn, this guy's fucking smart. I understand why he's the CEO.
Yeah. But I talk about that with Schultz sometimes. We're like, we talk about McDonald's, and not to compare McDonald's to Carbone or any other restaurant, but like, you go to McDonald's in Japan, Texas, New York, it all tastes and feels pretty much the same. And that is insane. Most restaurants can't get every burger to taste the same, and they make every burger in the world taste. It's like,
I met a brewmaster for Budweiser one time. They, you know, when I was at Complex, like, you know, the liquor industry, they would like come over and do like taste tests and whatever. One time, I can't remember what they were pushing, Bud Select or something like that. They brought this brewmaster, and he like broke down. He's like, you have to understand, we have like 6 like plants across America, Some of them have aluminum barrels that are, 26 tons. Some of them have, oak barrels that are 22 tons. Like, every day I sit in St. Louis and I taste beers from these different breweries to make sure that, like, the acidity is not too high, or that this one is not too hoppy or whatever. And then not only that, but then I have to coach the people on the ground in Maine, or
how to tweak
it to make it more consistent, because a Budweiser has to taste the same in Maine as in Augusta, as in, New Mexico or Seattle.
And that guy probably gets paid crazy money just for tasting beer and making it consistent.
But I say that to say, like, it really, like, for me was like a hot moment of just like, holy shit, like that is, you talk about McDonald's, but like being able to deliver that kind of consistency at that scale is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And yeah, something to aspire towards, really, like, and whatever we're doing at Complex, I definitely aspired towards that. But yeah, that was, anyway, it was a long tangent, but you can edit this part. But getting back to the original thing, like, episodes that I really enjoyed, and this is not to plug my most recent episode, because that's what I'm about to do, but I interviewed Tay Keith, who is a hip-hop producer from Memphis.
Of course.
And, I went into it because, like, I like his music, and I'd seen some interviews online. He seemed like a good dude. But I didn't really have, like, too much expectation as to, like, what was going to come out of it. It was just sort of like, yeah, I feel like this is going to be a good booking. And, like, he, I'd seen some interviews where he seemed like a smart dude. But I'd never really seen him open up. And he really, like, just impressed the shit out of me. And, like, we talked, and it was like, there's like a moment where he's like talking about how he started as a rapper, then he became a producer. He starts, like, selling beats on, like, Google, basically on YouTube, getting Google AdSense money, just putting, like, type beats up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, why did you stop being an artist to become a producer? And he was like, well, because at that point it was like the Dat Piff era. So, like, if you were an artist, you just put up mixtapes and people download them for free. There's no way to monetize them. But if you're a producer, you could make type beats and put them in and use the YouTube algorithm to make Google AdSense. And so I
figured it out.
14 years old, 15 years old, living in Memphis, $100 check or a $200 check from Google AdSense would change my month. And I was like, that's pretty ill. And I'm like, so you were really strategizing how to optimize these things, like, algorithmically? And he's like, absolutely. Like, that was all of it, that was intentional.
Whoa.
Then we talk about, he goes to college, and at this point he's like a local producer. He's got some placements with, like, Block Boy JB and, like, a bunch of local Memphis artists. Right. He becomes a college DJ, he starts throwing parties. And I'm like, yo, did being a DJ change how you think about producing? And he's like, oh, 1000%. Because instantly you see the crowd react. And so I saw the BPMs where all the records that went off were at, and I was like, my beats are too slow. I'm making great street records, but they're all like 68 to 72 beats per minute. I need to be more in that, like, 80 beats per minute. And so I adjusted my shit. All of a sudden I start selling more and more beats.
There's no accidents, bro.
Yeah.
All these motherfuckers that are there's a reason.
No, it's all very thoughtful. And then he starts talking about personal shit and was, like, insanely forthcoming, like, and just like, and I had known that he had dealt with some difficult family stuff that he'd sort of alluded to in some other interviews, but while we were, like, waiting for them to get the camera set up, we're just chit-chatting. All of a sudden, like, the conversation veers left, and he talks about, at 18, his mother being diagnosed with schizophrenia and having to have her committed, having to, like, figure out how to take control of her affairs, create a conservatorship. And I'm like, we get to the end and they're like, okay, we're ready to roll. I'm like, hey man, this is obviously very personal stuff. Are you comfortable talking about this in the interview? If you're not, that's okay. Like, we can talk about business and you as a beat maker or whatever. And he was like, no, actually, I never talked about it, but I feel like mental health is like, there's stigmas attached to it, and it's like real shit that people go through. And I want to do this for other people. Like, and it is hard to talk about, and he was incredibly candid about just, and so imagine he's in college, building his career, getting more and more placements, going through like all these, like jumping through legal hoops, having to have his mother committed, having to take control of all of her financial affairs, and battling with the state over this because none of it's easy, and she's not in a place to just give him power of attorney or anything. And then like in 2018 he has his breakout year where he has Look Alive by Blockboy JB and Drake. He has Sicko Mode by Travis and Drake, and then he has Not Alike by Eminem and Royce on the Kamikaze album, and then he has Beyonce, the Maze thing, and then he finds out that his mother has terminal cancer.
Fuck.
Yeah. And I'm just like, that would be a lot to navigate at any point in your life, like both the good and the bad, but to be dealing with that at 20 years old simultaneously, like your life is the best it's ever been, but you've essentially had to say goodbye to your mother because she's stopped being the person you knew who raised you, and then she's beset by stage 4 cancer, and you only find that out because you've committed her to medical care.
Fuck.
And it's like, and it's whatever, it's that the adage, you never know what the fuck is going on with people, but like, you talk about like triumph in the face of adversity, and like to try to build your career while you're shouldering that weight. I can't even fucking, as a really young person, like at 43, if I had to deal with that with my mom, it would take my head out of the game completely.
Yeah.
I can't possibly imagine. And, and he dealt with it, and his mother passed in 2021. And, he's dealing with grief and processing, but he also had another explosive year in 2022 and got his career back on track and did like 3 records on the, he did the Jimmy Cooks record for Drake, and then he did like maybe 3 on the 21 Savage Drake record, and had a bunch of other placements, and it's like,
that's insane.
Yeah, man, like,
and that's all in the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a great watch, because the dude is 26 years old, and like he's been through it, and again, both his insights on the business side are brilliant and thoughtful, but also just like the candor that he can talk about like really painful shit is like,
yeah, it's amazing. Yeah,
and just like you walk away being like, this is a good human being. Like, we are all fortunate that he is walking the earth.
Yeah,
like,
and it's, you never see that side though.
No.
Like you're a Drake fan, whatever. All of a sudden you just hear the tag Tay Keith, like, yep. But you don't see the guy behind it. That's like has all these influences from his mom playing records in the house that he's inserting into the music, that he's dealing with emotionally, losing her twice.
Yep.
I mean, the complexity of it is insane.
No, it's great. It's, yeah. So anyway, that was one again where I say that to like, I went into it being like, I thought this was going to be good, and it was like, damn, I'm getting fucking verklempt, like sitting in the seat like, shit, man, I don't want to fucking cry on camera.
Yeah.
This is real.
Damn, I'm going to check it out.
So anyway, yeah, those are some of my favorites. I'm trying to think what else. The Jason Bolden episode was amazing. He's also just a fantastic thinker. Scooter, it was nice because I interviewed him in 2017, so we got to sort of do round 2.
Oh, cool.
And that was cool because like both of us have like grown and gone through, wins and losses and ups and downs, and like, so to sort of be able to commiserate on that was really dope. And then I would just say like the Dwayne Wade episode, you know, Dwayne is someone that like I met, again, my wife is friends with Gab Union, and I met Dwayne 2014, like when we were dating. And, you know, again, like I've always had a very sort of, outside of like Kanye, distant relationship from quote unquote famous people. And like we've developed a real relationship and friendship that's like really meaningful for me. And so to be able to then sit down with him in a more formal setting and be like, okay, I've been talking to this dude for like 7 years in like casual conversation, and like some of it deep, some of it really like, you know, not surface at all. But like I'm gonna ask all of the like questions that would be like kind of strange and formal to like talk to, you know,
just over lunch.
Yeah, exactly. And like again, just someone who like thinks about brand and about business in like a really thoughtful, compelling way, and also is like an inspiration in terms of like how much he has grown and changed through his journey. And like, you know, even just seeing the sort of tail end of it from, you know, because he was still like 2014, the Heat were still, that was like the end of the,
he was as high, he was the king of Miami. Like insanity. I mean, they named the street after him outside the stadium. Like it's crazy. And then like his relationship with his wife is amazing. He seems like an amazing dad too. Like
incredible dad. Yeah. And, you know, and to watch him like, you know, go through the transition from like, I've been playing basketball since I was 13 years old. And then like, now I'm not going to play basketball. Like that's like
your identity's gone.
Yeah. That's like a challenging thing to like, and to do it with so much grace, and also to like do it in such a way where you like are still able to find new things to engage with that passion and that ambition is like fucking inspiring. Because it's like, yeah, man, like, you know, it would be, you know, as with like Complex, it was like it would be easy to do this till the wheels fall off, but like
you gotta know when to bow out.
Yeah. And like, you know, he ended his career like fucking still playing a tremendous game on his own terms, you know.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing, bro. I'm gonna check out all the rest of them. Thank you so much for fucking doing this, bro. This is a game that you gave me, and just like the gems are like insane, and just spending the time to connect, bro. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having me, and yeah, thank you for being, you know, interested enough to ask those questions. And like
always, I'll be honest, bro, I could go another 3 hours, but I'm worried about this camera turning into dust. But bro, seriously, thank you so much, man. This is so great. Appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely.